What a knockout!
And our fighters set the MMA world on fire.
She's got it! Holds under the chin! Wow! So impressive! That's tight! He's out!
What a finish from Simeon Powell!
Then it was on to Berlin.
Wow! What a finish by Ali Taleb! Oh, there it is! What a left hand! By Lewis McGrillen!
Tonight, from Paris, France, the world's best from over 10 countries.
It scores the submission victory! What a fight!
4 weight classes. And the biggest signing from the sport of kickboxing makes his exclusive PFL MMA premiere. 2-time world champion Cedric Doumbé.
I'm the best MMA fighter in the world. I want to make history. That's why I'm here.
Hang on. We're about to light up Paris, France. It's time for the PFL Europe playoffs.
Welcome, PFL fight fans, to Paris, France, home of our first ever PFL Europe playoff event. A beautiful host city full of iconic architecture, some of the world's most famous landmarks, and tonight, incredible mixed martial arts action with a lot at stake. We're in the playoffs, and that means these fighters are vying for a spot in a Dublin championship coming up December 8th. Beautiful night out in front of the legendary Louvre. Anticipation and incredible matchups coming your way in the third installment of PFL Europe, our first event in the country of France, where mixed martial arts was just legalized a few years ago. A special treat here at the Zenith Arena, a sold-out show. The fans here have welcomed the PFL to France, obliging by filling up this beautiful building, one of the greatest concert venues in the great country of France. I'm Sean O'Connell, joined as always by the MMA legends, the outlaw Dan Hardy, the skyscraper himself, Stefan Struve. Mr. Hardy, also director of fighter operations for PFL Europe. He wears a couple different hats over here when we're on the other side of the pond. The atmosphere already, before any of the fights actually take place, building. I can feel the energy here at the Zenith.
It's been wild, honestly. Ever since we signed Cedric Doumbé, ever since it was announced that he was a part of the PFL, these tickets have been flying out of the door. The atmosphere in this arena, there are no fighters in the smart cage right now, but there are people in the seats waiting. The atmosphere tonight is going to be incredible.
Well, Stefan Struve, you've been telling me all week that you've been to a lot of mixed martial arts events and no atmosphere is created like the ones the French fans can pull off.
Yes, Sean. I have fought all over the world, America, Europe, Asia, Australia. I have never experienced energy like here in France, and I cannot wait for that same energy again tonight.
Well, we'll be building that energy throughout the night with our playoff fights, but we're leading towards a main event that features a massive star who's, of course, a local favorite. Let's talk about Cedric Doumbé.
I've got goosebumps under my suit jacket right now. I mean, you know, a legendary kickboxer, and we can't throw that word around lightly. A legendary kickboxer, only 31 years old, 75-7 is his record, but crossed over to mixed martial arts to try and adapt his striking game to the smart cage, but undefeated 4-0, still very early in his career, taking on a very, very tough grappler. I mean, what do we expect from Cedric Doumbé? Everybody expects greatness, but that puts an immense amount of pressure on this man's shoulders. But I've never seen anybody carry a pressure like this. There are very few fighters that can command a presence like he does.
Stefan, you at one point were one of these fighters, a European fighter who was looking for a global platform, was looking for a path to the big shows. Cedric Doumbé and everybody else on the card tonight now has that path because of PFL Europe.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I heard a lot of fighters say it this week. You pretty much have your whole year planned out for you. When you get a win, you get a next fight. You have another fight in the finals in the end of the year. So that's absolutely amazing to have for an up-and-coming European fighter. Absolutely amazing.
By the way, PFL Europe is just the first of our regional leagues, which will feed into our PFL Global season. Think of Champions League, but for mixed martial arts. Let's talk about the co-main event too, guys. I don't just want it to be all about Cedric Doumbé. There's another man, royalty, some would say. He is the lazy king, Abdul Abduragimov. What Cedric Doumbé is a striker. He might be as a grappler.
Yeah, he's an absolute submission phenom. He finished his last 6 opponents. 5 of those wins are by submissions. All of them were different submissions. Do not go to the ground with this man. He was one of the biggest, maybe the biggest not signed prospect on the planet, and now he's here with PFL, so I can't wait to see him showcase his submission skills tonight.
He calls himself the Lazy King, and he rules over a lazy kingdom. Does that mean I have to genuflect when the Lazy King comes out into the smart cave?
Absolutely. I mean, I think you should be down on one knee as he makes his walkout, if I'm honest. But, you know, the whole Lazy King is an efficiency thing. You know, he's got such a strong wrestling base, and with that fusion of jiu-jitsu, he's got those submissions on the end. But unlike a lot of wrestlers, he doesn't mind pulling guard and working sweeps to get on top. He's a very, very dangerous person. If he touches you, you're doomed. And that's what Brad Wheeler's got to be aware of tonight.
So a very special main event, a very special co-main event, and the French fans are going to be going crazy. But it's all about our season format here in PFL Europe. 8 fighters in each weight class, 4 different weight classes. 1 regular season fight leads into the playoff semifinals. Winners tonight advance to a championship in Dublin. If you can win that championship, you get $100,000, potentially a spot on the PFL Global roster, and a beautiful gold belt, which just made its television debut last night at the weigh-ins.
It's beautiful and incredibly heavy as well. Incredibly heavy. You've got one, haven't you, Sean?
Well, look, I don't have a PFL Europe.
Not yet. I can sign you up, my friend.
You're not a European champion. That's what you wanted to say. You are a world champion, my friend.
You know, I'm glad I let you say it, actually.
Of course you want me to say it.
Yeah.
I know it. That's why, you know.
It's Olivia.
Full house, right? Not only with the fans, but on our broadcast team. Is Olivia Buzaglo joining the broadcast. Olivia, welcome. We've got an incredible night coming up, incredible fan attention. Welcome to the show.
Backstage right now, and this is where I'm going to be. For most of the night, I'm going to be chatting to a few of the fighters whilst they're preparing for their huge fights. Now, of course, PFL Europe have had 2 incredible events in Newcastle and Berlin. So let's just remind ourselves of how we got here to Paris tonight.
PFL Europe, at the end of the year, 3 wins, there's $100,000 on the table. You are world-class level.
Simeon! Beautiful slip. That's it. She's got it! This is your biggest opportunity. Your people remember your name.
Salomon, you can see Dan Hardy, the improvements from the last time we saw him.
Ladero's hurt here. Ladero's hurt here. Mount goes out. This might be the end of the fight.
Swinging away early.
Oh!
Beautiful jab!
Oh! What a finish! Oh, there it is again! Cornelia home in top position where she does her best work.
Oh!
Oh.
Good right hand from Franz Malambo. Hahn tries to gain. Another one landed. He's got him hurt.
Mitchell's got a great takedown and a very good ground game, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the takedown right away, because the Ripper's got some nasty ground and pound.
This one heads to the judge's scorecard.
Kankasi starting off with a little attack of his own.
Thudding short punch from the side, and now he says,
Got it. Get Radu Maxim behind the head.
and he's got it!
Jakub Koshuma stays undefeated.
Oh, that was a nice straight left from Dylan Chuk. There's the high kick attempt again.
Takedown from Chuk.
So that was how we got here to Paris today. I'm sure it's going to be an incredible night of fighting. The atmosphere, as you guys said, the French MMA fans are some of the most passionate in the world. And I'm sure this venue here tonight is going to be absolutely rocking, and I cannot wait.
Thank you, Olivia. We'll be checking in with Olivia throughout the night. She'll be giving us some behind-the-scenes access. Look, these playoffs, $100,000 and potentially a path to the global season, that's fantastic. But I want one of those, Dan Hardy. Look at that.
Isn't that beautiful?
A work of art out there in front of a museum housing iconic works of art. Look at that PFL Europe belt. Is it true you helped design that thing?
I had a little hand in it, of course. You know, the thing is, right, the money's everything, right? Because, you know, you pay your bills and your lifestyle with that. But that's the token that reminds you that you're a champion all the way through your life. For me, that would be the most important thing. So that's why the belt had to be special.
Let's talk about our brackets. Here's everyone's favorite weight class, the light heavyweights, 205-pounders, and we've got some animals here. Simeon Powell facing off against the powerful grappler Daniel Ladero. Jacob Neto and Anthony Salomon. Salomon, of course, a French fighter, bringing a lot of fans into the Zenith tonight. That promises to be a stellar matchup. From there, let's move into our women's flyweight bracket. Dakota Ditcheva and Cornelia Holm, both coming off of big wins. Very different types of wins. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but big wins. And the winner of that fight will move on to face Valentina Skatici, who gets the walkover because her opponent was not able to make weight. So a lucky Skatici awaits the winner of tonight's playoff fight. Our bantamweight bracket looks like this. Mokhtar Benkasi steps in to take on Franz Malambo. Krishen Kokorov and Ali Taleb have been talking trash since Berlin. These guys do not like one another. That's going to be explosive. And of course, the lightweights. Isim Dahoish against John Mitchell, Dylan Tuke and Jakub Kashuba. And look at that. Potentially, two Irish fighters could advance to face one another in the championship, which will be in Dublin, Ireland on December 8th. We also have a full slate of incredible showcase action for you. We'll start the night with women's flyweights, Chanel Dyer and Luisa Cifuentes. And how about Cedric Doumbé and Abdul Abduragimov, the Lazy King and the French superstar in the main event and the co-main event. If you're not already excited enough about our first PFL Europe playoffs, our first event in Paris, take a look at this and watch Dan Hardy getting all of our fighters amped up for tonight.
These are always weird, right? Always standing staring at me like I'm some kind of teacher. Okay. This is the playoffs. This is a big deal for us as PFL. It's a big deal for all of you guys as well. Some of you are playoff fighters and you've earned your place here. Some of you are making your PFL debut. Welcome. I am beyond honored to have every single one of you here. You're all superstars. You're all fantastic martial artists. You've all very, very hard trained, prepared for this moment, right? You all know how much hard work you've put in. You know how many people around you are supporting you in this moment, right? They want to see you with this. They want to see you with this gold belt around your waist for those in the championships. Not yet, but soon maybe. Not you either, soon maybe. Of course you can. Feel the weight of it. Wow. How beautiful, right?
Thank you.
Look, it's a big deal for us, big deal for you guys, big deal for the PFL. It's a big opportunity, of course. Everybody in the playoffs, we want to see you in Dublin, and good luck. Everybody that's fighting on this card, that's making your PFL debut, that doesn't have another fight after this, I will look forward to seeing you again. For me, for you, for your family and friends and your teammates, just give everything you've got, right? Give everything you've got. This crowd is going to be like nothing else you've ever experienced before, guaranteed. Cedric, back me up, right? Like nothing else you've ever experienced. This is going to be an incredible event. We sold out, we found more tickets, we sold them, we found more tickets, we sold them as well. There's not a single seat left in the house. Everyone's there for you guys. Make the most of it. Good luck.
I'm ready. Sign me up. Let's go. As much as we enjoy talking about this event, it's time to start this event. Our first fight of the night will take place in the women's flyweight division. Chanel Dyer, Luisa Fernandez Cifuentes. And with that, we welcome Andy Shepard.
Making her way to the PFL cage in the blue corner, Luisa Cifuentes.
Luisa Cifuentes making the trip all the way from Colombia for this, a huge opportunity early in her pro mixed martial arts career, and a finisher out of Bogota.
Yeah, Sean, she's a very good striker. She has won 4 of her last 5, finished 3 of her 4 opponents, one with a beautiful body kick. She matches up very well with her opponent tonight, Chanel Dyer, and I can't wait to see the action in the cage.
And look at this, dancing her way into the cage. She's relaxed, ready to put on a show for the fans here at Zenith Arena.
And she's a slick southpaw as well. She's gonna walk away into range. She's very good at taking her feet with her when she's moving into range. A lot of people overextend, especially early in their career. She walks away into range behind a tight guard, and she's a good boxer from southpaw. Chanel Dyer is a very, very good striker though, and if this is a striking match, this crowd are in for a treat.
And in the red corner, Chanel Dyer.
There she is, Chanel Dyer, 2-0 so far as a pro. Also, a pretty extensive amateur record. She saw a lot of success there. Did a lot of her learning early, right? That's where you want to take those losses, where you're figuring things out. Chanel Dyer is planning her career as a very, very bright future. 22 years of age, and some people think one of the next big exports in mixed martial arts out of the United Kingdom.
One of my favorite prospects that we've signed so far, certainly with my tenure with the PFL. I've watched her spar, I've watched her train. She is a lethal striker. I can't underestimate, I can't oversell how dangerous she is. Watch out for her teep kick. She is very good at keeping people at a distance with a teep kick. When they're close range, then she starts cracking them with punches. A very, very highly touted prospect out of England, and people have not heard her name yet.
I love her aggressive striking style, and she fights in a very high pace. She got 2 beautiful knockout victories so far, one of which was a beautiful spinning back fist. This fight is going to be incredible, the start of the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, the PFL has gone global. Our first playoff event in PFL Europe, and this is just the first of all the regional leagues. You'll see PFL Africa, PFL Middle East, PFL Asia, PFL South America. It's happening, and you're watching it unfold right before your very eyes. Here's our tail of the tape for the first bout of the evening. You see there, Chanel Dyer, 10 years the junior of Luisa Fernandez Cifuentes. Dyer is the taller fighter. Both women weighed in at 125. Equal reach on the arms, a very slight advantage for Cifuentes on the leg.
So keys to victory for these fighters. Chanel Dyer's got to fight at kicking range. That's where she'll be strongest. Counter punches when under pressure as well. Get her head off the center line. Luisa Cifuentes, low kick, slow Chanel Dyer down and take her kicking game away, and then clinch fight against the fence. Use that grown-up strength against her. That's what I'd be doing.
Andy Shepard, get him going.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Paris, France. Welcome to the Zenith. And welcome to the first ever PFL Europe playoffs. Tonight we will find out who will secure their places in December's championship. But we start tonight with a special showcase bout. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 5 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 126 pounds. She holds a professional record of 4 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Bogota, Colombia, Luisa Cifuentes. And her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 125.4 pounds and holds an undefeated professional record of 2 victories and no defeats. Fighting out of London, England, Chanel the Referee in charge, Derek Hickey.
A possible 3 5-minute rounds here in this showcase bout. Chanel Dyer in the red, Luisa Cifuentes in the gray. Sean O'Connell, Stefan Struve, Dan Hardy had the pleasure of being here beside the smart cage. Southpaw stance for Cifuentes as expected.
I expect this to be a real kicking game, a battle of kicks to start with until one person starts to dominate and then we'll close the range down. That was a good left hand from Cifuentes early.
Snapped the head of Chanel Dyer back.
She threw it after her kicks. She surprised Dyer that way.
Mixing it up.
Saw both.
See, what's interesting is most of the time when people step into the smart cage with Chanel Dyer, they don't want to stand and trade. The confidence of Cifuentes to stand and trade is going to open up some opportunities that Chanel Dyer might not have dealt with before.
There, Dyer tests a high kick, lances off the guard of Cifuentes, goes to work on the low leg.
There's that teep straight down the center line.
Cifuentes is throwing the punch, the kick, and then the spinning back fist to try and get her feet back where they belong.
Something else to watch out for as well. Both of these ladies are really good with their counter kicks. A lot of fighters throw hands before kicks. Chanel's very good at finishing her combinations with kicks and catching people in the body unawares. Oh! Hey!
Kicks the leg out from under Cifuentes and right down into the guard of the Colombian.
Dyer wants to test the ground game of Cifuentes, see what she's got to offer over there.
Good post on that bottom knee to try and slow down Cifuentes' ground game attacks.
She needs to control those wrists. She doesn't want Dyer to unleash on her.
Trying to trap that armbar. Dyer's got to watch out for her hips kicking out to the side. Now she's looking to pass to half guard.
She just stepped right over that bottom leg of Cifuentes. The corner of Cifuentes asking for some urgency, wants a stand up here.
She's got that shin across the midsection of Chanel Dyer, which means that she can create space if she wants to. Chanel's doing a great job of raining punches down. She's got to be careful of this triangle setup. Beautiful pass.
Goes all the way to north-south here. Chanel Dyer, 22 years of age, as mentioned. Already putting a well-rounded skill set on display. Cifuentes controlling the head with that thigh master squeeze.
Already see some bruising on the leg of Cifuentes. Potentially looking to isolate an arm here as well. Maybe Kimura setups, potential armbar.
Is spending a lot of energy just holding on Chanel Dyer so far. And in the first round, you can do that, but after a couple minutes, your arms will burn out, and the openings will come for Dyer if she keeps doing this.
Trying to slow her down, clamping her head.
Into side control here, and Dyer trying to step into a crucifix potentially. Back to the north-south.
Control by
Dan,
Dyer.
how does Dyer need to move herself into an offensive position?
Well, it looks to me like she's trying to isolate an arm. She's doing a very good job right now. You can see this arm that's being isolated. You can see her chopping away, but the priority is the arm that she's got clamped. Difficult to catch it in. Now she's circled to the back. Let's see if she starts to look to put hooks in on either side to try and slow her opponent down. That's looking for that near side hook. Looks like she's over the arm here. You can see she's over this arm. Got the arm wrap here while she's throwing some hammer fists. Very interesting position here for Chanel to be working through right now. Cifuentes looks to me like she's just trying to clamp onto a limb, trying to slow her opponent down while she's taking these shots.
She should let go of that leg and use the fence to get back up to her feet, but she hasn't shown any urgency really to get back up so far.
See, now she's got a shoulder to the fence. She might be able to try and pop it. There we go. That's a good
nice knee though.
Well timed by Chanel Dyer. Final 45 seconds of this first round.
You got to be careful with those knees, but as you said, the timing of that knee from Dyer was perfect.
Good work by Cifuentes to temporarily get her back off the cage. Now she circles.
Good hustle by Cifuentes to get back up, but Chanel's taken some of the movements away from her already. Look how high Chanel Dyer is on that back foot. That is primed and ready to fire all the time. That's why she's so fast with her kicks to the body. Don't be surprised if that's going to wrap around the side of her guard just to test it one more time before the end of the round. Here it is.
Beautiful low kick there by Dyer again.
Round 1 in the books.
Exciting first round, guys.
So, Stefan Struve, we saw some dominant positioning by Chanel Dyer, right? That north-south, but not a lot of meaningful attacks coming from there. Obviously, she's very early in her pro mixed martial arts career. We talked about her amateur record. We saw her toward the end start to isolate that arm, but be interesting to see if she gets into a top position again, whether she can make something meaningful happen there.
It's what I said. It's also the way your opponent defends, because the only thing Cifuentes did was spend a lot of energy holding her down, and you can do that for 1 or 2 minutes, but after those 2 minutes, your arms are burned out. Then you get more openings, in this case for Chanel Dyer, so I'm curious to see if in the second round they get there again, if Chanel Dyer is going to be more attacking.
The good thing is when your opponent in the bottom position is holding on to you, you don't have to do a great deal to control from the top, which allows Chanel the freedom to strike with both her arms. So fast returning those kicks, that back foot being primed off the canvas all the time. Make sure you pay attention to that.
Both women at the moment with their kicks.
Luisa Cifuentes, all the way from Bogota, Colombia in the gray. Chanel Dyer made the trip from the UK. She's in the red. Round 2 here in Paris, France.
Beautiful hop teep there from the front leg.
She kicks so easily.
She does. It's so fluid for her. She's been doing it for many, many years. And that's why her grappling is the secondary part of her game, but it can't be underestimated. I mean, she's at GB top team with Brad Pickett, Ash Grimshaw. She is learning constantly from some of the best grapplers, wrestlers that we've got in the UK.
Nice head movement there by Cifuentes, but Dyer's landed some sharp kicks to that lead leg, and now Cifuentes is forced to address them. There's that body kick.
Beautiful work there.
Great work by Cifuentes, though. She's returning these kicks.
Cifuentes is tough, man. She's not showing any pain.
She didn't fly all the way here from Colombia to lay down, that's for sure.
That's what I love with PFL Global. I mean, we got a striker from Colombia, a striker from England. I love to see how these styles match up. It's incredible. Oh, beautiful front kick. Nice. That one hurt her.
Really dug to the body of Cifuentes there. And of course, the southpaw stance puts that liver right where that foot seeks.
That's going to really drain your gas tank as well, that teep to the midsection.
I like what Dyer is doing, going to the body as well with her punches now after that teep. Because once you connect once to that body, she's going to feel that the entire fight.
You see the leg is really bothering Cifuentes. She tried to reach down and catch that low kick, and of course that could potentially allow Dyer to set up a high kick later. You get somebody reaching down for a low kick.
Especially how easy it is for Dyer to throw those kicks effortlessly.
And it's clever movement from her as well. When she's pushing forward, she's cutting angles. If she's moving back, she's drawing her opponent into different angles. Very good at opening her opportunities up to strike.
She's found her range. The jab is landing too. There was the kick.
That was a nice feint with the teep to open up the head kick.
Cifuentes got her hand up just in time.
Tell you what, Cifuentes is always offensive. Even when she gets those feet out of position, she's willing to throw a spinning strike, make you address what's coming from her.
Yeah, that low kick's starting to sting now, isn't it? You can see her reacting.
Good head movement again by Cifuentes. Dyer's been able to dial in the kicks, but so far the punches are having a hard time.
And that head movement's really good from Cifuentes, but when someone kicks as easily as Dyer, you got to be careful with that head movement as well, because you can just move into a kick like that. There's that teep again. Beautiful job with that front teep. Again and again and again. There's the right hand again.
it can't be overstated how impressive the footwork is. Well timed on that head kick. Cifuentes just got the guard up in time.
A good left hand there from Cifuentes, and Chanel Dyer really has found her pace. This is what we've seen from her in the past. This pace is very hard to keep up with her.
I can't imagine how it must feel as a fighter to be able to just throw your feet up like that. Like, throwing kicks is a cardio workout for me. She's making it look very easy.
Oh, look at that.
She really throws it like a
face. It's just
like a kickboxer. This is one of the Dutch drills we always do in the warm-up.
Yep.
Effortlessly.
What do you know about Dutch drills, Stefan Struve? Right hand to the body from Dyer, starting to really mix things up, trying to find that finishing strike.
Nice. Vicious.
She hurt her on the body, I think. Cifuentes is dropping her leg. Oh, there's the kick. Landed it. But it was with the foot.
That body's starting to hurt.
Yeah. If that was the shin, it would have been over.
The lead leg is starting to hurt. The body's starting to hurt. Cifuentes has been able to avoid some of the damage to her face so far, but that last high kick did land on the cheek. Oh, there it is again.
Man.
Almost on cue, Chanel Dyer off right hand. Right hand comes after, and another.
And the benefit in doing damage to that lead leg is that when Cifuentes attacks, Chanel Dyer can retreat much quicker than she can be chased.
Cifuentes gonna make it out of this.
Oh!
And knee by Dyer.
Cifuentes surviving here. Final few seconds of the round. Jumping switch kick. And there's the bell. We'll see round number 3.
And it's just not just the way she attacks, it's moving away and her time and not being able to get hit anymore by Cifuentes. It's very, very frustrating for Cifuentes.
Beautiful to watch. Really crisp striking skills.
Repeat or revenge? Fighters are running it back. Epic battle in Dublin earlier this year. Chantel Cameron returns to the Lion's Den to face Katie Taylor. And there's a replay. Look at that digging teeth. I mean, you know that the front kick lands hard when we've got the back angle and you can see the body reacting through the muscle and the tissue moving on the back of Cifuentes in response to the front kick.
I call it the "this is Sparta" kick. You see someone moving back like that, beautiful job. And that's the head kick here. If that would have been the shin, it would have been lights out for Cifuentes, but Dyer really found a home for her strikes in the second round. She's barely even breathing.
Incredible cardio on display, really from both women, because all of those body kicks, they can really take the lungs out of you, but Cifuentes is still here in this third round.
Man. She's so quick with those leg kicks.
Nice counter jab over the shoulder.
She doesn't telegraph anything. She just explodes.
You know, I'd really love to see the stats, as you can see the Cageonomics down at the bottom of your screen here. On fights that actually go into the third round, and fighters have thrown more leg strikes than punches.
Right.
I mean, yeah, it might happen if you get a first round finish. But on balance, Chanel Dyer is using her legs to attack more often even than her hands.
There's the right hand again. Beautiful job again.
The thing that's lacking a lot in MMA as well, which we see in Chanel Dyer's style, is her ability to catch and return kicks immediately. She is determined to get a finish here.
Little check hook, and there's that front kick again.
Lovely little slip out of the way of that kick for Chanel Dyer. Cifuentes trapped up against the fence. Can't really put weight on that lead leg either. She's struggling to reach with that left hand now.
Ouch. Nasty jab after she stomped the kick back down. The return on the footwork from Chanel Dyer is just as impressive as how hard those punches. And then the right hand and another attack with that lead leg.
Cifuentes doesn't know what to do anymore because she doesn't know what kick is coming at her. Dyer goes high, she goes through the leg with front kick, with leg kicks. She goes through that teep with both legs. Exceptional talent here. Oh, there it is again.
Cifuentes is not going anywhere. She's very willing to step back in and try and engage. But right now, the speed advantage heavily in the favor of the British export.
Jumping kick.
Dan, I keep talking about Chanel Dyer's footwork. You're much better at explaining why this is working so well for her.
Well, look, she's sweeping her opponent towards her power side. Southpaw v orthodox. What you're going to pay attention to is the lead foot of Chanel Dyer is going to keep drifting just to the outside. We're drifting just to the outside of this lead leg. You can see how she's kind of scooting around, forcing her opponent onto the power leg, the power knee, the power kick. This is better from Cifuentes, though. Pressure into the fence, keys to victory. Clinch fighting up against the fence. So you can see here now, Chanel Dyer's got her wedged in this area up against the fence, so she's trapped. Anytime she scoots off, Chanel's gonna circle back and she's gonna trap her again in the same wedge, look. She's got her trapped in the same wedge, constantly recycling that same thing. Keep her trapped up against the fence. Whenever she starts to move out in one of these directions, Chanel's gonna cut her off. But always, Chanel Dyer is trying to force her into the lead leg. Beautiful work, squeezing it. You can see how she's throwing this leg constantly around the side there.
Beautiful combination. Started that one with the low kick, then a 1-2. Now Chanel Dyer trying to tee off these final 90 seconds.
Ouch!
Oh, that one wobbled Cifuentes a bit. More toughness on display.
Cifuentes is as tough as they come, man. Unbelievable.
It's so rare that someone can stand in front of Chanel Dyer for this long, honestly. I mean, she is eating through the competition.
I think she's eaten like 5 head kicks in this fight.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Nice low kick.
That leg is banged up badly.
Oh, beautiful right hand. Use that pawing left hook to dial in the straight right. Several times in this fight, we've seen it from Chanel Dyer. Going to have to stay disciplined with the head movement instead of brawling with Cifuentes. That seems to be the Colombian's best opportunity here.
I think Dyer could... Oh!
Set up.
I think Dyer could throw that left body, the left body kick after the, sorry, the right body kick after the right hand. I think there'll be an opportunity there because Cifuentes is covering the right hand. She's expecting it now. There we go. You can see that lead hand reaching. The left hand, the right hand goes out. That should have been a bit quicker there, you see, Sean. I think she would have landed it. She's determined to get a flying knockout here.
Final 10 seconds. Luisa Fernandez Cifuentes weathering the storm, and the storm's name is Chanel Dyer. Very impressive performance.
Not like she didn't try to finish Cifuentes. She did everything she could to get another finish victory over here in Paris, but Cifuentes didn't want to have any of that.
Take a look at these replays and walk me through here.
I love how she set these strikes up with her front kick time and time again here. Beautiful counter though also from Cifuentes, and then a kick counter from Dyer there when she went up. The amount of different techniques we saw from Chanel Dyer today is absolutely incredible.
The variety and fluidity was incredible. I'm so excited to watch her MMA career develop. Really early on in her career as well. She's got so far to go.
Well, she's 2-0. Barring any major surprises from the judges, she'll improve to 3-0 as a professional. She had 11 amateur fights. She's 22 years of age. I'm not a math whiz, but 14 fights at age 22, that's a great start.
She's getting better every single fight. We see her improve every single fight. Can't wait to see her back in the smart cage.
Andy Shepard has the official judge's decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored this bout 30-27 for your winner via unanimous decision, Chanel Dyer!
What a really solid performance there. Chanel Dyer, of course, improving. I mean, you know, a really strong back and forth in the first round, but she started to take over. Here's Sean with the winner.
Thank you, Dan. Chanel Dyer, 1-0 in the PFL Smart Cage. How do you feel right now after a successful debut?
I feel so happy that I started my pro career this year. I'm already 1-0 in the PFL, 3-0 as a pro. All my fights has been exciting. My first 2 fights came first round finishes. Today I get to show a little bit of my grappling, and I went the full 3 rounds, which credit to my opponent. She took it like a week and a half notice, total opposite of my original opponent, so I had to kind of adapt on the fly, but it worked well. I'm happy with my performance.
You adapted incredibly well. Let's talk about the kicks. Look, there's a lot of fighters who feel comfortable kicking, but I don't think we've seen anyone at 125 pounds who's willing to kick as often or as effectively as you. How much was that part of your strategy in this fight?
Yeah, shout out Christian Knowles at the Knowles Academy, my Thai coach. Before every PT, he used to make us do 200 kicks straight off the bat, so I can kick for days. Even if I'm so tired, I can still kick for days. I just want to say thank you for Paris for having me. Really love the venue and the whole city as a whole. And I want to say something to my future opponents as well. I'm only 3-0 pro, but unfortunately, I'm way better than what my record says. I'm just going to show you even more.
Actually, I want to draw your attention to these monitors over here. Let's take a look at some of these highlights. I want you to tell us what you are seeing, what your reads are as you uncork some of these techniques. I promise we'll get them up there on the monitor. Just a second.
There's too many highlights. Hey. Yeah, I love my kicks, man. I love my teeps, use them offensively and defensively. Love my high kicks, I have the flexibility of that. So I use my high kicks as more efficient than my low kicks. She took them well there. I kicked her in the head about 1 million times, but then she's so strong. A lot of people would go down for that, so props to her.
All right, PFL Europe, right? This is a showcase bout. Later tonight, we're gonna see playoff fights at 125 pounds. Do you think that you will be part of our season moving forward?
100%. My goal, my plan moving forward is to be part of the 125-pound European Championship next year, and I'm 100% going to bring the belt home, no doubt.
Chanel Dyer, congratulations on a successful debut. The Nightmare, ladies and gentlemen.
Stellar performance. She's determined to have big things in her career, and she's fully capable of achieving it.
Confident, not only in the cage, but also on the mic. Love seeing it. Can't wait to see her back in the PFL Smart Cage. Beautiful done here by Dyer to catch that kick and counter. Cifuentes has some good moments in the first round as well, and then again, Dyer catching that kick, Destin, Cifuentes on the ground. But the variety in the kicks, the kicking game of Chanel Dyer was absolutely phenomenal. Beautiful leg sweep here. I think this is the story of the fight, the teeps, the front kicks that really took the energy out of Cifuentes. And from that, Dyer started to mix it up more and more. Looking for the finish, she tried everything she could, but Cifuentes didn't want to have any of that. Hey, beautiful job.
She might be the lazy queen with that kind of efficiency in her kicks, right?
Unbelievable. The cardio on display there. A lovely way to start off our card tonight. We'll be back with more and with playoff action next.
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th.
And another one! Dakota Digiva, right hand and a hammer fist! Another knockout for Dakota Digiva!
Simeon Powell now looks for a gift wrap.
Arm triangle.
Into an arm triangle. Beautiful work.
He's got enough.
He's out! He's out! Technical submission.
What a finish from Simeon Powell.
Europe's best fighters in a dramatic season-ending global event. 8 fighters, 4 weight classes. $400,000 in total prize money and 4 world title belts on the line.
Wow! What a stoppage! Now he says,
get behind the head.
And he's got it!
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th. Go to www.ticketmaster.ie.
Welcome back, fight fans, to the Zenith Arena in Paris, France. Our first PFL Europe playoff event is underway. We had a showcase bout at 125 pounds to get things going, to whet your appetite, so to speak, but now it's playoff time. Dan Hardy, Stefan Struve. We'll start with the lightweights. John Mitchell and Yacine Dehoish.
Making their way to the cage in the blue corner, Yacine Dehoish.
There's John Mitchell awaiting his walkout. And there is Yacine Dehoish. Came here to Paris expecting to be an alternate, ready to jump in just in case. His last outing, a decision loss to John Mitchell, and now, just a couple of months later, he gets the unexpected opportunity to make that right, Stefan.
Yeah, and I actually really don't mind this rematch, because with a couple small changes, it can be a completely different fight. He has fought in boxing, kickboxing, and MMA, so he's an excellent stand-up fighter. I want to see him pressure John Mitchell way more than he's done the first time, and really bring the fight to Mitchell.
You know, how many times, well, you guys didn't lose as much as me, I got my ass kicked a lot, but how many times did you come off a loss and wish you could just run it back straight away after? He has this opportunity, right?
Must be a dream come true, pretty much.
Come true for him. And same thing for John Mitchell. I know he won, but he wasn't happy with his performance. He wants a finish. He wants it to be concluded. And Dehoish has got an opportunity to stop that. Flip things back on their head, correct the wrongs of Berlin.
And in the blue corner, in the red corner, John Mitchell.
There he is, John Mitchell, one of the Irish contingent on the card here in Paris tonight. Credit to John Mitchell. His original opponent for tonight didn't make weight. He said, give me whoever you've got. I'm fighting my way to Dublin. Doesn't mind that it's a rematch, doesn't mind that he just took care of business against Dehoish not so long ago. Got the right mentality for a fighter chasing his first PFL European Championship.
A great boxer, really good, strong, top game wrestler as well. That's what we saw in his last fight against Dehoish. Was able to take him down and use that ground and pound to rack up points on the judges' scorecards.
Yeah, he wasn't 100% satisfied with that win. What I want to see from him today is when he gets those takedowns again and ends up in Dehoish's guard, I want to see him create more opportunity for himself by posturing up and throwing strikes so that Dehoish has no other choice than to move and give Mitchell more openings to continue the fight.
Tail the tape for our first semi-final of the night. John Mitchell, 28, Dehoish is 25. Mitchell, the taller fighter, only 1 inch taller though. You can see the arm reach measurement is the same, slight advantage for Yesem Lahoish on the legs.
So keys to victory here, John Mitchell. Score takedowns early, he knows it works. And if he can trap his opponent against the fence, he can dominate with ground and pound from top position. Of course, Lahoish, he's got to defend the takedown. And he can't get out work this time, he's got to pick up the pace.
The following contest is a PFL Europe semi-final matchup. The winner will advance to December's championship with a title and $100,000 is at stake. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a kickboxing specialist and stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 156 pounds and in his 9-fight career has earned a record of 6 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Marseille, France, Yesem Lahoish. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in officially at 155.6 pounds and holds a record of 7 victories and 1 defeat. Fighting out of Dubai by way of Cork Island, John the Ripper Mitchell. Your referee judge, Loic Poirier.
John Mitchell in the green trunks, Yesem Lahoish in the gray. Winner advances to the 155-pound championship in Dublin. And Lahoish sprints across to try the flying knee.
Defends the first takedown. Great defense, but he needs to circle away from the cage. Else Mitchell is going to be able to complete it anyway.
You know what he's done here? Very clever. He's triggered Mitchell to wrestle very, very quickly. If he can defend this first takedown, that is a big confidence booster for him. Good head position here and underhooks. Beautiful knee as well. Can he take the back? Oh, John Mitchell might have finished that takedown.
Got his hips on the ground. Good work by Mitchell there.
Lahoish not conceding just yet.
Got that leg, that arm locked up with his legs.
Nasty hammer fist.
This is a strange position. He's kind of on his back, but John Mitchell, if he can get his right arm clear here, he's going to take top position side control.
Yesem Lahoish, though, doing a good job controlling that far wrist, the left wrist of John Mitchell.
Look at this wrist control here. This is what's keeping him safe. If that's what's keeping him on John Mitchell's back, look how he's bailed out of that position there. Beautiful work.
Nice sit out there.
He needs to circle
Mitchell
around the back here and get his hooks in. He's got to be able to take control of the hips of John Mitchell. You can see it's kind of wild in this scramble now, but the wrist control is everything. You can see it right now. That wrist control is everything. Now it's slowed down a bit. See, John Mitchell's freed it.
Lahoish just passed it back with his other. He took his far hand, grabbed it again. He knows what advantage that thing is for him right now, keeping John Mitchell from stepping around to a controlled position and completing a takedown.
He's also burning out his arm, though, and he's not able to move away from Mitchell, holding on to this at the same time, but he chooses it for defense, and now he tries Kimura, nice setup.
You hear him grunting, trying to maximize the effort and really wrench that thing on the wrong angle, though. Now Mitchell has it, his own arm trapped between the legs, safe.
One thing to keep in mind here is if Mitchell starts to get his head and his other arm inside, Dariush can continue to try and take his back.
Still going for that Kimura on the bottom. Spending a lot of energy here.
He's got the wrist control, but doesn't have the right grip. At this point, John Mitchell probably just wants his own left arm back. And he's got it.
This is a very familiar situation from the first fight. I want to see Mitchell posture up and create openings for himself. Like this. It's exactly what I want to see. So that Dariush has to react and has to move away from that.
Mitchell now passes into a half guard. Knows the instep in on that leg.
Yeah, good job there.
Good work prying that half guard open. Now he looks like he's in a position where he can take Dariush's back. Oh!
Nasty left hand offered through the armpit.
Dariush needs to use the fence and get up, trying, but good job from Mitchell, making Dariush lean forward, put all the weight on his arms, burn him out.
It's a tough first round for the Frenchman, but you've got to admire his determination to keep this fight moving. Definitely learned something from that last bout. Back to his feet here. Oh, mat return.
Beautiful job.
Debout! Debout, tu vois, il essaye de lui mettre le dos. Il fait pas de sol avec toi. Il veut juste marquer des petits points de merde. Lève-toi!
Back into the guard goes John Mitchell. Chain wrestling from the Irishman.
And we saw Dariush do this a lot in the first fight as well. He's fine. He's okay with being on his back, but he lost the first fight doing this too many times. He has to move. He needs to try to get away, get to his knees. Good strikes there from Mitchell. Mitchell's definitely more aggressive in these positions than in the first fight.
See Dariush constantly trying to turn himself off the fence, and John Mitchell doing a really good job of squaring him back up against it. You can see how cramped his head is in this position when he's square against the fence. Very difficult to do anything offensively or defensively when you have that kind of posture.
Yeah, you're constantly spending energy in that position because Mitchell can posture up and throw strikes at any moment.
And now he's talking to his opponent.
Not sure if Mitchell understands what he's saying, though.
He might be talking to his own corner, who's been making impassioned pleas from only a few feet away.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he hears his own corner because more passionate than his corner. Good first round from both men. Nice action.
Interesting round one in our first playoff fight of the evening.
The pace was definitely a lot higher than in the first fight for the first round. Dariush really tried to make Mitchell fight, tried to push those takedowns out of him by coming forward. And that's a good way to defend him as well, because you know there's only one thing you can do, really. You can time them.
I like the fact that he started faster. It's going to work out one of two ways. It's either going to make Mitchell work harder and make him a little reckless in the later rounds, or Dariush is going to slow down and Mitchell will get that finish that he's determined to achieve tonight. Beautiful flying attack. John Mitchell just swept himself out of the way, tried to grab onto a single leg, but Dariush doing a really good job with this front headlock position. Kept that wrist control for a long time, kept trying to circle onto the back while landing really meaningful hammer fists. Almost on his back there, but John Mitchell did a really good job of scrambling to top position.
Dariush does a good job at moving his hips away, but he keeps grabbing a hold of Mitchell and he keeps him close to him that way. So Mitchell gets to complete his takedowns like that anyway.
High kick to start things from Mitchell. Sweeps past the chin of Dariush, who now beckons the Irishman forward.
I like this energy from Dariush.
This is a much better version of Dariush. I almost don't even care how the fight ends. I just love this attitude that he's bringing. Oh,
beautiful timing on that takedown. Wow.
Massive overhand, and Mitchell timed the takedown perfectly. Right back into the guard of Yesim Dariush.
Let's see if Dariush is going to open his legs and try to move out of this position instead of just keeping Mitchell in his guard. Nice pass there.
This is where Dariush needs to get onto his side and dig that left arm in, dig that underhook in. Start using this half guard position offensively, trying to get sweeps to the top position.
Dariush is trying to get a hold of that wrist and then turn his hips to the mat and stand up, but Mitchell's not giving him that wrist. And Dariush, you see his bottom leg, he's keeping a hold of Mitchell, and that's why he's keeping himself on his back when he's doing that. You need to train that a lot. You need to be okay with opening your legs, giving away that position, and then turn your hips to the mat and get up.
Now That was a good shot.
Heavy shot by Mitchell there.
Mitchell learning something from that first fight. He's been very selective with the strikes from the top position. Not throwing a ton of volume. Oh, nice bendy roll there. Beautiful
Great
roll
job.
by Hoish. Gets the smile out of Mitchell. Got caught slipping with that one.
He's got to be careful not overextending and giving Mitchell easy takedowns here. Nice knee to the body.
Right there to the midsection.
Good movement there from Darwish.
Darwish having a good time here. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. Beautiful head movement and a sprawl. Can he get off the fence here, working for a switch?
Mitchell grabs a hold of the legs. Can he close his hands and complete the takedown? There it is. Beautiful job. This is a much better version of Darwish, though.
It is.
I really like what I'm seeing when they're standing up.
Halfway through round number 2, John Mitchell on top of and in control of Yacine Hoish. Saw this in the first round.
I love the sound effects from Darwish. You really feel like he's making every effort that he's got.
He's really fighting. He's got really good butterfly sweeps as well, as we saw in the first fight. Hasn't tried those yet.
Really struggling to get space from the fence, which is causing most of the problem here in this position. If I was in his corner, I'd be telling him to accept the half guard and start using it to wrestle up.
He wants to straighten his legs now. Here he goes.
Oh.
Here we go again.
Good base from Mitchell.
Yeah,
very heavy
counter.
hips.
Now Mitchell has inserted himself between Hoish and the cage.
So look at this position you can see, oh, it's just changed position. So Mitchell's got a good wrap around this side here. He's also over this leg, so he's moving around constantly to this side, forcing Darwish to try and control him. Beautiful thigh pry you can see on the inside here. What that's doing is it's keeping the legs of Darwish open, which is allowing John Mitchell to start trying to scoot around to this side, forcing Darwish to scramble. Darwish is going to try and get his back to the fence here to start working up, and that's the opportunity for John Mitchell to try and take his back. He's trying to encourage his opponent to scramble by giving him a bit of space.
Good job by Darwish here. Nice job to get his knees to the mat. Now he can use the fence to get up. Here he goes.
Back to his feet, Yacine Hoish, another
Nice, beautiful.
Oh, he's got the arm of Mitchell trapped.
Oh, he's on the back. Wow.
He had to get to his knees. Chose to stay on his back.
Well, Hoish very clearly willing to take some big risks in this fight to try and make things happen.
I'm happy to see that. It's exactly what I wanted to see from him. Mitchell's definitely the better wrestler, but Darwish is trying everything he can. And that was missing in the first fight, in my opinion. He didn't put enough energy in that fight.
Round 2 ends with John Mitchell on top. We'll see round 3 in this playoff semifinal. Later tonight, you can watch pound-for-pound star Canelo Alvarez as he defends his undisputed super middleweight titles against Jermell Charlo. Live on the zone in the UK only.
I want to see Darwish keep the center of the smart cage more, because every single time he's throwing his hips back, but Mitchell was able to complete the takedown because he's able to move himself in. Darwish keeps a hold of him every single time. He needs to break and get back to his feet, get back to his striking distance.
The more he can create those chaotic scrambles, the harder he forces John Mitchell to work, which means the less he has options to strike him in those tumbling circumstances. Then Darwish is on the bottom and he's hitting from the bottom. We don't know how the judges are seeing this. You can win fights striking from the bottom under the new unified rules.
Very
Something
true.
to keep in mind.
Something I really love, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. Determination to finish, to do damage.
Mitchell in the green, Hoish in the gray. Right back to it here in round number 3.
Nice uppercut, lead uppercut from Dorosh. Tries it again. John Mitchell counters with the left. Body kick. Nice feint there. Got Mitchell to bite on it. Postured that left hook counter. Ooh.
Big swing and a miss, and again,
he
Mitchell.
could be on the neck.
Guillotine choke.
That looks tight. That looks tight. What's John Mitchell going to do to deal with this? He's
Fighting
trying to
the
fight the hands. I'd be tempted to look at that butterfly hook. That's why he separated his legs here. If he can feed that left foot into the thigh, he might be able to sweep to top position. Oh.
Good job by Mitchell there.
Got his head and neck out. And now, with 4 minutes to work on top, Dorosh is going to have to make some moves here to find a different result in round 3 than we've seen in the first 2.
Really low, heavy hips here from Mitchell. Trying to smash through this half guard position. You can see Dorosh trying to bring that other leg inside, trying to bring that right knee inside. He needs to get those underhook. There he goes, he's dug the underhook. Now he's going to try and create a scramble.
Dorosh is looking for the wrist again.
See, this hand here, this underhook, this left arm needs to come out in this position here so he can start to wrap it around the back of Mitchell, and then he can start to wrestle up. In this position, he's always going to be flat on his back. You can see these legs here. He needs to get this leg here underneath and start to elevate his opponent. Try and bridge him over to the other side and create some scrambles.
There he goes. Good job by Dorosh.
Now he's going to get to his knees. Are we going to see a tumble?
Nice job by Mitchell to counter that. Get him back on his back.
This could be the first time that Mitchell's passed the side control. Dorosh is going to move and scramble now and give his back, but he might get back to his feet in the process.
Interesting choice there by Dorosh. He tried to throw his arm back over the neck and maybe grab a choke and put himself right back on his back.
Some fatigue and frustration setting in now for Dorosh.
Round 3 is halfway gone here. Winner advances to a $100,000 championship fight in Dublin, Ireland on December 8th.
Good job by Dorosh here to get to his knees. Now he can look for that roll again.
Here we go. Oh, oh.
Nice pad return by Mitchell.
Hammer fist from Dorosh.
Love those paintbrush strikes. Hit whatever you can. Mr. Miyagi taught us that.
I think I missed that one.
Yeah, what? Karate Kid, come on. Mitchell still trying to deal with this half guard position. You can see that thigh pride that he's got in there again. Keeps the legs open, nullifies the half guard sweeps, and allows him to start setting up if he wants to slide that right knee through.
Punch by Mitchell, just missed. Hit the mat. A lot of impact there. Good job by Dorosh. Gonna look for the roll again. There he is. But straight back into the guard.
Excellent adjustment by Mitchell now, who's not falling for those rolls in round number 3. Got him twice in the first 2 rounds. Just a smothering performance from the Irishman here.
Just over a minute away from fighting in the finale in his home country in Dublin in December.
Dorosh recovers guard, lands a few small slapping, open palm strikes. If nothing else, he knows he did everything he could to try and get this fight moving. Mitchell's done such a good job of controlling him from the top position.
Yeah, great timing on the takedowns, beautiful mat returns.
Trying to get those butterfly hooks in. Can he sweep one more time? 40 seconds to go. Does he have the energy? Yeah, right. He's got the determination. I don't think his body's responding the way that it was in the first round, though.
These palm strikes in the air can really do a lot of damage with the air. They don't look like much, but...
Interesting, he's clamped onto that leg. Is he going to try and forward roll and attack a leg here? Trying to get something moving. John Mitchell keeping clamped on, staying tight onto the body.
All John Mitchell here in round number 3 in these final 10 seconds. He moves to a nice left hand. Exclamation point on a strong performance.
Mitchell looking for a reaction from the hometown crowd. They're getting booed before the fight, but great performance by the Irishman.
A workmanlike performance from John Mitchell there. Came and got the job done. A dangerous opponent with nothing to lose. Knows John Mitchell's game, has already prepared for him. Mitchell recycled the same game plan. Wasn't quite as easy as last time, but he got the job done, I think, on the scorecards. We'll see what the judges say. He's come over. He's congratulating his opponent. He said he's so tough. No matter what happens here, we'll see both of these guys back in the PFL Smart Cage.
The judges will take their time deliberating on this one. And Andy Shepard has the official scorecard.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored this bout 30-27 for your winner via unanimous decision and clinching their place in the PFL Europe Championship, John Mitchell.
No surprise there on the scorecards.
No, not at all. You know, it was a tough thing to do, to fight the same person again, someone that knows your game, knows what to expect. It just shows how good John Mitchell's wrestling is to be able to do the same thing. And we saw all kinds of creativeness from Darush, tumbles and Granby rolls, but just wasn't able to get the separation that he needed.
Especially on 1 day's notice. Let's not forget about that.
Absolutely.
They had no time to prepare for each other this time.
All right, we've got Sean in the Smart Cage with the winner, John Mitchell.
John the Ripper, John Mitchell, moving on to a championship bout in Dublin. Tough fight, a lot like the first one. You wrestled your way to a victory here. Is that how you thought it was going to go?
First of all, Sean, my nickname is the Cork Horsebox. It's not the Ripper, okay? So, but secondly, yeah, bro, you know, like, I have mad respect for Gaysom. Like, my wrestling's good. I think he absolutely kicks around the rest of the division. He's the best striker. He's very good. He's a big heart. But yeah, I'm happy. And I hope you're happy this time too, you know?
How about this? Your next fight will be for $100,000 and it will be in Dublin, Ireland.
Do you know what, Sean? I knew I was going to be in that final when I entered the tournament. And you can tell Eduardo, it's up my pay because I'm going to sell the most tickets on the night.
There he is, headed to a championship opportunity. Oh, one more word.
And Dan, that one was for you.
And a dedication to Dan Hardy from the man. Don't call him the Ripper.
I would never call him the Ripper. A fantastic performance from John Mitchell. Clinches his position in Dublin, moving through to that final, hopefully to get a belt around his waist.
Very interesting matchup coming up with Dylan Tuk or Katsuba.
Nice work, just getting to the side of that flying knee there. He had to work really hard for this first takedown. And Darush in his first round, full of energy, staying clamped onto that wrist, trying to take the back, trying to tangle his opponents up. But eventually John Mitchell just kind of wore him down, was able to get to top position, kept grounding his opponent, landed enough shots, took him down enough times to get ahead on the scorecards.
Yeah, Mitchell had some beautiful mat returns, but these rolls by Darush were very well timed. Beautiful job to get back to his feet a couple times like that. He went for the guillotine in the third round, but great job to fight the hands by John Mitchell. And this was pretty much the story of the fight. Mad returns by John Mitchell and excellent control. We see him back in Dublin.
Here's a look at our lightweight bracket. For now, John Mitchell advances. So one half of the lightweight championship will be a local. Potentially later tonight, Dylan Tuk could fill in the other for an all-Irish final. Jakub Kashuba is the favorite in that fight, though. There's Dylan Tuke, the nuke. Ladies, pensive before his huge opportunity. More playoff action when we return to Paris, France.
1-1.
You can go, yeah. Bob.
Coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th.
And another one! Dakota Ditchema, right hand and a hammer fist! Another knockout for Dakota Ditchema!
Simeon Powell now looks for a gift wrap into an arm triangle. Beautiful work.
He's got enough.
He's out! He's out! Technical submission!
What a finish from Simeon Powell!
Europe's best fighters in a dramatic season-ending global event. 8 fighters, 4 weight classes. $400,000 in total prize money and 4 world title belts on the line.
Wow! What a stoppage! Now he says,
behind the head.
And he's got it!
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th. Go to www.ticketmaster.ie.
What did he say his nickname is?
The Cork Horse Box.
Ah. Of course.
Of course.
Official weight, 169.9 pounds, Jordan Zebu. Official weight, 170.8 pounds.
I have a present for Jordan.
Simeon Powell. Official weight, 205.9 pounds. From Manchester, England, Dakota Ditchema. Official weight 124.7 pounds. Abdurrahimov. Official weight 178.5 pounds. Dylan Tuke. Official weight 155.4 pounds.
Welcome back to Paris, France. PFL Europe playoff underway. There's Dylan Tuke. We'll see him in the smart cage in just a few moments. Last night he was out front of the Louvre, a little shadow box, getting ready, pursuing a European championship. Of course, beyond the European championship, the hope is you can impress the bosses enough that you'll be invited to the global season where you'll chase a $1 million championship and another gold belt. It is the Champions League system, which is tried and true in the sport of football, or soccer as we call it in my home.
And you've got to wonder how this has changed for these guys now, because they know who they're facing in Dublin if they get through. Of course, Dylan Tuke wants to fight in Dublin as well. 2 Irish fighters against one another on home soil would be wild. But Jakub Kasuba is the one that's determined to throw a wrench in the works and slow that down, and he is the favorite, right, Sean?
He is the favorite. He's also undefeated as a pro mixed martial artist so far, and his last outing, he showed us why. An efficient performance. He's a physical specimen in this weight class. Both of these guys are actually enormous lightweights, and usually Jakub Kasuba is the significantly larger fighter. Now he's facing a guy who I think is a little taller, maybe a little bit leaner, but every bit as big, which is very interesting, right? When you're used to being the biggest guy on the block, and then you face someone your own size. I don't really know what that's like in my weight class. You don't know what it's like the same way that Stefan Struve does, so you can tell us, right? When you're used to being the oversized, right? You even at heavyweight, you were right at the top of the weight class. walking around and weighing in around 265 pounds. When you saw someone your size, what was it actually like?
Well, you know, like people always say when you're that long, you're that tall, you need to use that reach. But people also forget that the shorter guy is more athletic. Most of the time he's quicker, so moving in quicker than you can react. So it's not always an easy job to fight tall like that. But I found a way. I did some damage.
You did a lot of damage. But what you got to bear in mind is Took, we got a different version of him last time.
Yep.
And I would rather fight the old Dylan Took if I was Kasuba. So what version does Kasuba get? I think the fighters are ready to walk.
And look, Dylan Took, you're going to see how he fights. It's interesting. Also, when you talk to this guy, he's got a fascinating personality. In fact, I think Olivia caught up with Dylan Took. Take it away, Olivia.
More calm and calculated you in your last fight. We've also seen you engage in war. What Dylan Took are we going to see tonight?
The perfect one.
And you're fighting undefeated Jakob Kashuba. What sort of challenge is he going to pose you?
Fuck all.
And is there extra motivation for you, Dylan, to know that if you win tonight, you'll be fighting in front of your home fans in December?
No, every day is the same. This is just another Sunday in higher level, and let's get it.
Perfect. Good luck tonight. Thanks, Dylan.
That's about as subdued as you're going to see the Nuke, actually.
He's in his zone.
Very strange.
Really dialed in. We'll see how that plays out in the smart cage. Without further ado, Andy Shepherd will bring them out.
Making their way to the PFL Europe cage, in the blue corner, Jakob Kashuba.
Jakob Kashuba, also known as the Auditor, because that's what his day job is. He's an auditor. A boring day job, and by night, he's like Batman. He just comes in and kicks ass inside of the smart cage. As I mentioned earlier, unbeaten as a pro.
Not a guy you want to get into a disagreement with next to the coffee machine at work.
He's an absolute tank, man.
Right.
Phenomenal athlete, physically very strong. Showed his takedowns and ground game in his last fight where he scored a beautiful rear naked choke against Maxime Radu. He needs to try and get a hold of Dylan Took to slow him down, not let him move around him. Use that strength he has to wear him down and look for the submission again.
And in the red corner, Dylan Took.
If you wonder about Dylan Took's personality, just a little anecdote from Fight Week. Everybody grumpy, getting ready, doing the medical checks before they actually got on the scale in the weigh-ins. And Dylan Took didn't like the way that Simeon Powell, light heavyweight contender, was looking at him. Simeon Powell is 6'5" and cuts a lot of weight to make 205. And Dylan Took gave him the, what are you looking at treatment? And it almost popped off at the meeting. That's what kind of mentality this guy carries around with him every day of his life.
You know, as soon as I saw it, it was Took that I went to grab a hold of. He was the one that was the most concerning. I can think of one word for this guy during fight week. It's feral. There's not a time where he thrives better than in these moments where he can fight somebody and give everything he's got in the smart cage. He's a very intense individual. And we've seen him shift into a different gear today. We saw that with the interview with Olivia. Normally he's a lot more animated. But once he had his Cocoa Pops after the weigh-ins, he went back and spoke to Simeon and they shook hands and laughed about it.
Yeah, you got to give him credit for apologizing as well. If you're going to tell the story, he's also the one that made it right. Here's our tale of the tape. Both the men have yet to see age 30. They are in the prime of their careers. Jakob Kashuba is listed as the taller fighter here. That's not the right number for Dylan Took. He is all of 6 foot at 155 pounds. And you can see the reach advantage for Kashuba on the arms, slight advantage for Took on the legs.
So keys to victory, Dylan Took has got to stay elusive like we saw in his fight against Connor Hughes. And the sniping shots from the outside were the ones that did the most damage. For Kasuba, he has to get this fight to the ground and start working those rear naked chokes. He can kickbox, but does he want to take those risks against someone like Took?
The following contest is a PFL Europe lightweight semi-final. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he is a kickboxing specialist and stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 155.2 pounds and holds a perfect pro record of 9 wins and no losses. Fighting out of Olsztyn, Poland, the Auditor, Jakub Kasuba. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. And in the red corner, he is a mixed martial arts specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in officially at 155.4 pounds and possesses a record of 6 victories and 3 defeats. Fighting out of Bathgate, Scotland, and representing Ireland, Dylan the Nuke Took. Your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
The Nuke is in the green. The Auditor, Jakub Kasuba, is in the gray. Mark Goddard dressed in all black to oversee the action. Dan Hardy, will we see Dylan go nuclear?
Oh, you're doing it to me on purpose now. You know my pet hate, Sean. Nuclear, nuclear. Look at this movement, this footwork. It's very nice. He's elusive. Of course, Kasuba's going to try and close him down, but Took's not going to stay there and clinch up with him and deal with that strength. Got some Muhammad Ali cross by Bruce Lee movements here. That was a hard kick to the shin.
You see Took give different looks. He'll switch stances. He'll dance out of range. He'll turn his back at times. Very, very unorthodox and hard to deal with. And we saw in his last fight against Connor Hughes how frustrating it can be for an opponent.
That was twice. That's the second time Kasuba's just kicked the shin bone of Took.
I was going to say the same thing. Very interesting. Now he's got what he wants. Got him up against the fence. This is where Dylan Took doesn't want to be.
Oh, he's working with a takedown of his own. Looking for the outside reap here. Nice knee to the midsection there. Maybe Dylan Took's confident that he can compare with strength here. I did notice he'd gained a little bit more weight for this fight as well. I think he wanted to be a bit heavier coming into this one.
Well, Took's been training and learning from Stevie Ray, who is a finalist in the PFL Global season. And we've seen this kind of work from Stevie multiple times in his career. So against a fellow grappler, right? That's the right kind of guy to have in your camp.
And you've got to think, you know, Stevie Ray's probably 180 right now, so he's going to be a big, strong fighter to be, you know, moving Took around. It's going to feel very similar to someone like Kasuba.
This is going to give a lot of confidence to Took to survive that clinch situation for the first time and feel the power of Kasuba up close.
I can tell Dan Hardy doesn't follow Stevie Ray on Instagram. He hasn't seen 180 in a while. He's about 200 pounds right now. Doesn't look bad.
I was trying to be nice.
He's another massive lightweight. You know,
great jab and leg kick there by Took.
Such huge frames on both of these guys, and you can see how well Took moves.
And a wealth of knowledge as well in the corner. James Doolan. Lorenzo Parenti in the corner with Dylan Took as well, another really promising young fighter.
And again, good defense by Took. Kasuba looking for the takedowns, but hasn't even come close yet.
I like the fact that Took isn't shying away from these moments, though. Stayed in the clinch for a little while. Make the man work, you know, fill his muscles up with lactate, slow him down, make them burn. This is a good performance from Took so far. He's not rushing, he's staying patient, but he's not on the back foot like he was against Hughes trying to snipe. He's staying quite, oh, that was a beautiful split cross.
And Kasuba is still trying to figure out the timing here. You can see him keeping that high and tight guard.
It's almost impossible to figure out the timing from Took, though.
Right.
So unorthodox.
Oh, look at that movement.
Excellent movement to stay away from that shot attempt, and that was a lightning fast double leg attempt there from Kashuba.
Chuk has grown so much over the last couple of years.
He really has. You know, he credits it all to his move to Scotland to work with the higher level guys. They've settled him down. They've given him direction with his game. That's what we saw against Hughes. That's what we're seeing here against Kashuba. Look, he's looking for that outside reap. He just glanced down there to see if he can get it, and he might get it this time. Look how strong Kashuba is, though.
Got him off balance, but not all the way down. But Dylan Tuke now chest to chest and pressing Jakub Kashuba into the smart cage barrier.
in on the right side. You need to get a turn.
Very impressed with Tuke that he's being dominant in these situations. Really thought he would struggle against Kashuba, but making a real statement here in the first round.
That head position, he might look to separate here. You know, I think the mood of Dylan Tuke earlier in his interview, it really shows the danger that he's in against Kashuba. Like how difficult this opponent was potentially going to be for him. He almost like he acknowledged that with his anxiety. He was tense this week, and I've not seen him like that before.
I wonder what's going on in the head of Kashuba, though, because he has closed the distance a couple times. He's been in the clinch, but he hasn't been able to do anything there. Every single time he closes the distance, Dylan Tuke can catch him with one of his unorthodox strikes. Good job there, but good job by Kashuba. I was going to say stay on top, but now it's Tuke on top. Beautiful job there.
Dylan Tuke taking the game of Jakub Kashuba right to his opponent.
Oh, and he's on his back now.
Tuke now.
Body triangle.
With the body triangle, those long legs.
He's lightning fast.
10 seconds left. I don't think he's going to get it, but what a confidence booster to be on the back.
May have it, though. He got it locked in.
Here from
across the chin.
Doesn't have enough time. Oh, man. He's so quick with his transitions as well.
Wow. A fascinating first round. Tuke came in as a pretty significant underdog in this fight. Barring any surprises, I think the judges probably gave round one to the Irishman.
Absolutely. Beautiful takedown there, and he was patient looking for it as well, never overextended himself. Really calm, he's got a smile on his stool looking into the face of his coach, James Doolan. Really disciplined performance. He's taken on a new level again, which I didn't know was possible after Berlin. That was a standout performance, but he's leveled up again here. Look at that movement, beautiful, very elusive. Lovely slip cross there, looking for that split left counter, trying to get Kashuba to commit, and here he is on the back with the body triangle locked in. He got there once in the first round. He knows that he's going to be able to get there again if the circumstances fall in his favor. Big confidence boost. Now he's smiling. Bit of a surprise for Kashuba perhaps in that first round.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely think that he, going into the fight, thought he would be able to overpower Tuke, but very important first round for Dylan Tuke here. And as you said, the smile is back.
Lovely movement here. Every time he shifts his head from one side to the next, you just never know whether he's going to dart in with one of those crosses that he kept tagging Hughes with.
He's got some of that Dominic Cruz footwork as he tries to retreat. Really fascinating stuff from Dylan Tuke, and Kashuba, obviously the more orthodox fighter here.
Oh, good leg kick. There's the power from Kashuba. Chasing him down. Underhooks for Tuke, though.
Not sure who got the worst of that initial clash. It looked like Tuke was able to sneak in that left.
Kashuba strong in this position, but Tuke staying relaxed. Being relaxed with that underhook, he's going to look the opportunity to turn him again in a minute. There he goes. Beautiful. Now he's going to look for that outside reap. Nice knee, and he keeps glancing down at the legs as well. He's trying to see where his opponent's placing his feet so he can remove his base.
Tuke off the cage here. Tests out the high kick. You can see that lactic acid building up for both fighters. The pace slowing a little bit here.
There's that
left hand landed.
Almost caught that kick. Tried to go for the takedown, but good defense by Kashuba.
turn. Use your feet. Use your feet. Find the pass.
Of all the things that Kasuba was expecting, defending takedowns against the fence was probably not one of them.
Oh yeah, if you told me that Dylan Tuke was going to try and control this fight against the cage against Jakub Kashuba, I would have told you haven't been watching film on these guys. Nice little knee to the midsection again from Tuke. Being judicious here with his striking.
It's a real statement to the training that Tuke is doing now.
Maybe it's a statement to us as well, Sean, because when I asked him at the weigh-in yesterday, you're more of a striker, he's more of a wrestler. He's like, oh yeah, wait and see for tomorrow.
Oh, that was a nice knee from Kasuba. Cut him. Big knee to the head. That's cut the brow of Dylan Tuke. That's going to put some more pressure on him here.
Starting to leak now.
That's a cut above the eye as well. Got to be careful not dropping his head from now on. He can't take another one of those. Don't want to get the doctors involved here. Looking for the outside reap again. Could he finish it?
He went to the left leg first, and then again with those long limbs. After he got Kashuba off balance, he started to hunt that far leg. Good left hand on the exit there from Jakub Kashuba.
Oh, beautiful lead uppercut. Split left, lead uppercut from the right hand.
Tell you what, Dylan Tuke needs to get to work. You do not want the doctor to look at that cut.
I like the fact that Katsuba is also staying calm. Even though he's not getting his takedowns, he's not really, oh, beautiful uppercut there, and a knee. He's growing in the second round. But he's not overextending himself. He's not really taking big risks. Staying calm, looking at what Tuke is doing.
Tuke trying on this. He had grabbed the leg of Kashuba, was hunting that single leg for a moment.
Now he's got the legs. Yeah, very nice. And he's got his back on the mat, very important. Now he can put that weight on him, be physical with him, wear him down. Tuke's got a hold of the wrist. Gonna try and move to his legs, to his knees, just like Ruiz did a couple times. But getting Katsuba off of you, not gonna be easy.
Kashuba worked for about 9 minutes to get to this spot right here. Now he's gonna do his best, pour on the damage. Confidence builder for him that he finally got this fight to where he wanted it to be.
Yeah, much better second round. Lost the first round, but he cut him open. He's got the takedown. This is what he was expecting to do.
This is it. I mean, this could be one apiece. In 10 seconds, we're moving into the third round. This could be one apiece going into the third. Would you rather win the first round or the second round? That's the question.
I'd rather win the second.
all.
I lost a lot of first rounds. I've been bloodied up a lot of times in the first round. Once I got going in the second round, there's not a lot of people who made it through the third, but Katsuba's got the momentum here.
And as we head into the third round, you have to wonder, right? There's been a lot of physicality in this fight. We talked about the size of both of these guys. They've done a lot of that pummeling and a cage grappling, and it is very, very taxing. There's that knee, and the blood starts immediately.
I love these replays in slow-mo when a cut like that happens.
Right.
People at home must think I'm some sort of maniac, but...
No, Struve, they know you're a maniac. There's not a question about that.
Thank you, Dan Hardy.
I remember seeing you have a hole in your bottom lip, my friend, and you still wanted to keep fighting.
Dan Hardy calling Stefan Struve a maniac is very much the pot calling the kettle black.
Why I love it.
Neither of these gentlemen should be considered sane.
Coming from Sean O'Connell.
The OG season winner.
There's got to be one adult in the room. I'll take that job.
Hey, they've done a good job with that cut. They've stemmed the bleeding very well. He's got grease in that cut. We're going to be starting that second round. We don't need to involve the doctors, which is really, really solid work by the cut people.
And by Mark Goddard. Very experienced referee, knows what he's looking at. Dylan Tuuk in the green, Jakub Kashuba in the gray. A third round here, likely the decider. If we go to the judges' final scorecards, this could be the one that sends an eventual winner to Dublin for a $100,000 championship fight.
Definitely is on my scorecards. One apiece. Great second round by Katsuba.
That short left is really nice. I'd like to see that uppercut again. There it is. He didn't set it up this time, but he's got some really nice attacks. Very difficult to predict.
Oh, beautiful job by Katsuba.
Nice.
Get a hold of the legs, but beautiful.
Second effort on the sprawl there from Tuuk. That was very nice. Kashuba offered him a right hand, though, as they separated. Something that he was not doing successfully in round one.
Good leg kick again by Katsuba there.
You can see the output from Tuuk has dropped off a little bit.
Oh, that was a good left hook.
Snaps the head back.
You've got to think this is where the grappling against Kashuba is starting to wear Tuuk down a little bit. This is nice work, but he's struggling to get around the side of Kashuba. Nice little twist off there.
Right time in there.
Very short right landed.
Is Kashuba hurt there, do you think? He seems to be a bit flat on his feet all of a sudden.
Spent a lot of energy in the second round to win that round.
Well, you talked about, Dan, how Dylan Tuuk came in a little bit larger, maybe a little more muscle mass. Kashuba's been carrying that muscle mass for years and months, right? He's used to being this big. Up until that moment, nice jab from Kashuba.
Yeah, good timing on that one.
Jakub looked like the fresher fighter in round three, but now Tuuk perhaps finding his second win.
One takedown could win the round. Both men know it. Both want to advance to Dublin for a chance for $100,000.
Especially if Tuuk can expose the back of Kashuba again. Now they're both fatigued. Oh, there it is again. Split left. He needs to stitch something on the end of it, though, because now it's not landing quite as cleanly. There it is again. He's trying too hard for it.
Two right hands there for Kashuba. Landed the straight and then the uppercut.
Yeah, nice short uppercut there.
Beautiful fight between these two. A lot of skill on display.
It's good inside low kick there from Kashuba. Every time Tuuk steps forward to commit to a punch, you can see Kashuba now working the inside leg, trying to destabilize the base. Take the power out of the punches.
Yeah, those do a lot of damage, especially when the weight is on there. You only need like a couple, and he's landed like 5 or 6 of those. Really good job by Katsuba there.
Tuuk has an incredible game face here, but he is exhausted. There's been very little output here in the third round. Kashuba is now the one throwing in all these exchanges. Even if they're not significant strikes landing, he's the busier fighter here by a significant margin.
Tuuk had a lot of success in the first round in these exchanges, but pushing around a big man like Katsuba is going to wear you down.
Look at that, Jakub Kashuba with some knees to the midsection.
Big breath there by Katsuba, though.
Coming up to the last 90 seconds. Hard to score this last round, but I've got to lean towards Kashuba here. He's landed good shots on the break. Oh, that was a good right hand.
Nasty.
Oh, good knee. Got him hurt. Can he complete the takedown?
He could be on this neck here as well if Tuuk extends himself.
Kashuba gets down to the back of Dylan Tuuk.
And we know he's good in this position after what he did against Maxim in Berlin.
Beautiful work to get the back, get Tuuk on the mat. Now he can hunt for it. He's got his right arm in place. Chooses to go to full mount. Good choice. If he stays in this position, he wins the round.
Look at this work here. So he's gone straight over. He's trying to get these hooks in. He's trying to get the hooks in either side, but Dylan Tuuk's doing a really good job of defending. You can see how tight he is on this hip, dragging Tuuk around. Now he's right the way to the side. You can see the legs of Tuuk are all the way out of play. Now they're flat on the floor. Now Kashuba can start to work to control the upper body. Control the upper body here. You can see the hand fighting going on. Beautiful work here by Kashuba, slowly moving his way around to the side.
And a valiant defensive effort here from Dylan Tuuk, who is definitely exhausted, but not giving anything up.
He was hunting for that wrist, got to his knees, but Kashuba is refusing to let him up.
Good left hand from the top position here for Jakub Kashuba.
Got to give a big compliment to Kashuba, the way he turned things around in the second round, and to build on that in the third round.
Final bell in this fight. Jakub Kaszuba thinks he's done enough. Dylan Tuke heads back to his corner. We'll see the judges' scorecards. A very close fight, a really interesting fight. Great work from both men. And we talked about it heading into that third round. The grueling pace of the exchanges in rounds 1 and 2 may have told the story there in the third frame.
And you know, you've got to credit Kaszuba for being able to regroup and deal with the new problem in front of him. It wasn't the Dylan Tuke that he was expecting. I would imagine he thought he was going to have to go looking for him, and he didn't. Tuke was there slipping and countering, looking for his own takedowns. But we got a regroup between first and second round, and Kaszuba started to turn things around. And for me, the knee was a big turning point. As soon as blood became a part of the matchup, it was like Kaszuba was able to put his foot on the gas just a little bit more. Beautiful punching on the break here in the third round as well. Tuke trying to roll out of the range. There's that solid right hand to the chin. Pulls him onto a knee after that as well. If Kaszuba does get through and he fights John Mitchell in Dublin, it's going to be a hell of a fight, that is.
Absolutely. I can't get over how similarly built myself and Jakub Kaszuba.
Yeah?
Yeah,
you just got to strip the body fat off, right?
What do you mean? I look like that.
You know, it's funny, Sean. Great minds think alike. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Jakub Kaszuba comes over to the broadcast position, says, tough Irish guy. Yeah, that's what we're good for. Impressive performance by both men. Dylan Tuke came in, had an excellent game plan. Continues to improve as a fighter. Remember, only 27 years of age. We've certainly not seen the last or the best of Dylan Tuke. We'll see who moves on with the judges' scorecards in the hands of Andy Shepard.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. The judges scored this bout 29-28, 29-28, and 30-27. All for your winner, clinching their place in the PFL Europe Championship, Jakub Kaszuba!
So Jakub Kaszuba taking the victory there. He's with Sean O'Connell in the smart cage.
Jakub Kaszuba victorious and moving on to Dublin. Tell me your reaction immediately after this fight. Were you surprised by what you saw from Dylan Tuke, especially in that first round?
Right before I get to it, I want to say, Chwała Ojczyźnie! Glory to the fatherland! And Olsztyn kocham, and Duval! Jacksonville, Florida. I love you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, first round, he won. He was annoying, but I knew my pressure wouldn't stop, and I kept going, doing what my corner told me to do. First round, he was fresh, so like I said, I started getting him out of his game plan, second and third round, and he was tired and couldn't adapt, so that's how I won.
You wore him down, you landed the big knee, you cut him open.
Yeah.
Was that the turning point in the fight?
No, turning point was for me. In the first round, I kept body punching in second round, and that made him tired. Then he messed him up, don't get me wrong, and blurred his vision, but it was a combination of that knee, body punching, and finally listening to my corner to start throwing.
Well,
I should have finished him, honestly, in the third round, but he's a tough kid, what can I say?
A tough kid, but it's you who moves on to Dublin and stays undefeated. Jakub Kaszuba, ladies and gentlemen. And as long as we're talking about Dublin, where is John Mitchell? John Mitchell already punched his ticket earlier tonight. Jakub Kaszuba victorious here. What do you think of this matchup?
I think it's a great matchup. I think Jakub's very good, and I think it's going to be a hell of a night in Dublin.
I'm excited. We're both hell of a fighters going to do a good show for Dublin. Two good Catholics. Yeah.
All right, well, let's face this thing off, fellas.
Yeah.
sir. It's going to
You
be
look good.
I'll bring you out after.
Yes, let's have fun.
That is your 155-pound PFL European Championship bout. John Mitchell, Jakub Kashuba. We will see you in Dublin.
So let's take a look at this. First round, Tuk's on his toes, he's slipping, he's moving, he's winding, he's challenging Kashuba in the clinch, slipping to the side, landing that straight left. Beautiful work, footwork here, and starts to look for trips and reaps in the first round, but then in the second round, you got Kashuba up against the fence, landing that really, really nice knee that opened up the brow of Dylan Tuk. And the energy that Tuk had spent in that first round was starting to show. Look at this beautiful uppercut here, but Kashuba standing his ground, showing his strength in that third round and doing everything he could, everything he needed to secure his place in Dublin. Beautiful right hand there. I mean, a really, really strong performance from Kashuba, exactly what we expected, but I do like the fact that we saw him go through some adversity.
All right, so great fights so far in Paris, our first European playoff event. Sean O'Connell, Stefan Struve, Dan Hardy here beside our smart cage. Here's your lightweight bracket. John Mitchell and Jakub Kashuba, both favorites in their fights. Both of them punched the ticket and are headed to square off against one another in Dublin. You see, not a lot of animosity there in the face-off, some respect, congeniality from both of these fighters, and really, I think, a stellar match of two high-level grapplers.
You know, two really strong grapplers, but to me, the difference is going to be the striking in this next fight. I think that John Mitchell's going to look at this as an opportunity to anti-wrestle, to force Kashuba to work hard and you know, try and fill those muscles with lactate, try and make them burn and heavy. I mean, his conditioning was incredible, but potentially if he's pushed in the wrestling, the clinch work, he might start to slow down. It's going to be a really tough test for John Mitchell, though. The physicality of Kashuba is ridiculous.
Well, we talked about that, right? I mean, Dylan Tuk he's a very big lightweight. He was just as big as Jakub Kashuba. Yep. Mitchell's certainly not small, but he's not as big as this Polish fighter.
No, you know, you saw what happened with Dylan Tuk. When Tuk was trying to wrestle him, he tired out really fast. And we got 5 5-minute rounds in Dublin. So if he tired out in the first round trying to get Kashuba down, but we know Mitchell's an excellent striker. He's got a number of knockouts on his record. So I definitely feel like we're going to see a different version of Mitchell in Dublin.
Well, our first final for Dublin is booked. We have 3 more to sort out as our night progresses here in Paris. Bantamweights in the cage when we return.
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th.
And another one! Dakota Ditcheva, right hand and a hammer fist! Another knockout for Dakota Ditcheva!
Simeon Powell now looks for a gift wrap into an arm triangle. Beautiful work.
He's got enough.
He's out! He's out! Technical submission!
What a finish from Simeon Powell!
Europe's best fighters in a dramatic season-ending global event. 8 fighters, 4 weight classes. $400,000 in total prize money and 4 world title belts on the line.
Wow! What a stoppage!
Now he says,
and he's got it!
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th. Go to www.ticketmaster.ie.
We're here in Paris. Beautiful night so far, incredible fight so far. I was hoping we would get Francis Ngannou in the building.
The scariest man on the planet.
Was the baddest dude on planet. Wasn't able to make the trip, but he is here in the PFL now. He's got a big boxing match, highly anticipated, coming up. And only a matter of time before we see him in the Smart Cage.
Hey, this is Francis Ngannou, PFL fighter and chairman of PFL Africa. I hope you enjoyed tonight's show. I look forward to fight in the PFL Smart Cage, and I will see you in France very soon.
All right, the Zenith, the crowd is building, the excitement is building. By the way, we still haven't announced who Francis's first opponent in the PFL Smart Cage is going to be.
I hear it's 2024. I need a lot of time to get back in shape, but Francis is kind of scary, so I don't know. You're a heavyweight now, Sean.
That's Well, that's supposed to be. That's the
original light heavyweight winner.
You were born to be a heavyweight. Me, it's just because, well, we've had such incredible dinners here in Paris, France. All right, up next, Franz Malambo, Mokhtar Benkassi. We talked about it, Dan Hardy. The bantamweight division might be the most exciting we've got here in PFL Europe.
Absolutely it is. I feel like all of these fighters can be competitive with anybody in the world at bantamweight. I mean, Franz Malambo is a veteran, but then you look at Benkasi's record, 20 wins and 7 defeats. He's been in there with some of the best fighters, and he's given them hell as well. And, you know, this is home soil, stepping in on short notice. He knows what he's dealing with Franz Malambo because he watched him fight in Berlin. What can he bring to the table, and what kind of intensity does Mokhtar Benkasi show up here with?
Franz Malambo is an Irishman caught up with Olivia backstage.
Franz, you were out for a while before your last fight. So how did you feel going into this fight and last fight, and how does it differ this time around?
The last time, I didn't realize until I was in the cage that, you know, there's a bit of rust there. I mean, a bit of ring rust. I wasn't able to get going as much as I wanted to. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like my body and brain weren't as connected as usual. And but that's I put that down to the layoff and a few other things. But we've hashed that all out, like, you know what I mean? And it was only, 2 months ago that I was fighting, and I'm already fighting again, which is perfect for me. And so yeah, I'm looking forward to putting on a special performance.
And obviously it was a last-minute change, and you had a last-minute change in your last fight in Berlin as well. So how is that for a fighter? Do you have to adapt in any way?
Usually, you know, people wouldn't prefer this to be a thing, but it doesn't make any difference to me. Like, you know what I mean? I feel like I prepare for everybody. I don't train for a specific opponent or anything like that. I'm a fighter, and I fight anyone basically. So.
Do other fighters, do you think, train for specific fighters?
I think they do, because like you have people like looking up tapes and stuff like that and concentrating on certain people. Like, and you hear that a lot as well. Like, say when you're watching fights or cards and there's a change of opponent, that's always something that's brought up. That, oh, it's a change of opponent, blah 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 blah. But it doesn't make a difference to me.
You're fighting a bit of a veteran fighter tonight, aren't you?
He's a veteran. I'm a bit of a veteran myself.
Two veterans coming up against each other.
Yeah, there's two veterans going in there. So, yeah, the best veteran will come out on top, I guess.
And is there extra motivation for you? Of course, you live in Ireland, so to be back there in December fighting in front of your home fans, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
That would be awesome, yeah, because it's been a few years since I fought in Dublin. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Franz, good luck tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
There's Franz Malambo on the scale. Face to face, you can see the much taller fighter against Mokhtar Benkassi.
Introducing first in the blue corner, Mokhtar Benkassi.
Mokhtar Benkassi, similar situation to what we saw earlier in the night with his fellow countryman, Yesim Lahoysh, right? Expected to be an alternate here. Didn't think he'd have an opportunity to punch his ticket to the championship. Came to make weight, to be on standby. Gets the news on short notice that he's going to have to step in. Does that free him to fight the way we saw the Hoysh fight? Nothing to lose.
That's it. Benkasi, when he's got nothing to lose, is the most dangerous version of himself. To me, he was holding back a little bit in Berlin, never got started, and his opponent got out the gates first, and Benkasi was just never able to get back on track. I think that he's going to come in here a little bit more reckless and more aggressive, and I think he knows he has to take the legs and the movement of Franz Malambo away if he's going to have any success in landing anything.
He needs to be aggressive because else he's going to get picked apart from the outside. As you said, Dan, he needs to chop down those long legs from Franz Malambo. He needs to come forward. He needs to stay inside the reach of Malambo, else it's going to be a long, long night for Mokhtar Benkasi.
And in the red corner, Franz Malambo.
The Boo Birds come flying in for Franz Malambo. Not because of anything he did, just because he's facing a French fighter tonight here in Paris.
He's very long for the weight class and does a really good job using that reach. He scored a beautifully timed knockdown in that last fight in Berlin when his opponent went for a jumping kick. He needs to stay on the outside and pick Benkasi apart. Cannot let him come in close because else he's going to chop down those legs.
He's on a 6-fight win streak going back 4 years. Training partner, sparring partner of the biggest star in mixed martial arts, Conor McGregor. You see the iconic SBG coach, John Kavanagh, in his corner tonight.
Somebody else that is going to look sharper tonight than they did in Berlin, because he was out for 2 years before he stepped into the cage in Berlin. He felt like his timing and his range was off, but that's something that comes from a lot of activity and a lot of competition and a lot of sparring. And it's not been long since his last fight now. He's stepping in there far more loose and relaxed, and I think his timing and his range management is going to be much better this time around.
If Benkasi's not being successful in the striking, I wouldn't be surprised to see him look for the takedowns, because he also has got 7 submission wins on his record. They call him a striker because he comes from a kickboxing background. He's got a lot of kickboxing fights as well, but he's excellent on the ground.
So keys to victory here, Franz Malambo, lateral movement and switching stances. Everything about his game comes off that foundation. For Benkasi, close off the cage and low kicks. The antithesis, take his movements away so you can hit him.
The following fight is a PFL Europe semi-final contest in the bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 134.9 pounds, and in 30 professional fights has built an impressive record of 20 wins, 8 losses, and 2 no contests. Fighting out of Marseille, France, Le Kabyle, Mokhtar Benkasi. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 135.3 pounds and holds a record of 14 victories and 5 defeats. Fighting out of Dublin, Ireland, the Black Mamba, Franz Malambo. Your referee in charge, Loic Poiré.
Franz Malambo is in the yellow trunks. Mokhtar Benkasi in the gray. A trip to Dublin and a bantamweight championship opportunity on the line. Spinning back kick to open the action from Malambo.
And two supremely skilled martial artists. When Benkasi was offered the option of coming in as the alternate for this, he jumped at it. He wanted to be on this card. And what an opportunity to step back into the playoffs against a very tough Franz Malambo. Lovely body kick there, just falls short. Returns by Malambo.
Clash
Nice
there, right in
exchange
front
there.
of the broadcast position. Franz Malambo landed the right hand, dialing in that distance. Seen him active with his legs early.
Already busier and more aggressive from Benkasi. This is what we saw in his second round against Nutsi when he fought last year for PFL. More aggressive, cut the cage off, force his opponent into a pocket to fight. And when you've got someone that moves and snipes like Malambo, you have to take that movement away.
Oh. Body kick there.
Power body kick. That'll drain your gas tank.
Fast hands.
Oh, good right from Malambo.
Oh, high kick. Benkasi still in a little bit of trouble here, steadying himself.
Took that head kick well. I think he just got a glove up to his chin to cushion the blow.
That's it, 15 minutes.
Franz Malambo seeing everything right now, early going to this fight.
Benkasi's got a great chin though. Kürşat Kakarov landed some incredible kicks in that last fight, but shook him off like it was nothing.
The crowd getting behind the local fighter. Level change on a single leg here.
Big swing and a miss from Malambo allows Benkasi to grab a hold. Now the tie plumb.
Choice by Benkasi to wear on Malambo like this. Pull his head down, make him fight on his height.
Look how strong he is. Look how well he's keeping that posture of Malambo broken. Forcing him to look at the canvas. Nice knee to the midsection there from Benkasi. And again.
Malambo has not stopped throwing his right hand. Finally gets his head out. Lands a combination on the separation. That's something Malambo is so good at.
I want to see more leg kicks from Benkasi.
Oh my goodness.
They each 8-1 on that exchange.
Just swinging now and then.
Malambo now in the southpaw stance. Goes back to orthodox. Misses with the spinning kick. Benkasi trying to bank more of those body kicks.
He's really committing to those body kicks as well. And ultimately, if your shins are conditioned, it doesn't really matter if your opponent blocks them. You can break an arm, you can deaden a leg. Lots of things you can do with a hard kick with shin conditioning. And I would imagine that Benkasi's kicked a few Thai pads in his time. Nice low kick, good defense as well for the upper body for Benkasi.
Nice head movement there from Malambo. He's got to be careful though, waiting for Benkasi while being at the fence. Benkasi's got a lot of power in those overhands. Jab there.
Malambo switching stance again. He has to be careful changing stance on the spot like that. Oh!
Benkasi eats one as he comes in, but shrugs it off. Franz Malambo.
That was a good body shot.
Snipe.
Sorry, Sean. Benkasi just landed a left hook to the body and Malambo's styling it, but I think he felt it. Oh!
Another combination from Benkasi. Franz Malambo usually likes this counter striking, but he might be better served getting his back off the cage. Benkasi is dialing in the distance here.
Sweeping left hook to the body from Benkasi there.
I checked. Fighters decided that wasn't an eye poke and to keep going. Referee didn't step in.
I like this pressure from Benkasi. I'd like him to start focusing on that lead leg when Malambo's orthodox.
Another body kick. Brutal. Final few seconds of round number one. No signs of slowing between these two bantamweights.
Great first round. Great first round.
And frankly, a tough one to judge because both men had their moments in that fight.
And both had a really big moment in that first round. Both scored a big shot with a right hand.
Later tonight, you can watch the pound-for-pound star Canelo Alvarez as he defends his undisputed super middleweight titles against Jermell Charlo. Highly anticipated matchup. Live on DAZN in the UK only.
Lovely step through right hook there from Malambo. Squares up his stance, but Benkassi using good head movement there. A nice right hand there from Benkassi. These exchanges on the inside, both of these fighters have to be very careful. I feel like it's going to be a third or fourth punch that's going to do the damage in this. And most likely a hook because both of these guys are sitting down on their punches and they're swinging for the fences with those counters.
Frans Malambo, South African Irishman, against Mokhtar Benkassi, the local favorite, calls France home.
Spends a lot of time training at London Shoot fighters as well, some fantastic fighters. You got to think, I mean, if Michael Venom Page was a little bit smaller, he'd be a great training partner for Malambo.
Spinning kick again.
We've seen several of those attempted by Malambo. He opened the fight with it. Benkassi punishes the lead leg there.
That's what we want to see from Benkassi. Pressure Malambo, throw those leg kicks. You heard the legs, the hands go down, then the openings come.
And you see this long stance from Malambo. You have to do something to negate the low kick attack because you are more vulnerable to it. You can't move your leg quick enough and you can't pick it up to check those kicks. Benkassi's doing a good job of slowly chipping away at that lead leg from when Malambo is in that orthodox stance.
Swing and a miss from Malambo there. That's not what he needs to do. He needs to pop that jab, but he ate a couple really good low kicks, as you said, Dan.
Exactly. It may be giving Malambo trouble to plant that lead foot. Now he's switched to southpaw. Top side kick there. See if Benkassi works back that left hook to the body. That was a really good shot that he used in the first round. That was a nice kick to the body as well. I like this pressure from Benkassi. I would like to see more feints from him. That was a good one.
Malambo attempts his second straight right hand to the body of Benkassi. There goes 3 in a row. Switching stances again.
Nice long jab to the body from Malambo.
Good long punches from Malambo there. And he's staying away from the fence more because Benkassi had a lot of success in the first round when Malambo was staying close to the fence. Now he's back there though. He's got to be careful.
Started to work well to the body, Malambo is. I think he's recognizing that Benkassi's defense for his head is very, very good. But he may be leaving his midsection open. That was a nice front kick, just missed.
I want to see Benkassi throw more than one strike because a long fighter like Malambo, you're probably not going to catch him with the first strike. You have to catch him with the second or the third.
Easier said than done against Frans Malambo, who uses that.
Oh!
Great time in there from Malambo.
Every time Benkassi tries something, Malambo with the counters, and usually it's in combination. That time a sweep.
Keep that going.
And Malambo's doing a great job in the second round, working the body of Benkassi. Benkassi doesn't really know what to do with this.
He seems to have retreated back into himself a little bit this round. This was more what we saw in Berlin. That first round he was opening up a little bit, but I think the rhythm, the movement of Malambo is starting to force him to freeze a little bit.
Feinting here from Malambo, and he finally throws the left. Good defense from Benkasi.
Both guys got good head movement. Here's the tie clinch again. Strength of Benkasi on show in the clinch.
Pulling that head down again for Malambo. Wear on him, tiring him out.
See Malambo struggling with that tie clinch, so he's trying to guard across the center line to try and block any knees coming up towards his chin. Nice body shots in the clinch here from Malambo.
Good movement again there from Malambo. Benkasi obliging Stefan Struve's request for punches in combination. Not landing here.
He went to the body, but Malambo went down.
I can see what Benkasi tried to do there. He tried to feint and force him to move away from the right and drop the level of his hook to try and get Malambo to slip onto it.
Final 10 seconds of the second round.
Recognizing Malambo's getting his head out of the way of those headshots.
We'll head to round number 3 between these two bantamweights.
Hard round to score, as is the first round.
Huge domestic class slotted for next Saturday. Lee Wood defends his WBA World Featherweight title against Josh Warrington. Tell you what, something I did not necessarily love seeing at the end of that round. They settled into some conversation with one another. It turned into a bit of a sparring match. You don't want that to happen in a fight like this. The stakes are just too high. Winner advances to a $100,000 championship fight in Dublin. I get it, it's good sportsmanship. This is not the place for you to be having fun and chatting with your opponent and playing point fights.
Absolutely. You can get a little bit hypnotized sometimes, especially when someone moves like a snake like Malambo does. Find yourself waiting to see what's going to happen. Benkasi can't do that this round, no matter what the scorecards are at this point. You've got to be thinking about finishing this third round to be certain.
And good sportsmanship continues. Congratulatory handshakes and hugs. And we'll get back to the fighting here. Franz Malambo in the yellow, Mokhtar Benkasi in the gray, Dan Hardy, Stefan Struve, and I'm Sean O'Connell sitting cage side.
The two veterans like this, they've been in the game so long, they know what it takes to be competing at this level. That's where the respect comes from. Young fighters, they can be fiery and feisty, but when you're at this level, you know what your opponent's been through to get to the smart cage on this night. And that's where the respect comes from between these two. A sidekick's a really good weapon for him from southpaw. Nice little juke in there. Learned that from American football. American football.
This is where Benkasi wants to be. But every single time he's got Malambo up against the fence and he throws one strike, then he moves back. So he fights himself into the reach of Malambo where he wants to be, but then he moves backwards. So he gives Malambo the opportunity to move away again. I want to see more pressure from Benkasi. What I said, 1, 2, 3s. There we go. Caught him with the second strike.
Good low kick from Benkasi. Switches his stance, leaves himself open for a moment.
Yeah, a lot of impact on the calf with that low kick there.
Benkasi acknowledges the crowd while trying to fight his way through to a championship against Franz Malambo. Nice right hand, it landed. Now Benkasi grabs a hold of Franz Malambo. We'll see if he can get him to the mat here in round 3.
Told you guys.
An eye poke, maybe. Benkasi doesn't know where the eye poke came in. Referee saw it. And is giving Franz Malambo his time to recover. We'll see if we can catch it on a replay.
Fuck. Malambo's got 5 minutes to recover.
Oh, it was a thumb.
Yep. And the thumb just dug right into Franz Malambo's right eye. As Benkasi was reaching for the back of the head and the neck to grab that clinch. Obviously inadvertent.
Yeah, I think he was looking for that tie plum again to pull Malambo's head down.
You're going to see one of the new unified rules changes in mixed martial arts. Fighters are offered a cold, wet compress for the eye before they have to speak to the doctor. In the past, there was always a situation where fighters were immediately addressed by a doctor. Often the doctor's question is, can you see? And if the fighter says no, the fight is stopped. Now, most fighters know that, but sometimes it's hard to remember in the moment when you're dealing with an eye poke, when you're dealing with the pain of it. Franz Malambo's pressing that wet rag to the eye. He'll be given time before he has to actually answer those questions.
Looks like we're good to go.
Yeah, he gave the doctor a nod there. So under the new rules, the fighters are allowed a cold compress on 5 minutes to take away the inflammation. I had to run over to the commissioner's table and just make sure that we've got that on hand for them.
Yeah, there's another look at the thumb digging into the eye. Only one knuckle deep. Franz Malambo's going to be okay. Stephen, you ever receive a bad eye poke?
No, I've been kicked in a spot where you don't want to be kicked, though.
I don't want to be kicked in any spot. I don't even know what you're referring to. Here we go. Malambo's good to go again.
And 3 minutes left in this bantamweight affair. Winner moves on to a PFL European Championship fight in Dublin.
We could be on a 3-minute fight here. It could be all to play for in 3 minutes. One boxing round.
I want to see more urgency from both men. I like that they're being friendly, but they can do that after the fight. Body kick there.
Both of these guys so quick. Good movement here. And
Caught
him. Rossi building some confidence when he does throw in combination.
Yeah, he needs to do way more combinations because every single time he does it, he catches Malambo.
Oh, nasty left hook there. And almost to your point, Stefan, when you land that left hook to start a combination, that's the time to have a right hand and another left come after it.
Yes, sir.
Seems to be back to normal now. Franz Malambo, both eyes wide open, focused on his opponent. That break and the treatment by the officials has taken down the pain. But he's got to do something in this last 2 minutes. Both of these guys have to. I would not know how to score this fight if I was sitting cage side with a pen in my hand.
It's been Benkasi who's been...
Oh, and again with the left hook.
Well timed by Benkasi.
It's been Benkasi who's been pushing the pace, but Malambo's had a lot of success with his counters.
Final 90 seconds of this fight. More body work from Franz Malambo. Another flurry.
Benkasi's done a really good job of controlling the center, but I don't really feel like he's utilized the control enough. He's not worked the legs as much as I would like him to in these exchanges here. Anything you can do to take the movement of your opponent away is a benefit.
There's that left hand again. Benkasi able to evade the counter strikes. Potential final deciding minute, and the winner will advance to a $100,000 European Championship opportunity in Dublin.
There you landed again after that left hook, the straight right. Urgency from both men in the last 30 seconds could win this round. It's been so close. Every single round in this fight has been close.
Last 20 seconds. Who's going to land the most meaningful shot?
Good jab to the body again. Nice 1-2 from Benkasi. Doesn't get much closer than this.
Very close.
Fascinating bantamweight fight. We'll leave it to the judges to decide who won an unenviable task in a well-matched fight like this.
I'd always be interested in this moment if we could jump in the cage and speak to both fighters and say, what's the score right now? Tell us before, because your perception of the fight is always very different until you watch it back. You can see things that landed that were more effective by your opponent. You can feel like you landed a shot that was more effective. That was a lovely left hook, but Benkasi just rode it, and he landed some really good left hooks of his own. Look at that feint there. Really nice work. Feints low with the jab, comes up to the head with the power left hook. Caught Malamba right in the middle of his face, right on the bridge of his nose.
Mokhtar Benkasi feels like maybe he's done enough. And sometimes, Dan, to the point you just made, you have to have that conversation with your corner, right? Because a slightly more objective viewpoint usually comes from people watching the fight. I remember many times going over to talk to my corner, Jeremy Horn. Hey, I got that one, right? When you feel confident, you don't always know. And remember, sometimes judges don't see it the way that they should.
I kind of understand why you sometimes didn't remember your fight, Sean. Like, maybe it's got something to do with that style. Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's coming from me, so it's all good.
You know, we've got the stats in front of us, so we can see who is landing slightly more. But from the judge's perspective, Benkasi controlled the center of the cage.
Yep.
And when everything else is even, cage control is a big part of the scoring criteria.
And of course, every fight is judged by round, right? So if you land 50 strikes in the first round, you get the first round. If you only land 20 more for the rest of the fight, round 2 and 3 might go to your opponent. So some of those lopsided numbers in this fight in particular that we saw on the bottom of the screen, Franz Malamba was very active early, not so much later. How will the judges see this?
There's always a lot of talk about the judges in MMA, but I definitely wouldn't want to be a judge in this fight.
And look, they're taking their time with the deliberation. That's either a math problem, somebody doesn't know how to add the scores, or it's because there's some type of uncertainty or correction happening on the individual judge's card.
I think it's been super close, and they just want to make sure that they have the right scores.
I won't be surprised if we're looking at a split decision here.
I hope we don't have a split draw.
Oh.
Could happen in a fight like this.
Could. But then in that circumstance for the playoffs, the judges have to determine who won the overall fight.
Yep. Well, as we await that judge's decision, a reminder for all of you folks watching, our first playoff event in PFL Europe. PFL Europe is our first of many regional leagues that will feed into the global PFL product, the Champions League of Mixed Martial Arts. We've got a tried and true system in football, in soccer, right? Applying it to mixed martial arts, giving people an opportunity to start on a regional scene, sign with the PFL, fight for a PFL significant prize, $100,000 in each weight class, PFL European Championship. There will eventually be a PFL African Championship, PFL Asian Championship, a belt to go with all of it. And if you can win those, maybe, just maybe, you get the invitation to PFL Global where you chase $1 million and a belt that's just slightly shinier and slightly heavier.
Slightly shinier and slightly heavier. But then above that, you win the global championship once, maybe twice even. If you're being greedy, take 2 weight classes, then you're a pay-per-view star and you find yourself on a card with the great Francis Ngannou.
Maybe even fighting against Francis Ngannou, although Mokhtar Benkasi and Franz Malamba would have to combine their weight to fight against Francis, so. Andy Shepard has the official scorecards.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Derek Hickey scored about 29-28 Malambo. Judge Ben Cartledge scored about 29-28 Ben Cassie. And Judge Morad Ben Sika scored about 29-28 for your winner via split decision and clinching their place in the PFL Europe Championship. Franz Malambo!
So Sean's heading into the smart cage here. Surprise on Ben Cassie. I think he felt like he did enough. I wonder if he'll have a different perspective when he watched it back. A very, very closely contested fight. Sean O'Connell is trying to get the attention of Franz Malambo here.
All right, I'm here with the winner, Franz Malambo. The local fans, the French fans, obviously not happy with that result. How confident were you that you had done enough to win this fight? It was very close.
It was close, but I was confident enough because all I was doing was, like, I know he's strong and he can take a shot, like, you know what I mean? You can't keep attacking the guy and keep attacking him because he'll just burn you out and then run you down. So it was a chess match in there, you know what I mean? He's an advanced fighter, I'm an advanced fighter as well. I recognized that very soon in the fight that he was very intelligent, you know what I mean? So I just took a step back and just kept him at range. Like, he's short, but he's got a good range. So I had to keep a longer range and just keep him at that. And that's what I was doing. I was keeping safe. He's a wily little fighter, and he tries to get in and get them big shots in. So I wanted to be smart and just keep him at range. And I had fun in there, like, you know what I mean? I was just popping and I was feeling myself.
Well, now let's talk about what's next. December 8th in Dublin, $400,000 and a PFL Europe Championship. How do you feel knowing that that's what's next?
Feeling great. Like, I remember in the second round, in the second round, I was popping and I was thinking, you know what? I want to make it a bit more fun. And I was like, actually, you know what I mean? We're fighting for a big thing here. I don't want to do something stupid and risk it. So I was like, I'll keep this chess match going. And that's what I did. Obviously, I was on the back foot the whole time, but at the same time, anytime he came in, I punished him. You know what I mean? I was doing what I needed to do.
Franz Malambo, ladies and gentlemen, headed to the championship in Dublin.
Viva la France!
Okay, so straight into the highlights here. Franz Malambo picking some long-range shots early on in the fight. Good head movement from Ben Cassie, who almost eats a head kick there. Well, I mean, he does eat it. I don't know how he did. A tough individual. Follows up with a big right hand there when he's got Franz Malambo trapped against the fence, trying to keep the pressure on. Landed some good left hooks, followed up with some good right hands. But both of these guys gave one another all they could handle. Like Franz said, a very strategic chess match between two veterans. Both of these guys long in the tooth. They've been in there a lot. Very slick movements. This is the kind of fight you could watch over and over again and see little nuances, new things each time. Franz Malambo moving through to the championship.
I tell you what, I appreciate what Franz said there. He started to have a little too much fun. He started to have, you know, like we talked about, maybe not take it as seriously as he needed to. Had to get himself dialed back in and focused with a ticket to Dublin on the line. He gets it done by the thinnest of margins. And his opponent in that championship will come out of this next fight, Ali Taleb Khorshid Kakarov.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Khorshid Kakarov.
Last time out, Khorshid Kakarov looked incredible. His opponent was Mokhtar Ben Cassie, who we just saw what kind of level Mokhtar's capable of competing at. Very elusive fighter, difficult to hit.
Tricky, slick, really unusual combinations as well. Superman punches to low kicks and all kinds of wild things. A very unusual fighter to deal with, very difficult range and rhythm management.
And you know what happens when he starts to get people frustrated because he's so hard to hit? They make stupid moves, they leave themselves open, and that's why he has 7 knockouts of his 10 victories. Gives himself those openings and takes advantage of them. He's very fast.
And this was probably one of the most intense face-offs that we got in Berlin after the fight. You know, funnily enough, Ali Taleb's coach said, go in there and be respectful to him. And he walked straight up and he said, that was rubbish, brother, that was rubbish. I mean, I'm not going to swear for him, but you know what? You know the essence of the conversation.
And in the red corner, Ali Taleb.
When this man connects, it's lights out. He hits like a truck, especially that left hook. We saw that in his last fight against Kenji Bartolucci in Berlin in July. He's got a very aggressive striking style, very entertaining to watch because of that. We talked about the elusiveness of Khurshid Kakhorov. If he cannot find the chin of Kakhorov, I won't be surprised to see Taleb go down for takedowns and into grappling, because that's how he started his martial arts journey, with grappling and BJJ.
He does have 3 submission victories in his pro career. He's kind of trended toward being more of a power striker, but like you said, that's easier said than done against someone like Kakhorov. Andy Shepard gets him started.
The following contest is a semi-final fight in the bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 136 pounds and holds a pro MMA record of 10 victories and a single defeat. Fighting out of Gelsenkirchen, Germany, Killer Khurshid Kakhorov. And in the red corner, he is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 134 pounds and holds a perfect record of 9 wins and no losses. Fighting out of Malmö, Sweden, Ali Taleb. Your referee in charge, Derek Hickey.
Ali Taleb in the yellow trunks, Khurshid Kakhorov in the gray.
Do not blink in this fight.
Winner advances to Dublin in a fight against Franz Malambo for $100,000.
2 of the most intense people that we have on the PFL roster, no doubt about it. Ali Taleb must burn 100 calories an hour more than everybody else just by clenching his jaw. Nice in and out movement here from both fighters while they try and get a read on each other's timing and speed. Nice low kick.
There's that unorthodox style we talked about, Dan.
And he's hiding it,
kicks
They're
on
not
the same
naked,
side.
Right? He's throwing behind punches, making it really difficult to catch that.
He throws on the same side a lot. So right punch, right kick, left punch, left kick. It's incredibly difficult to time and very difficult to block those combinations. Nice front kick there.
Ali Taleb here getting reads, looking for that power left hook that we saw in his last fight. Wow. Fast hands. Oh!
Nasty.
Taleb.
That was an uppercut, but Kakhorov.
He's on the neck. He's on the guillotine.
Himself out of it for now.
Can he get the right angle to finish it?
It's across the jaw. It's across the face. It's not under the chin. We can see from the commentary booth here. That could be incredibly painful, but the choke is not there.
It's a bit of a crank on the face and neck right now for Kakhorov.
Can use it to sweep, though.
Incredible recovery after being dropped by Khurshid Kakhorov. But Ali Taleb squeezing hard, trying to reposition himself and turn this into a real choke.
Trying for this. I think he might be wasting his energy, burning his arms out here.
He needs to be on his left. He's killing his arms right now. He's killing his arms right now. Let him squeeze. That's fine. Stay nice and relaxed. He's got nothing right there, yeah?
The Kakhorov corner talking to their fighter, telling them that he's burning his arms out in this position. Kakhorov staying calm here. He can still breathe.
That's Dennis Davis out of Extreme Couture. Kakhorov, a German, but spends a lot of time training in Las Vegas.
Very interesting. We haven't really seen Ali Taleb spend a lot of time on his back. He's going for that wrist and tries to go to his knees.
And this is where you sometimes learn a lot about fighters. Ali Taleb Hasn't faced the same kind of adversity in his career that Kakarov has. He's undefeated so far as a pro. Will he find a way to solve this puzzle? Kakarov on top of him, pressuring, trying to pass the guard.
That's fine. Stay heavy on that left side.
Kakarov is doing a good job controlling Taleb so far. Recovering from that big punch in the opening minute of the fight, I think. Getting his wits back.
He's clearly all the way back under full control of his faculties here because he is heavy on top of Ali Taleb.
Good work by Taleb here, though. Nice work also from Kakarov to control that wrist.
Stay heavy. Settle back.
So you can see here, Kakarov, he's under the arm here of Taleb. He's trying to control that wrist. But Kakarov is also trying to get his hook in over this leg on this side. Beautiful work scrambling back to his feet. Now we're back to a 50-50 position. Kakarov still has his hands together on the backside up against the fence, though. Nice work by Taleb to drive him and turn him into the fence.
White base.
Taleb goes for a double. Good defense, though, by Kakarov to get his arms up. Refuses to let Taleb close his hands.
They bounce off the cage and back to the third.
And now Kakarov has felt the speed of Taleb as well. That right hand landed so clean before the grappling exchange. Does that change the way that Kakarov approaches this fight? Does he keep it at a kicking range now, perhaps?
Heavy body kick there from Khorshid. Now making Taleb chase him a little bit. Rips his own right hand.
He really should keep it at kicking range because he's one of the few fighters that actually can throw naked kicks without throwing punches before them.
Nice front kick up the center, just falls short. Returned by Kakarov.
Moves out of the way of that head kick attempt from Khorshid Kakarov there. Good movement by Kakarov to avoid the right hand.
Got to wonder what the arms of Taleb are feeling like after squeezing on that guillotine for a good 20 seconds. There he is again on the neck.
Chain wrestling here from Kakarov.
Second. Yep. Stay on that side.
Wrong angle. Taleb's not going to be able to squeeze that. Final few seconds of round number one. All right, so you had the big knockdown from Ali Taleb. I think it was an uppercut. We'll take a look at the replay. 2 takedowns and some good control from Khorshid Kakarov. How do you score round one?
Well, I'm scoring the knockdown quite highly. So initially I would lean towards a 10-8 round because it was a concussive blow. But then, of course, Kakarov was able to take control of the majority of the rest of the round. But we do also have to remember, there it is, the uppercut from the rear hand. We have to also remember that Taleb will be credited with submission attempts here. On a guillotine for a second, the judges don't necessarily know how deep that guillotine was. What they know is that Kakarov was caught in it for a good 20 seconds. Interesting first round, but I'm kind of leaning 10-9 to Taleb, just based on the effectiveness of his work.
There's Khorshid Kakarov. There's Ali Taleb. Bantamweight semifinal here in Paris. Sean O'Connell, Dan Hardy, Stefan Struve beside the PFL Smart Cage.
Good body kick there to start of the round for Kakarov.
Looking for that beautiful counter left hook from Taleb as Kakarov's moving forward.
Big looping punches from Kakarov.
Little bit, oh, he got hurt there, he's wobbled.
Bit of a wobble from Taleb. I wasn't sure what landed for Kakarov. Ripping back to the body.
He threw everything in that low kick as well.
Kakarov's hands down, he's feeling confident. That was a hard low kick, like he was trying to cut down a tree.
He also ate a punch while he was doing it, maybe got a little bit too comfortable with the hands down.
I think he knows he's got Taleb hurt though here. Not quite recovered here, Taleb, not quite as aggressive as he was at the opening of the round.
You still don't want to trade a leg kick for a left hook from Ali Taleb.
Seems like Kakarov has found his range though.
Speed of that right hand from Taleb.
Now they're beckoning one another forward. This is a fight, as we expected it would be. Big right hand there from Kakarov off the guard.
The power in the kicks from Kakarov, though.
I think Taleb's struggling with that lead leg, you know.
Yep.
I think when he's planting his foot, he's struggling. Look at the bruise on the back of his calf. Look at the bruise on the back of his calf.
So easily, beautiful.
Looks like
work.
a birthmark almost.
He's struggling to plant his weight on his lead foot as he's traveling forward with punches.
Elva 6 Ali, den höger uppercutten. Stega in den höger uppercutten underifrån. Stega in.
Kakarov more bounce in his step. Ooh.
Hard body kick. Redness on the side of Taleb's body as well now.
I was just gonna say, look at the mark on the side of Ali Taleb.
Kakarov with the snapping jabs. Taleb really committing to.
Oh! Front kick to the face.
Right up into the chin of Ali Taleb, who eats it like a sandwich.
The benefit of a solid beard, I think we're seeing there. I'd have been knocked out from that one with my whiskers.
Oh, beautiful! He's got hurt. It was the dropping right hand, and now Kakarov wailing away. Kakarov pounding away. Taleb refusing to fall.
Calling him on still.
How's he still standing?
And Kakarov careful to not punch himself out here. What is keeping Ali Taleb upright?
Front kick again from Kakarov.
Taleb still dazed.
Lets him recover though.
Mouth open, big breast from Taleb.
Finally gets the guard back up. You can see how taxed Ali Taleb is after taking all that damage and maybe that squeeze in the first round. Oh, nice right hand. Man, Porched Kakarov.
Oh, you can see some redness around the eye socket of Kakarov here.
A little blood even.
Picking his shots here.
Really found his range in that second round, guys. Unbelievable.
Oh, ripping combinations. He's got Taleb stationary against the cage. But he's still respecting the power, and you can see why Taleb rips back. Right at the end of those punches. Head kick.
Body kick.
Blocked.
Can't travel on that foot. You can tell that he's really struggling to plant that lead foot.
Yeah, the leg kicks paying their dividends here as we get to the end of round number 2.
And Kakarov really turned his body in all of those leg kicks. A lot of weight in those kicks.
Now he's hunting for the head.
Exactly what we've been working on. Let's
But I
go.
think a few more of those leg kicks. Oh, there's another right hand that backs up Ali Taleb.
Taleb looking very labored now.
Yep. Kakarov, though, respecting the power, knows Taleb is dangerous. A wounded animal is a dangerous one.
You really see Taleb reacting on every single feint now because he's hurt on multiple places on his body.
The chin has been checked several times. That lead leg is compromised. His body has worn a bunch of damage. And Kakarov about threw his own shoulder out of socket on that punch.
That was a really rough first round for Taleb, but for the first time now he's starting to move forward again, looking like he's got a clear head. Wow.
Round 2 in the books. And again, potentially a deciding third round here. Franz Malambo likes what he's seeing. Whoever wins this fight will move on to face Franz Malambo in Dublin in the first PFL Bantamweight European Championship. $100,000 goes to the winner of that on December 8th.
I would like to know what's going through the head of Khurshid Kakarov, though, because he connected with every single big shot he landed.
Oh.
And Ali Taleb is still there and throwing bombs.
Still standing just about. Took some huge shots, big left hook there. See the legs go out, but he's just able to recover his base. And as soon as he was able to step back and lean against the fence, he was calling his opponent on again. But as you said, Sean, you could tell the respect that Kakarov has for the power of Taleb, because anytime you move into range, you're in danger.
10-8 rounds are very uncommon still, even though the new unified rules have encouraged judges to hand those out more judiciously. That might not be the right word to use there, but in any case, was that a 10-8 round?
I would have scored that a 10-8 round. There was so little coming back from Taleb, and he was considerably hurt a few times.
Agree 100%, Dan.
We might not see those final scorecards to find out. Khurshid Kakarov in the gray trunks, Ali Taleb. Kakarov took control of this fight in round number 2. We'll see what Taleb has left. Always dangerous, always explosive. Is his lead leg enough of a base for him to throw off of?
I want to see Kakarov, after that 1-2 there, he throws, you want to see him go over the top with his right leg. Because the opening is there.
Back downstairs to that lead leg of Taleb goes Kakarov.
Nice. And you're not really hearing that low kick because he's shin barring across the quad. It's the bone digging into the muscle, which doesn't make the same kind of sound, but will take your base away like nothing else.
Good body kick again from Kakarov.
Nice feints. A good lead hook there from Kakarov. We'll see if he can follow it up with more combinations.
These feints are really good by Kakarov. You're starting to see the hands of Taleb starting to react as if he's trying to block these shots, get out of the way of them. Head movement by Taleb. Head kick just whistles past him. Still struggling to step forward with that lead foot though. He's winging the shots over the top and falling forward because he's not able to place that lead foot.
I wonder how much Kakarov is going to push Taleb in this round, because I think he understands that that second round was a 10-8 round. Is he really going to hunt for the knockout, or is he going to stay on the outside, just pick him apart?
I wonder what Kakarov's recollection of the first round is, though, and how much he feels like he has to win this last round.
That right hand just got the attention from Taleb. Still very much in this fight.
Out of nowhere, there's that power again. You can never count Ali Taleb out.
There's another big overhand and a knee to follow it up. Now Kakarov back on the offensive. Taleb grabs a hold of him.
This is what Taleb wants. Grab a hold of him, look for the takedowns. Put Kakarov on his back.
It's going to be very difficult to hold him down and control him, though, I would think. Nice shots to the body.
Kakarov's got excellent takedown defense as well with his background in judo, but it looks like Taleb has got it. Lifts him up, puts him down. Interesting.
These final 2 minutes could determine who advances to Dublin in a PFL European Championship. $100,000 on the line there. Franz Malambo awaits the winner.
Clever work here by Taleb, trying to bind the legs of Kakarov to take them away. Makes it very, very difficult for him to get back to his feet. You can see here that the head position driving in from Ali Taleb. Good work by Kakarov getting back to his feet though. And now he's got the body lock, so he's able to turn and land a knee of his own.
Bend, snap, slap, slow. Vakna.
Take down the
tempo. Beautiful.
Beautiful job to turn the angle, yeah.
And now we're going to look to see him circle to the back of Ali Taleb. You can see him searching for the wrist again.
Wants to push that wrist away, get on his knees, make his way back to his feet. Easier said than done though, because Kakarov's control on the ground has been really good.
There's Alessio Sakara in the
kvar nu.
corner of Ali
Nu börjar vi
Taleb.
göra grejer, va? Tar vi oss därifrån aggressivt, rullar vi,
Nice
kom
wrist
igen.
control.
Tiden går.
Weighing heavy on his
Det är bara
opponent here.
50 sekunder kvar. Jobbar vi, Ali.
Nice work.
Ut med rumpan, ut med rumpan.
Beautiful, sinks a hook in. Very clever work. Dragging his opponent into a back control. Smart grappling by Kakarov. Still got that wrist control now. Taleb gets his arm free, but he's going to expose his back as he scrambles if he's not careful.
Settle back. Settle back. Give me some damage. We have 20 seconds. Settle back. Settle back. back of the head, aim for the ears.
Couple hammer fists from the top here for Kokarov.
Potentially a victory securing round for Kakarov here.
Back to the feet, Ali Taleb. Kokarov says no, get back down on the mat. Throws a right hand, and that's the final bell. Orshed, Kokarov, Ali Taleb go all 3 rounds. Once again, the official judges will decide who heads to the championship.
Lots of action in that fight. Great back and forth. Kakarov seems confident that he's done enough. Taleb is putting his hands up, but the body language says a lot for me.
Ali Taleb came into this fight undefeated as a professional mixed martial artist. I called Akira Kurosani Alessio Sakara in the corner. It's Akira Kurosani, I knew that.
Happens, my man. It happens to the best. We just seen it.
Well, what a fight. I could watch those two fight every weekend, and I feel like we get different results each time. The toughness, physicality, and the technical ability of both of these guys.
Still very young in their careers.
For sure. Big learning experience potentially for Taleb if he comes out on the losing end here. Be the first loss on his record. Big learning experience.
He needs to work on a couple things, but when you have the power of Ali Taleb and you work on those things, he's a very scary fighter to fight. You saw that with Kakarov. He didn't really want to take too many risks in that 3rd round because that big old Ran is always there.
So quick as well. The right hand and the uppercut that he landed in the 1st round was spectacular.
The deliberation of the judges has come to a conclusion, and that means Andy Shepard has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. The judges scored this bout 29-28, 29-27, 29-27, all for your winner via unanimous decision in clinching their place in the PFL Europe Championship, Orshed Kakarov.
Job well done by the judges then.
Yeah, absolutely. A really strong performance by Kakarov. And, you know, Ali Taleb's going to take this home and he's going to learn from it. And we're going to see him in 2024 continuing to be the wrecking ball that he's been so far in his career. But Kakarov moving through to face Franz Malambo. What a fight that's going to be.
Fantastic fight.
All right. Sean O'Connell's in the smart cage with Kakarov.
Orshed Kakarov victorious. You overcame some adversity in the 1st round. He had you hurt, he dropped you, you fought your way back. Tell me what you were experiencing in that 1st round.
Who is underdog, motherfuckers? So, one more time, please.
You had to overcome the adversity in the 1st round. Tell me what you were thinking as you came into the 2nd and 3rd.
Oh, this guy is very strong. Really tough guy. I beat him 100%, but he stay and fight. Yeah, all these guys in tournament are killers. So, yeah, first round I beat him, but 2nd round he continued fighting. Yeah, respect.
Yeah, you had an incredible 2nd round. I thought you were going to get him out of there. You landed several big punches, several big kicks. Were you surprised he was able to weather that storm?
Of course, I have been surprised. I think, oh, who the fuck is this guy? Yeah, I knocked people out with 16-ounce gloves, but MMA gloves. He took all my punches. Yeah.
Well, you did mention that everybody is tough in this season at bantamweight, but it's down to the final 2. You're headed to a championship. What does that mean to you?
Oh, next opponent, Franz?
Yes, Franz Malambo. In fact, Franz Malambo
Oh, this is great stuff. So this is my dream to become champion, yeah. And I have strong opponent, next opponent.
Let's bring Franz Malambo here into the smart cage. Franz congratulating the corner of Khorshid Kakarov. Franz, come stand over here. All right, first of all, tell me what you think of this matchup. How do you match up against Franz Malambo?
Oh, I know this guy. I trained with him. He's strong, technical, strong, yeah.
Franz, same question for you. How do you think this plays out?
That's what we sparred loads of times. Like, he's a heavy hitter. It's just going to be a fantastic matchup for the final. So I'm looking forward to it. Like, Khorshid is he's fantastic. Like, he just beat a very, very powerful guy there. And so, you know, the best is in the final. So let's get it done, my brother.
All right, let's face this bantamweight championship off. A little face-off for me, fellas. December 8th in Dublin, Khorshid Kakarov, Franz Malambo with $100,000 and a PFL Europe Championship belt on the line.
Not only boxer.
Yeah. I'll probably be in Kung Fu next time. Who knows?
Yeah.
Thank you, fellas.
Lots of respect over there.
So that's going to be a really interesting final. I mean, you look at the sharpness of both of these strikers, but, you know, Kakarov took some of the best shots that Ali Taleb had got to throw, and he was able to come back, wrestled himself into good positions, stayed safe on those guillotine attempts, kept his chin tucked, and now, of course, when he finds himself in the second and third round and he's unleashing his own firepower, Ali Taleb was really getting hurt up against the fence. It was incredible that he was able to stay on his feet, but now we've got that mouth-watering prospect of Kakarov against Franz Malambo, another very elusive fighter, someone difficult to deal with, and because they're familiar with one another, they've both got an understanding of what they're going to be successful with potentially. I am fascinated by this. I mean, Ali Taleb took some fantastic shots in that. Credit to Kakarov for putting those combinations together. I am looking forward to that fight for the bantamweight title in Dublin.
You know what's interesting to me, Dan? Kakarov found most of his success when he found his kicking range, but his kicking range is Malambo's punching range.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
I'm curious to see who's gonna solve that riddle the best.
So the bantamweight bracket is set. Your championship will be Franz Malambo and Khorshid Kakarov. Plenty more action to come when PFL Europe returns in Paris.
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th.
And another one! Dakota Digivo, right hand and a hammer fist! Another knockout for Dakota Digivo!
Simeon Powell now looks for a gift round into an arm triangle. Beautiful work.
If he's got enough
he's out! He's out! Technical submission!
What a finish from Simeon Powell!
Europe's best fighters in a dramatic season-ending global event. 8 fighters, 4 weight classes. $400,000 in total prize money and 4 world title belts on the line.
Wow! What a stoppage!
Now he says,
and he's got it!
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th. Go to www.ticketmaster.ie.
Welcome back to PFL Europe, the iconic landmarks of the City of Lights, Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower. But the action is here inside the Zenith Arena. A sold-out crowd and plenty more action to come. More showcase fights, more playoff brackets to fill out. We've got championships to book. We'll take a break from the playoff action here for a moment. Up next, a showcase bout at 180-pound catchweight. Laureano Staropoli and Baba Najombe. There's Najombe at the weigh-ins yesterday. Staropoli, happy to be here in Paris. Was supposed to fight for us in a showcase bout in New York, making his PFL debut.
Introducing first in the blue corner, Baba Najombe.
Baba Najombe goes by the nickname Zeus. The only fighter to compete in the Professional Fighters League from Togo, West African nation. The African continent, an emerging market for mixed martial arts talent. One more reason why part of the PFL global plan is to expand with a regional league in Africa. Francis Ngannou going to be the chairman of PFL Africa, part of his deal when he signed with the PFL.
The amount of undiscovered talent in Africa, the amount of potential over there is just unreal. We've seen more and more African fighters come into big promotions the last couple of years, but he's really fought his way onto the world stage, has fought in multiple African countries, has fought in France, has fought in Afghanistan. Big, big opportunity for this young man from Togo.
And in the red corner, Laureano Star. Fight is a special showcase bout. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 178.1 pounds, and in his 12-fight career has built a record of 8 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Lome, Togo, Baba Zeus Najombe. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in officially at 180.7 pounds and across 70 professional fights has amassed a record of 12 victories and 5 defeats. Fighting out of Buenos Aires, Argentina, Pepe Laureano Staropoli. Your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
Mark Goddard to oversee the action. Staropoli in the black trunks. Baba Najombe in the gray. Three 5-minute rounds of showcase action. Both men trying to improve and impress the bosses, maybe earn an invitation to a future PFL Europe season. PFL South Africa maybe. Excuse me, PFL South America, PFL Africa. Regional leagues that will be opening eventually.
Look at the difference in intensity from both these guys. There's that hard right low kick that we see from Najombe. But straight away, Staropoli is on the front foot, trying to take the space in the cage away from him.
The best remedy for that for Najombe is what he's doing right now. Chop that leg down.
This is a really tough test for Baba Najombe. I mean, Staropoli, he's been at the highest level of the sport. He's a veteran who knows what it's like in a high-pressure fight. Baba Najombe, on the regional scene, he's won 3 different championships in 3 different countries at 3 different weights. And that translates to him just oftentimes being the better athlete, being the better fighter, not having the competition to truly test him. Not the case for Staropoli.
Good movement so far from Najombe. I don't know whether he can keep this up for 15 minutes, though. Good pressure from Staropoli. Hard right low kick, my goodness.
Baba Najombe paid attention to Dan Hardy's keys to victory. Made that part of the game plan. You could see Staropoli is trying to corral the fighter in front of him.
Besides the 12 fight Najombe's had in MMA, he's also fought in kickboxing. And that definitely shows with those leg kicks.
I like this movement here. You know, this kind of movement could be quite frustrating for Staropoli, who wants to mix it up and get close, start trading punches. He might start overreaching and leaving himself open.
Another heavy kick right to that outside of the knee for Laureano Staropoli.
It's exactly where you want to land, right on the nerve.
Redness already on the outside of the leg of Staropoli.
You see the leg is already moving different for Staropoli. He's already standing on it differently, and he switches to southpaw there. Interesting.
Switch right back, but maybe a subconscious indicator that that leg is already hurting. Now Staropoli grabs a hold of Najombe, throws a knee right up the center.
Staropoli looking for the takedown. He is the bigger fighter.
Yeah, this is one of those catch-weight bouts where it feels like Staropoli's coming down and Najombe might be coming up to make this.
Yeah, I don't think Najombe cuts a great deal of weight, but you know, the longer this fight goes, the more it's going to suit him because he's going to be able to stay more mobile than his opponent. It's just when his opponent lands, he's going to feel that additional force and weight.
Good switch kick there.
Very athletic.
Najombe continues to circle on the outside of the cage. Staropoli is able to freeze his feet temporarily there. And now Najombe with a big lift and a slam. He backs off of it.
There's the power.
Almost just to prove his point and didn't want to stay on the ground.
Very calculated first round here from Najombe.
Can he keep it up for 3 rounds, though? As you said, Dan, takes a lot of energy.
That's the question.
An exchange of punches there from these two. Najombe overreaching. Got to be careful about doing that against someone experienced like Staropoli.
Nice head movement from Najombe, and good job getting out of the way. And
oh!
It's a good thing he had that hand up.
Right.
Got to be careful when it's just one arm by itself. Heavy kick can break the forearm.
Look at the swelling on right above the knee on the left leg of Staropoli, though.
Oh, good takedown defense here. Nice reversal from Staropoli. Now in top position in close guard.
Look who's in the building here in France. There's David Hay, world champion boxer. Little Bird tells me he might be joining us on the broadcast a little bit later.
I think he knows a thing or two about our strikers later on the card.
19 more seconds in round number 1. Baba Najombe's got his shoulders glued to the mat here, striking from his back as Staropoli sends right hands around the guard.
Yeah, studying Najombe before the fight, this is something he needs to work on. He needs to be able to get off his back.
End of round number 1.
Good first round for the man from Togo though. Great leg kicks, great movement.
You can see the winners from tonight's playoff competitions competing against one another in our season finale coming up in Dublin. PFL Europe Championship is live on DAZN Friday, December 8th. Here's the big slam.
The kid's got some horsepower, that's for sure. Yeah, deep bite with that right arm, right into the crotch. Beautiful pickup and slam. And a good reshot there from Staropoli to try and re-establish that wrestling control. I wonder at what point Najombe's legs are going to start to slow down a little bit, and whether Staropoli can force him into a boxing range, because he seems quite uncomfortable when he gets closed down with hands.
Well, we have to ask the same question about Staropoli's legs because of the damage being done by the kicks of Baba Najombe. Touch of the glove starts round number 2. Laureano Staropoli in the black, Baba Najombe in the gray. An exchange of kicks took Najombe off balance.
I think that would be a really smart addition to his game, Staropoli, in this round. Start to return some of those low kicks, especially when he can switch it up and go high.
And already Najombe switched stances after one nasty kick.
12 kicks to 3 for in favor of Najombe here. Nice straight left.
Staropoli also has the ability to switch to southpaw. He's done that a lot in the past. Would not be surprised to see him do that in this second. Oh, good head kick there from Najombe, but caught by Staropoli.
Nice check on the inside low kick, traded it with a punch. Gave underhooks there to Najombe, but Staropoli's marching him back to the fence, staying strong in this position.
You could already see in the stand-up that the movement for Najombe is not as quick anymore as in the first round. It takes a lot of energy to keep that up for 3 rounds.
In that last exchange, Mark Goddard said last warning, I believe, to Baba Najombe. I'm not sure what the last warning was for, maybe grabbing the fence.
Second time this second round that Staropoli has got Najombe up against the fence.
Staropoli just trying to line him up for a shot, but every time he starts to posture to strike, Najombe's moving.
Going to the body there.
Oh, a searching hook to the body there from Najombe. Would not like to have been on the receiving end of that.
Nice body shot from Staropoli there. There he goes to southpaw.
Fatigue starting to show for Baba Najombe, who's made some heavy commitments on these counter strikes and those right hands and leg kicks early.
Yeah, now he's starting to be a little bit more stationary up against the fence. Staropoli's going to be licking his lips if he finds himself in a punching range with a tired opponent.
Nice 1-2 there from Staropoli, and good head movement to get out of the way from that big swing from Najombe.
Oh. Same again from the first round. Good thing he had his hand up to block that.
Body shots again from Najambe. But Najambe looks very, very tired.
It was that searching uppercut from Staropoli that time, but he goes chest to chest. Steps back out to range.
This
Nice.
is what Staropoli wants to do. Nice combination there.
And it's always going to be the combinations that are going to get this guy. You're going to have to throw volume because he's so elusive. This is better from Staropoli. Nice body shot. Lovely that. Really nice.
And a left hand to follow it.
Jab from southpaw.
Staropoli.
Jambe's smiling. I think he can feel some frustration on. Oh, here we go.
Full combination there.
Oh!
Landed and that wobbled Najambe.
Got him hurt.
Bounced that off the support post in the smart cage here.
He's got that Staropoli march going on. Let's go.
Najambe is exhausted. He'd rather stand against the fence right now than move away. Take shots from Staropoli.
Body work from Staropoli.
Beautiful. Oh, and a head kick blocked. But those body shots are really starting to take their toll on Najambe. Hands are coming down.
Section. Yeah, he's now teeing off. Najambe sprints away.
Watch how he keeps rocking back onto his heels as well when he's under. That was a lovely low kick as well by Pepe.
There's nowhere for Najambe to go. Staropoli stalking. Final 30 seconds of round number 2.
All the pushing, the pace in the first round is really paying off for Staropoli now in the second round. He's got Najambe exactly where he wants him.
That's going to earn a stoppage from Mark Goddard if he continues to run and turn his back. Najambe offered a hook back to the body of Staropoli. He doesn't want this fight to be over. He just wants to catch his breath.
Good leg kick again.
I think he's just trying to breathe at the moment. He's going to get a warning from the referee.
Exhausted, Baba Najambe. Back to the corner, couldn't even make it to the stool. He just sunk down to the canvas. Laureano Staropoli trying to be patient with this here.
They are pouring water into Najambe's mouth, trying to wake him up. He is not looking very responsive in the corner. He looks exhausted.
Mark Goddard is taking a good look here.
He's shaking his head. He's saying he doesn't want to continue, I think. He's done.
He's done, he said. Mark Goddard waves it off. Second round stoppage for Laureano Staropoli. Baba Najambe will not come off the stool. He looked at Mark Goddard, who was attentive, and to the corner, and he said, I'm done.
Great game plan by Staropoli. Took a lot of leg kicks in that first round, but all that work paid off. Tired his opponent out, broke him mentally and physically. Great performance from the man from Argentina.
Really nice work, hooks to the body in volume. When we see some of those replays back, we can see how impactful those shots were. By the time Najambe got back to his corner, they put the stool down next to him and he just sat down on the canvas.
Yeah.
I think he'd already realized that he had nothing to give in this third round.
Four-fight winning streak now for Laureano Staropoli. Big fight coming up for this man, I think, Dan.
I think so. I think so. He's got all the potential in the world. He really does. Still young, still evolving as well.
The question is, how easy is it going to be for him to make it down to welterweight with the proper amount of time, right? This is a catchweight bout, 180 pounds.
We know he's made welterweight before consistently. I think with the opportunity that the PFL presents to him, I think that we're going to see him in that welterweight division causing some real problems.
Previously in his career, he has a decision victory over Thiago Alves, former UFC welterweight title contender. So he's faced some really high-level competition. He's come out victorious. And in speaking to him, he's confident that he can find some resurgence here. He's still very young. He's only 30 years old. And you saw there, I mean, that was an excellent performance. It wasn't perfect, but they don't have to be. Andy Shepard makes this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard calls a halt to the action at the end of round number 2, declaring your winner via TKO to corner stoppage, Laureano Staropoli.
A really good performance. So Sean O'Connell is with Laureano in the smart cage.
All right, Laureano Staropoli, he didn't come off the stool to meet you in the 3rd round. When that 2nd round was over, did you know you had this fight won?
Yes, was a little bit strange, you know, is because he do very good first round. The second, I feel he's tired, but I prepare for war, you know. I wanna, all my fight was a fucking war, and I prepare for that, but doesn't matter.
Let's talk about that first round. He had great movement, right? He was beating up your leg. How much damage on that lead leg?
No, I am so strong legs, and I don't feel it. But was good round. Can I say something in Spanish?
Sí.
Bueno, quería dedicarle a esta victoria a mi sobrino Leandro, que cumple hoy 2 años. Bueno, no debe entender una mierda, pero feliz cumpleaños, guachín, te quiero mucho.
Now translate that for us.
No, this is strange because he has 2. Él tiene 2 años. Dentro de un futuro va a decir, mira lo que hacía mi tío por no trabajar.
All right, what's next for you?
I am in the tournament. I am to the tournament, and I am the next champion of PFL. As word of God and other things, PFL very soon come to Argentina. I promise that.
Laureano Staropoli, ladies and gentlemen.
So let's take a look at these highlights. Stefan Struve talked to me about these body shots that we were seeing after the end of the first round.
Here's the first round with that big takedown from Najambe. Showed his power. Staropoli had him on his back feet the entire round. Spent a lot of energy, and once he had him tired down, he was hitting him with these body shots. So it took the final bit of energy out of his body. He really broke him mentally and physically. Great performance by this man from Argentina. Can't wait to see him back. 4-fight winning streak. Great performance.
Really nice combinations here. Really slick, beautiful, working that uppercut straight through the guard. I'm excited to see what's next for Laureano Staropoli. Big fan of his style.
Well, potentially could be the next Argentine champion in the Professional Fighters League. There is one previously, Emiliano Sordi. After I retired, he was able to win the light heavyweight strap.
That was nice of you to create some space for him, Sean.
Actually, in my opinion, the most impressive season we've seen from anybody in the PFL. It was 5 fights, and it was 5 finishes. And only one of them took to the 2nd round. So Argentina has been well represented in the past in the PFL Smart Cage. Maybe Laureano Staropoli carries that on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a fight we just saw, but still to come tonight. French sensation. Wow.
Tell you what, DAZN, we got some crazy things coming on DAZN. Jake Paul calling out Nate Diaz again.
Oh, can you imagine seeing that in mixed martial arts? The boxing match was incredible.
It's time to disrupt MMA. I know this is such a tough sport and it's not going to be easy, but if I could do it in boxing, I could do it in MMA. I'm so dedicated to this that I offered Nate Diaz a 2-fight deal. First, we box.
Look at the size. Again, Jake Paul. Big left hook again. He's in big trouble, Wade. The problem child, Jake Paul.
Then 6 months later, we fight MMA in the PFL Smart Cage and lay it all on the line. The PFL, baby. Ah!
I want to see it.
I've got to see it.
You know what? I don't want to see it. I need to see it, right? Nate Diaz did. He accounted well for himself in the boxing, but he's not a boxer.
Did he win by guillotine is the question.
He could have had he chosen to pursue it. But I appreciate Jake Paul's willingness to step into a place where he is just, well, he's going to be in over his head, quite frankly. Willing to test himself. Another showcase bout coming up. 155-pound contest this time. Yazid Shoshan, Enrique Madureira.
Introducing first in the blue corner, Enrique Madureira.
I think he's fighting someone from France, guys.
He's a good kid, right? He's taken this fight on short notice. He's normally a featherweight. He came in, he walked on the scales, full of energy. He is so excited to be here, and he is determined to prove himself, not only to us at the PFL, but all of these fans that are going to be here cheering for Yazid Shoshan.
And he's a bit of a wild man, hence his nickname, Mad Max. Stepping in on short notice to replace Luigi Benramini. Huge opportunity for this young man. Was won 5 in a row, all 5 by knockout or submission. He has never gone to the judges' scorecards in his career.
Having his warm-up on the way to the cage here.
Yeah, he's been relaxed all week long.
He's really enjoying the experience. Yeah. You know, he's taking it all in. Traveling to Paris is a privilege. In fact, after the weigh-ins last night, I saw him come up and ask Stefan Struve, hey, can I get a picture?
Of course. I mean, the thing is, it's like these guys are young. They're young fighters. They're stepping onto this stage to perform. But they grew up watching the likes of Stefan Struve and Sean O'Connell.
Here's the problem. I asked Stefan Struve if I could take a picture with him. He says no. But he says, Madureira, he's like, sure, kid. I don't know what I did to offend the skyscraper.
Sorry, Sean. Gotta draw the line somewhere.
Absolutely.
And in the red corner, representing France, Yazid Shoshan.
Feeling the appreciation from the fans who are hungry to see a French win tonight on French soil. 0 for so far on the evening.
Good thing we still have a couple French athletes coming up, a couple superstars.
And this kid is a potential superstar. He was one of the guys that I wanted to add to the roster myself. He's just such an aggressive power puncher, carries his hands at his chest, wades himself into range, throwing power hooks like hammers, and he can scramble as well. I mean, if Henrique is trying to get this fight to the floor, he's gonna have to work incredibly hard, not only to get the fight there, but to keep it there. Shoshan can move like not many other fighters I've seen, and has power to boot.
He's an excellent athlete as a former professional rugby player. Got very good takedown defense, very good submission defense. He prefers to keep the fight on the feet, where he's at excellent striking, good hand speed, and very hard low kicks. Can't wait for this matchup.
Dan Hardy, you know any other MMA fighters who are one-time professional rugby players who've had any kind of success?
I mean, if Volkanovski's anything to go by, rugby might be the best base for mixed martial arts.
There's your tail of the tape. Both men 34 years of age. Madureira is the taller fighter, 3 inches taller, in fact. You can see he's got the reach advantage, as one would expect, on both arms and legs.
All right, keys to victory. Shoshan, stalk and bully. Push this guy around and double leg takedowns. He can drive you all the way across the canvas and put you on the floor. Enrique, vary the right hand attacks and high kicks on the clinch breaks. He might be able to catch Shoshan by surprise there.
The following fight is a special lightweight showcase bout. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a kickboxing specialist and stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 154.1 pounds and possesses a professional record of 6 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Espírito Santo, Brazil, Henrique Madureira. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 156 pounds and holds a record of 9 victories and 3 defeats. Fighting out of Avignon, France, Yazid Chouchon. Your referee and judge, Luc Poirier.
Chouchon is in the green trunks. Madureira is in the gray. Showcase bout, 3 5-minute rounds. No elbows, as per the PFL rule set.
Forced him to pull his socks up after that kick catch. Oh, and he goes again.
And look
going
at
hammers.
rights.
There's the power from Chouchon.
This kid's a wild man.
Madureira,
hey!
take that.
Little break in the action there. A crazy opening 20 seconds. There's another flurry from Chouchon.
I think both of these guys have got just a little bit of crazy. Oh!
Little capoeira kick there from Madureira. At least that's what it turned into after Chouchon.
I think he's a little bit hurt. It looks like he got cut from that left hook there. Just to the side of his eyebrow. He gave it a little wipe and looked over at his corner. Oh, power!
Heavy shots from Chouchon there.
Middle of that combination went down to the body. Maybe now starting to think about the later portions of this fight after complete disregard for that early.
That was a dumb fry start.
Madureira's got to be careful. He keeps running right onto the hands of Chouchon.
You don't do that many times without going to sleep.
Here it is. Some blood now on the side of the head for Madureira.
Oh!
The body kick.
Madureira beckons more of it on. Chouchon is throwing and landing. He's not eating anything back.
Heavy shots.
Beautiful little step to the side as well to avoid the attack coming in his direction to counter. These guys are just going to fight in bursts, I think.
Leg kick.
Power, every shot from Chouchon. He is trying to hurt you. And Henrique calls him on. Wow.
You can hear the French crowd getting behind their local fighter here.
We talked about the energy in France before the event started. Every single time, this French crowd, absolutely incredible. Nice combination there from Chouchon.
Wild sprint into range there for Madureira. Got to be careful being so reckless with someone that can crack like Yazid.
That's just the way he fights, though.
Right.
I think that's his only way.
Wild man.
There's another spinning kick attempt.
Caught him on the back of the head, but not enough impact on that one.
So difficult to land a spinning kick when your opponent is happy to move forward into your range. Oh, short left
nice
hook.
1, 2, 3.
Snuck right through. Yazid Chouchon.
Just a little bit tighter and a little bit more compact with his punching combinations.
Hook, eye poke.
Madureira doesn't think it was an eye poke. We'll find out on the replay.
Chouchon is not the kind of fighter to do this without anything happening.
Again, the new unified rules, a recent change, dictate that the doctor will come in with a cold, wet compress, let the fighter apply that to the eye before making any decisions, before...
Your right or left? C'est le côté droit ou gauche? Gauche. Voilà.
Struggling to see with that left eye.
C'est un peu mieux? Ouais, tiens.
Time paused here, allowing Shoshan to recover.
And Madureira is talking to his corner. Wonder what they're telling him.
Not supposed to do that during a referee stoppage, so the referee quickly corrected that behavior.
If I was in Madureira's corner, I would tell him to use that reach more, but
mouth guards back in.
I've been there when someone told me to use my reach a little more, getting drawn into a fist fight.
Referee telling Madureira to keep the pawing hands closed.
We go again.
90 more seconds here in round one.
The volume of this crowd is awesome.
Jumping knee from Madureira.
Heavy leg kick there from Shoshan.
Nice short block from Shoshan there on that leg kick. Seems like the game plan for Shoshan is to counter Madureira when he gets in that reset after a wild action from Madureira. Heavy punches.
Even when he doesn't land the punch, if it's just like the bicep that hits, there's so much torque, it throws Madureira off balance.
Such good transfer of power from his lower body. You can tell he's clearly a very... Oh, nice!
Nice level change. Beautiful job.
Almost let Madureira off the hook and set him down instead of slamming.
30 seconds left in this round. Shoshan looking to pass. Good top pressure here.
Well, you said, Sean, he did a good job controlling Madureira coming down. Usually when you slam someone, there's space and they're able to get back up to their feet. When you control them like that, the crowd doesn't really like it. They love the slams, but there's more control for Shoshan then. Heavy shots, hammer fist.
Big left hand.
End of the round.
Saved by the bell, potentially.
He's having a wonderful time, Henrique.
I love the smile on his face.
Right.
He loves his job.
He absolutely does.
Some rappers in the house.
Superstars in the building.
Look at that. French crowd loving it.
Beautiful way to catch the leg and unload from Shoshan. Really does a good job fighting in bursts. Every single opportunity he gets, he unloads. Heavy ground and pound here. I think this was the end of the round. Interesting first round.
Round two underway here. Yazid Shoshan in the green, and Henrique Madureira in the gray. Offensively, it has been one-way traffic for Shoshan in the first round.
This is what Madureira needs to do, keep him at kicking range.
Henrique doing a good job of tucking up tight and staying inside the hooking punches of Shoshan. I'd like to see him go back to the body, because that's where Henrique's leaving himself open in these exchanges. He's so determined to cover his head that his midsection is being left. Oh!
Big right hand!
Big right hand!
The right hand! Out of nowhere!
Shushane's scrambling, he's on a single leg. Now he's gonna have to defend this.
He's got a front choke, he's got it! He's got it locked in! Good defense though from Shushan.
Shushan trying to wrestle his way out. That stop sign saved him from giving up his back. But now Madureira rolling to control.
Put himself on his back. He stayed there for Madureira.
Shushan right on top. Wow. What a sequence. Landed the surprise right hand.
Really out of nowhere.
That's the challenge with these chaotic fighters, that they got such random movement that even they don't know what they're doing. So how are you going to predict it?
He's got the arm off the frame here.
Shushan is incredibly strong though. He could use it this week right now. It's going the wrong way for that.
Shushan just said, nope.
And he literally just looked over at the commentary booth and gave us a little wink, just a reassuring thumbs up. I think he's all right. Now, if he can get some posture here, we saw the power that he was landing at the end of that first round. If some space is created, he could do some real damage here. And Henrique doesn't have the fence to help him back to his feet either.
Trying to create space to learn some strikes here. Madureira is trying to get back to his feet, as you said, Dan. I'd like to see some shoulder pressure here from Shushan, maybe. Force Madureira to work, because right now he can just stay on his back. He can rest.
Such heavy control. These punches are thudding.
And he's got heavy, heavy hips. But that shoulder is right there to apply a lot of pressure.
Yazid Shushan yet to earn a submission victory in his mixed martial arts career. Madureira has 2.
You could tell by the way he rolled through with that arm trap that he's got some tricks in his game on the floor as well as on the feet. Might be looking potentially for an arm triangle here, trying to get Henrique to bring his arms up to defend his head with these punches and then clamp onto a head and arm and see if he can put that shoulder pressure to work.
The opportunity was there, but chooses to continue to strike.
We go with that shoulder pressure. Look, you can see him starting to slowly crank up the pressure, trying to get the back of his head underneath that tricep.
Madureira rebuilds that frame, though. He's not going to let Shushan choke him from this position. Full side control now for the Frenchman.
Buggy choke for Madureira, but there's too much space.
Nasty little short hammer fist there from Shushan, who does a great job of generating significant power over these minuscule distances.
He's doing a good job of just kind of roughing his face up as well with a closed fist, trying to make it really uncomfortable for Henrique, which forced him to open his legs.
Yep.
Clever work. Nice solid hammer fist here.
Job from Madureira to get back.
Oh dear.
But he takes his back here. He's got the rear naked.
This could be it.
He got it locked in. No, he goes to his side.
More of a neck crank here.
It's a good squeeze though.
With a long neck like that, you can still finish it here. And Shushan is incredibly strong.
He needs to bring himself back into the top position.
Yeah, doesn't want to squeeze himself out.
I'd be looking to pass to Mount if I was here. I think there's little resistance for him.
You had Madureira thinking only about the neck there for a moment, but didn't take full advantage to get to that mount. Final 10 seconds of round 2 coming.
It's a bad position to be in for Madureira here, but as you said, only 10 seconds left. We go through a 3rd round.
Good up kick.
Back to the corners they go.
Sold out venue here. More than 7,000 people, I believe.
All of them here to see Stefan Struve.
I'm pretty sure they want to see the original season winner, the one and only OG Sean O'Connell. Light heavyweight, was it?
You know,
he's teasing you, Sean.
Thanks for reminding us. In truth, though, we've got Cedric Doumbé, Jordan Zebo coming up in a main event. We've got the Lazy King, Abdul Abduragimov. All of them waving the French flag. These fans are going to go insane. And still to come on the card tonight, after this showcase bout, we get back to playoff action. It'll be the women's flyweight semifinal between Dakota Ditcheva and Cornelia Holm next. One more round of business to attend to here as John Kavanaugh looks on for a little bit of fun. Franz Malambo, who he cornered earlier, is headed to Dublin for a championship. Yazid Shushan in the green, and Enrique Madureira in the gray.
Shushan knows now after that second round that he needs to be careful no matter what, because Madureira can be dangerous from anywhere.
He just nodded and pointed to his leg. Almost like he was complimenting the power of the kick.
There's another nasty one. Those thudding kicks.
Good overhand there by Shushan.
I think we might see another power double here from Shushan, given the chaotic nature of that second round.
Yeah, he had a lot of success on the ground. Overpowered Madureira. The fight hit the mat.
But he did get dropped in that second round.
Could very well be a 9-9 round, an even round in that second round. There's
nice.
The level change. He's got the legs. Shushan is incredibly strong.
Easy takedown for him.
There's that rugby background.
Right.
What can he do with it? Yazid Shushan on top.
Enrique's telling us right now that he loves to fight. He needs to deal with this position, though.
In case we didn't know yet.
Right.
This man loves his job.
I think Shushan's going to work to start passing this guard if it opens up again here. He's got to watch that Kimura. Nice hammer fist.
Referee wants to see more action from Shushan. Trying to get a hold of that neck, but there's no space there.
This guard's open here. Shushan, if he can pressure down onto a leg, he might be able to get past at least a half guard. He had good success once he got around the legs in the second round.
Good short shot there from Shushan. Referee's taking a good look.
Round 3 halfway gone. Playoff action up next. Good right hand as Shushan uses it to pass.
Heavy hips now, trying to get over that left leg. Looks like he's done a good job so far. If he can circle and get clear of the legs entirely, he might put Madureira in a really bad position to take some strikes.
And Madureira is keeping himself on his back with that arm around the neck of Shushan. He could potentially go to his knees, but then he needs to throw that arm over the head of Shushan. He needs to take a risk here, in my opinion, guys, because in my opinion, Shushan is winning on the judges' scorecards, but that's me.
I agree. The big second round for Madureira with that overhand right, but I just don't feel like the rest of the round went his direction enough to win it. Still working on this Kimura, but he's also putting himself in an arm triangle position that he looks like he's aware of.
Shushan is just denying it. He's too strong physically. I think what Madureira wants to do with that Kimura is set it up for a sweep, but
nice
face crank there from Shushan. And he's just too strong and too heavy on top. Doesn't give Madureira any space to set anything up.
For Shoshone, the next puzzle to solve in his own mixed martial arts career is going to be figuring out how to earn himself finishes once he gets to these positions.
Yeah, for sure. He's got the power. He just needs to learn how to create the space in these circumstances. But then if you create space to strike, then of course that gives his opponent the ability to scramble, and the unpredictable nature of Madureira. Maybe he just doesn't want to take those risks in this situation because he doesn't know what to expect.
But of course, in the PFL format, finishes matter. You get extra points for your playoffs, and you can easily win a couple of fights by decisions and still miss the playoffs in our PFL Global season. So he's going to have to try and round himself into a finisher, even as he rides this out. Final bell. To the judges' scorecards we go. Good display of sportsmanship there. Yazid Shoshone likely giving the French fans their first victory of the night.
Yeah, I think so, Sean. That second round could be an evenly scored round because of the knockdown, but round 1 and 3 were good rounds for Shoshone, I think.
Madureira is telling him to get up onto the cage to celebrate. I think he's already decided who's won this fight. It was a great battle. Look, you can tell the kids had a great time coming over there and having a scrap. I think we're going to see him back here again. I think he's going to learn a lot from this. But Shoshone is a powerhouse of an individual.
Madureira also hasn't fought for almost 3 years, I believe, so it's a long time. Especially getting an opportunity like this on the world stage of PFL.
Andy Shepard has the official scorecards. Andy?
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored this bout 30-27 for your winner via unanimous decision, Yazid Shoshone.
No surprise there, Dan.
No, not at all. Although certainly a learning performance from him as well. Really, really good fight. So we've got Sean O'Connell in the smart cage with Yazid Shoshone. You know, this crowd have been absolutely fantastic. The volume in this arena, they're getting behind the fighters. I feel like it's only going to get louder as the event goes on. By the time the Lazy King and Cedric Doumbé walk out, this place is going to be bouncing.
We got 4 French superstars left on the card. Not talking about the other superstars we have. Dakota Ditcheva up next.
Okay, now the translator's there.
All right, now we have the necessary translation. Yazid, first of all, congratulations. Victorious in your PFL debut. Dominant first round, dominant third round. He did clip you in the second. How much trouble were you in the second round?
Félicitations Yazid pour cette domination pour votre début en PFL. Vous avez dominé le premier round, vous avez dominé le troisième. Bon, il vous a vu sur le deuxième, mais expliquez-nous ce combat aujourd'hui.
Déjà, merci à tout le monde. Je remercie ma team, Marseille Fight Club, le KBP Perne, tous les élèves, mes sponsors, Belmecht et surtout ma femme que j'aime. Et voilà, je remercie le public français. Je suis très heureux d'avoir combattu chez moi en France. Et voilà, bon, pour répondre à la question, c'est un adversaire hyper dur. Je pensais qu'il allait tomber plus rapidement, mais il était dur. C'était dur.
He wanted to thank his whole team, his wife, that he loves very much, of course. And to answer the question, he said that it was really tough opponent here tonight, and he thought that would be like down way earlier than this.
What does it mean to you to be in this building, sold out building, all these French fans? You got the first French win of the night.
Qu'est-ce que ça vous fait d'être ici, de combattre en France devant voilà, ce public, le Zénith qui est plein à craquer et de remporter ce soir?
Je suis fier, très fier de combattre chez moi en France. Je suis français, fier de l'être. Je suis d'origine algérienne aussi. Et j'aime mon pays, la France. Et j'aime mon pays aussi, l'Algérie. Aujourd'hui, c'est une immense fierté de représenter la couleur de la France et la couleur d'Algérie aussi. Et je remercie tout le public français qui m'ont soutenu.
He's really proud, of course, to be fighting in front of a home crowd and really proud to be representing both France and Algeria. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Yazid Chachon and a special guest inside of the Smart Cage with Leslie Fontrelle.
We keep on going with you, Wesley. Je ne vais pas vous féliciter, mais quand même, d'être ici ce soir, d'avoir vu Yazid combattre. Votre sentiment sur ce qu'on vient de voir, c'était assez spectaculaire.
Exceptionnel. Ça a été une très belle performance. Je pense que tout le monde a pu le voir. Et voilà, c'est une fierté, comme il a dit. Il représente la France, il représente ses origines ici aussi. Et voilà, surtout en France, d'avoir un événement comme ça, de représenter de cette manière, c'est génial.
It's been a super fight. So he's really happy that he's been here tonight. Wesley, explain us, what does it mean for you to be here today for this PFL debut here in France? Qu'est-ce que ça vous fait d'être ici pour les débuts de PFL Europe?
Beaucoup de joie. Je suis là en tant que spectateur et je préfère être spectateur, c'est sûr. Mais beaucoup de joie, c'est une fierté voilà, en tant que Français d'avoir ce genre d'événement. Ça avance, on l'a vu, le MMA continue d'avancer avec cet événement aussi. Et voilà, c'est exceptionnel, c'est une belle soirée, que tout le monde se régale, tout le monde kiffe.
He's really proud, of course, to be here tonight to see that it's getting stronger and stronger, the MMA in France. What can we expect for the main event tonight, Cedric Doumbé versus Jordan Zebo? We all expect this. Qu'est-ce qu'on attend de ce fight, de main event ce soir, Cedric Doumbé face à Jordan Zebo?
On attend la guerre, comme tout le monde a pu le voir, ça a beaucoup parlé. Donc on attend la guerre, mais voilà, il y a d'autres combattants aussi. Il y en a qui vont faire le job, il y en a qui l'ont fait. Et, c'est sûr qu'on est tous impatients de voir ce main event, mais voilà, que le meilleur gagne.
On attend, we're waiting the war tonight between Cedric Doumbé and Jordan Zembo. Of course, there's a lot of other fighters, but yeah, it's going to be a great fight. Thank you, Wesley.
Merci beaucoup.
How much fun is that?
Amazing.
You got a pro footballer, member of the French national team here, anticipating our main event, and of course, congratulating his countrymen.
On a wild performance. I mean, I'm going to watch this back and enjoy it. This first round was insane. You just see a moment here where Shishane steps back and goes, hang on a minute, let me just pace myself. This is 15 minutes. But he landed some really explosive shots. Madureira was able to take a lot of these shots. He kept scrambling, he kept moving. Tough, unpredictable individual. Landed a big shot in the second round, which had his opponent in trouble for a moment, but almost got his head squeezed off by this clamp. Look at the strength of Yazid Shishane and the speed of his takedowns as well. Very quick. Easily lifts his opponent up to the ceiling and slams him back down to the canvas effortlessly. I'm very excited to see him back in the Smart Cage in the future.
There is Yazid Chachon. Victorious in front of the French fans. They needed a win tonight here at the Zenith.
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th.
And another one! Dakota Digimo, right hand and a hammer fist! Another knockout for Dakota Digimo!
Simeon Powell now looks for a gift wrap into an arm triangle. Beautiful work.
He's got enough.
He's out! Technical submission.
What a finish from Simeon Powell.
Europe's best fighters in a dramatic season-ending global event. 8 fighters, 4 weight classes. $400,000 in total prize money and 4 world title belts on the line.
Wow! What a stoppage! And he's got it!
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th. Go to www.ticketmaster.ie.
The City of Lights, Paris, France, hosting our first ever PFL Europe Championship. At least this is our playoffs, heading to a championship. The championship will be in Dublin. Up next, a playoff bout at women's flyweight between Dakota Ditcheva and Cornelia Holm. Let's get you a little bit more acquainted with the rising British star, Dakota Ditcheva.
My nickname is Dangerous, and just simply because of the way I fight. Like, I'm quite aggressive on the front foot, and you know, I'm never in a boring fight. I often get, you know, first round stoppages, so I think that's where the fans have named me Dangerous, because I did not make that name up. That is actually one thing that I really need before my fight. So having that face-off is like, that's when I fully get in the zone. So to me, when I stand in front of them, I just stand there, look confident, you know, and I never read too much into what they look like, because you can never tell when they get in the cage. I just always get in the zone once I've had that face-off. As soon as I step into the cage, my mind is just 100% focused on my opponent. Like, I don't really hear anything outside of the cage apart from my coaches, the odd shout, but I'm fully zoned in on them straight across. An MMA legend I'd probably want to share the cage with would be John Jones. I feel like he's a fighter that I've always watched, and to see him come back and win that heavyweight title was a really good moment to witness, so I definitely want to be in the cage with him. I am 100% cool with fighting a friend. You can put anyone in front of me in that cage. If I'm fighting, I'm fighting. My mum actually said, she's asked me that before, but I could literally fight my best friend if that's what I had to do. And that sounds so bad, but that is just the fighter in me. That I think that's what makes me stand out from a lot of these girls, is that I've just got that killer instinct as soon as I'm in that cage. I mean, a fight between me and Mum in right now would be me, but if we was back then, 100% her. Like, she was just as aggressive. Her right hand was just like mine, so do you know what that would be like? One of the fights I reckon a lot of people would want to watch. Best trash talker, we've got to give it to Conor, haven't we? Conor McGregor. I mean, I feel like even though it's not MMA, Jake Paul is coming in and taking over a little bit, so you know, you never know. I mean, Jake Paul's MMA debut is going to be one to watch, you know. Everyone thought he couldn't box, and he's doing pretty well at the moment. So, you know, I'm excited to see him in the smart cage one day, and I hope he takes it as serious as he's took his boxing, because MMA is a brutal sport, so I hope he's trained hard for it.
Sean O'Connell, Stefan Struve, Dan Hardy here beside the PFL Smart Cage, eagerly anticipating Dakota Ditcheva's return, which, look, she talks about the focus being on people like Jake Paul. Folks in the MMA world have been watching this rising star with great interest. Is she the next big thing in women's mixed martial arts?
I think she may well be. I mean, you know, the way that she moves, her viciousness, her striking ability, her capacity to compete is like nothing that we've ever seen before. I mean, she is determined, as she said, she would literally fight anybody. She's even talking about, you know, she's trying to pitch a fight between her and her mum as a pay-per-view seller, you know what I mean? She's a crazy woman, but she's a lethal striker, and in her last fight, we saw the rest of her game as well. Takedowns and grappling skills. I mean, you know, the sky's the limit for her, absolutely.
Well, and there's Cornelia Holm, her opponent, as they took to the courtyard outside the Louvre. A little bit of a face-off, some fun here in Paris with the iconic sights. And look, Dakota has made a lot of sacrifices to pursue this career, right? She's a UK native, obviously,
made the move to American Top Team, did the full training camp at American Top Team in South Florida, has no problem squaring off, not just with her friends or potentially her mother, but some of the elite in the sport.
Yeah, no, she really gets better every single time. Every single fight we see her fight, there's a new fighter. We saw that in her last fight with a takedown and a submission win, her first submission win. She really has everything it takes to be one of the faces, if not the face, of women's MMA for years and years to come, because she's still so young, and that's a scary, scary thought.
Well, the crazy thing, Dakota Ditcheva been part of showcase bouts for a couple seasons now in the PFL. She's laser focused on the goal, not just of winning a European championship, but then being a cornerstone for the flyweight division in the PFL Global and winning the $1 million championship there. She's not anywhere close to being done in this sport, and she's pursuing that diligently and with an incredible focus and really structure. There's a great team around her.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really find a better team than American Top Team, especially for female fighters.
Yep.
I mean, you've got such a selection across different weight classes, the great minds at American Top Team, you know, Conan Silveira, Mike Brown, people that are just downloading this information into her. And when you've got a striker that walks into the gym as elite and as polished as she is, these mixed martial arts coaches are going, wow, she's going to be a world champion very soon.
Yeah, it's a fighting family. Not only is her mom a fighter, but her brother, you often see, if you follow her on social media, he's the one holding pads.
Cody's
Cody's very experienced, so it's a fighting family. Here's how the women's flyweight bracket works. Valentina Skitidze gets the walkover victory, which is another interesting wrinkle here because she didn't have to risk anything here in Paris. Valentina Skitidze showed up ready to fight, made weight, did what she needed to do. Her opponent did not, so Skitidze gets the walkover. That could be an advantage heading into Dublin. We'll see how it all plays out. Actually, more with Dakota. Olivia caught up, I think, a little bit earlier in the night here at the Zenith.
Dakota, I'd first of all just like to say congratulations on what's been a brilliant year with the PFL. But looking back to 12, 18 months ago, just tell me how different your life was.
Yeah, a little bit crazy, to be honest. This time last year, I was doing my debut with PFL, maybe like a month earlier, but I had no money in the bank and just didn't know where I was going, to be honest. And then I signed with PFL, and now I'm in the semi-finals to this $100,000 tournament.
And how have you been finding this new career on such a big stage?
Yeah, I think they've built it up for me really, really well. You know, like I feel like it's all getting bigger and bigger each stage, but that's good. You know, it's what I need to get used to for the future. So I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, absolutely. Only one of your 8 fights has gone the distance. How important is it for you as a fighter to finish the fights within the distance? Is that something you think about?
Not really. It's not. I do want a bit more cage time. You know, a bit more experience would be good. But I feel like I'm getting that in the gym as well. You know, the rounds that I'm doing in the gym are just as good as, if not better than, the fights. So I just want a little bit more cage time. But at the same time, I don't get paid overtime, so I'm happy with the with the quick finishes.
No, are we going to see you go back to your Thai boxing roots, or are we going to see a Dakota that we perhaps maybe saw in your last fight, or is it a bit of a surprise? I don't want to give too much away.
Do you know what? I never know myself what's going to happen. I'll just get in there and fight. You know, I'll be there the whole time either way. So if I can get in and get a good knockout this time, I'll be happy with that.
Dakota, thank you so much. Good luck tonight. Thank you.
Well, look, great questions from Olivia there, and I'll echo that sentiment. What kind of Dakota Ditcheva are we going to see? Because Cornelia Holm, we saw her overcome some adversity in her last fight, got dropped, and then ended up a gritty grappling performance to get the victory and earn her spot against Dakota Ditcheva. So we know how tough she is and how nasty she can be on the ground. Does Dakota Ditcheva want to make this a true mixed martial arts fight?
You know, honestly, it doesn't really matter where this fight goes. Cornelia Holm's got so much experience. She's a veteran, amateur and professional. She's been training for a long time. And I spoke to her this week. She was just supremely confident that she was being overlooked and she liked that place that she was in. Like, if she gets a hold of Dakota, that might be a level of grappling that she's not experienced in the cage before. On the mats at American Top Team, absolutely. But maybe not in competition. That might be a different thing for her to deal with.
Well, look, we know that Dakota is the reason a lot of people are tuning into this fight. She's a heavy favorite. But Cornelia Holm, as Dan mentions, no slouch. What kind of upset potential are we looking at here?
She's got everything to upset Dakota. She's got the style, she's got the strength. Looking at her on the scale yesterday, I think this is the best shape she's ever been into. Like, the size of her upper body, that's a strong competitor. So I'm looking forward to this fight. And it would be amazing to see the coat on her back for a little bit.
Yeah.
A new look.
Little adversity.
Definitely something Cornelia Holm can do to her.
It's something, as a fighter, you need to experience at some point in your career. Nobody gets to go start to finish without getting dropped, without getting taken down, without experiencing that sort of underdog moment at least. Will it be tonight for Dakota Ditcheva? We'll send it up to Andy Shep.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Cornelia Holm.
There is Cornelia Holm, upset on her mind. Extensive amateur record before she turned pro. She does have a 4-fight win streak going on. From Sweden.
Before those amateur fights, she wrestled for 7 years from age 12. So, phenomenal wrestler, physically very strong, very good at controlling her opponents on the mat. She needs to wear Ditcheva down, take her down, tire her out, and put her on her back. Let her experience something she has never experienced in the cage.
I agree with you as well. This is the best shape she's ever been in. You know, she had a great weight cut. She was on weight early. She was confident. First person on the scales, ready to go. And now she looks fired up. She knows what she's up against, of course. She's confident she can overcome.
And in the red corner, Dakota Ditcheva.
Talk about superstar potential, guys. She has got it all.
Yeah, you can feel it.
But a lot can happen when you step into a cage.
Ali Taleb, he won't wake up undefeated tomorrow, right?
Exactly.
I just wish I was as calm and as confident as she is on fight day.
That interview was like an hour before a fight. I don't know about you guys, but I was never smiling before my fight.
No, I was more like Dylan too. One-word answers. Don't want to be here. Let me focus. But that's supreme, you know, conditioning and preparation.
Yep. Believe in herself.
Yeah.
6 knockouts of those 8 professional victories. We saw last time out the submission. She added that wrinkle to the game. Only been to the judges' scorecards 1 time. 25 years of age and is already fully immersed in her pro mixed martial arts career.
And you speak to her conditioning coach, Paul Reed, and he has nothing but good things to say. Big, strong, dedicated, very, very physical individual, and has taken to her strength and conditioning like she did her Muay Thai. Understands it complements her game.
We talked about the great coaching at ATT, but we forgot one name. Kayla Harrison.
Kayla Harrison.
If you're a female and you go and train at ATT and you need to improve your wrestling, Kayla Harrison opens the door. Get on 100%. The mat. Welcome in my gym.
There's our tail of the tape. This is a playoff bout. Winner advances to a championship in Dublin. Cornelia Holm is 10 years older than Dakota Ditcheva. Ditcheva is the taller fighter with the longer reach.
All right, so keys to victory. Ditcheva's got to use long-range strikes and set up her head kicks. That's where she's going to have the best chance of winning. Cornelia Holm, pressure into the clinch and takedowns against the fence. Take away that height and reach and range, and definitely the kicking game.
The following fight is a women's flyweight semi-final contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She is a wrestling specialist and stands 5 feet 5 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 125.6 pounds and holds a record of 6 wins and 5 losses. Fighting out of Gothenburg, Sweden, Connie Future, Cornelia Holm. And her opponent fighting out of the red corner. She is a Muay Thai specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 124.7 pounds and holds a perfect professional record of 8 victories and no defeats. Fighting out of Manchester, England, Dangerous Dakota Ditcheva! Your referee in charge, Derek Hickey.
Dakota Ditcheva in the red, Cornelia Holm in the gray. 3 5-minute rounds, playoff semifinal. Winner advances to face Valentina Scatizzi in Dublin for a $100,000 PFL Europe Championship.
Look at the change in the look in the eyes of Dakota Ditcheva right when the fight started. From smiling when she walked in to hunting her prey right now.
Already switching stances, opened with an inside leg kick out of the southpaw stance. There she goes to it again.
Such long limbs for this weight class as well, and she utilized them so well with that jab, but this is a good takedown for Holm.
Beautiful work. Nice scramble though from Ditcheva.
Cornelia Holm, strong work to get Dakota down. Dakota not conceding anything, right back to the feet, making Holm work for this one. There's that ATT room paying its dividends early for Dakota Ditcheva. Back to her feet, but Cornelia Holm pressing.
Looks like she's got 2 hands on 1 wrist here. She's trying to break this grip of Cornelia Holm, which is going to be difficult to do given how strong Holm is.
Nice job here from Ditcheva. Keeping her legs wide, so Holm won't drop to a double or a single.
Holm now all the way around the back if she wants to be.
Good knees to the thighs here.
I think this situation will give confidence to both women though. Holm with the takedown and Ditcheva with the get up.
Well, this is the adversity, Sean, that you were talking about. This healthy to feel this pressure sometimes, because if it gets too easy, you stop evolving. You stay the version that you are that's successful, right? If it's not broke, don't fix it. But if you can start finding some holes, some gaps in your game that can be improved, you're always going to continue evolving. And Holm is the kind of person that will find those gaps in your game.
She's doing a really good job so far, keeping Ditcheva up against the fence, wearing on her, making her work. Ditcheva's got a wizard here.
And I make the point all the time that this is not the most fan-friendly style of mixed martial arts, but it is as taxing and difficult as any other kind of fighting that you can experience inside of our smart cage or anywhere else. Both fighters here constantly flexing, pressing, the little micro muscles and the major muscle groups all having to work, sapping the gas tank. It's a brilliant strategy by Cornelia Holm to try and take the explosiveness and bounce off of Dakota Ditcheva, because if she can find space again, that's where she's really, truly dangerous.
No, and that's a great point, Sean, because like it's not only the muscle fatigue, but it's also the head pressure, the pressure into the body. Like she's driving her head into the face of Ditcheva right now. She's making it very uncomfortable. You can see this hook on the far side, keeping her trapped against the fence, but always driving her head in, forcing Dakota to deal with this pressure. Beautiful work by Cornelia Holm, and it's going to be exhausting for her because it's hard to know when to relax in these moments, right? This is where really good wrestlers like the Lazy King can be efficient. As a striker, it's very difficult to relax in these moments. It's unfamiliar to us.
She dropped down for a single, trying to go for a double again, but Ditcheva recognizes it. Back to the single. She may use it to go to the back of Ditcheva again.
And look, Dakota Ditcheva has been confident for good reason, because she puts in work with really high-level wrestlers, both male and female, people who can really push her. And now
there's the knees.
The knees coming up the center, right back on the attack. Holm trying to drive through this takedown attempt, and Ditcheva, excellent balance, does not concede. Now going to work right hand to the body of Cornelia Holm, who is dogged in the pursuit of a true takedown here.
That was perfect timing when Ditcheva was throwing those knees, because if you time that on the wrong moment,
you're going to eat one.
You're going to eat one and it's over.
And she's so close here to getting her hands together, or either around a leg or a hip. Great wrist control by Dakota, keeping these hands apart, but now her hands are together on a single leg. Can she get her hips into the fence and start to elevate? Great base from Dicheva.
She's not giving Dicheva any space to move away. Trying to close her hands, but Dicheva is doing a really good job keeping her legs wide like this. So it's not possible for Holm to close her hands and lift her up.
Hard to see from this angle on the camera, but they are right in front of our broadcast position. Really nice cross-face that whole time from Dakota Dicheva, who now goes back to work with some knees. Holm offers a few as well. A whole round of that cage wrestling pressure from Cornelia Holm. Again, you can hear the fans don't love it. If I'm Cornelia Holm's corner, I absolutely love that.
It was the best thing she could have done in that first round. Drain Dakota, force her to work in ranges that make her uncomfortable. Let's see what she can do to regroup here.
More stars in the building.
And 6 months later, we fight MMA in the PFL Smart Cage and lay it all on the line. The PFL, baby.
By my count so far, that's 2 national team football players in the building tonight, and maybe a little surprise coming up still. I'm told we might be in for something towards the main event that's even more of a treat.
I've been hearing the same thing. I'm hearing also that we're going to get some guests on commentary in the next couple of fights as well, which should be fun.
Anything that gets you off the mic, Dan, that's what I'm into.
I'm taking the telestrator with me, though.
Dicheva in the red, Cornelia Holm in the gray. Dakota.
Pressure on the feet now from Dicheva.
Now, how does this change Dicheva's striking game, knowing that Holm is going to be grabbing a hold of her at the first opportunity? She's got to try and fill that center channel with knees. Try and catch her on the way in, or potentially focus on takedown defense.
Oh, right hand.
What a right hand that was.
It's a laser. She always hits her target with that right hand.
Gets a hold of the leg, though.
Cornelia Holm.
Good job by Dicheva.
Grabbed a hold of that leg. Gonna have to adjust a little bit here.
Solid teep to the midsection as well. You can just tell the conditioning of Dicheva. I mean, you can see the physicality on her, but, you know, in order for it to be so long and rangy at the weight class, she has to stay on point with her conditioning. Oh, she caught the leg. Could she get a takedown here?
Good balance from Dicheva there, but Holm is back where she wants to be.
You've got to think the hours that Dicheva's spent doing this American Top Team. Every coach in that building knows that people are going to try and do this to her. When she starts landing that crisp right hand or those knees to the chin, she's going to get closed down.
I mean, this is really what Cornelia Holm has to do. She ate that right hand, and then a high kick landed. Nasty leg kick as well from Dicheva.
It looks like Holm's got her hands locked. Drops for a single.
Referee's not going to allow this to be a stalemate on the cage for an entire round like he was in round number 1. Wants to see more action here. Mentioned that during the break to both corners. And there is the stand-up. Cornelia Holm tries to go right back to her. Good sprawl, and then immediately back on the attack with that left high kick.
Beautiful left hand there by Dicheva.
Oh, solid knee.
We saw her finish a fight in the PFL, I believe her PFL debut, with a similar knee. Here comes the right hand from Dakota.
Switching stances as well. Straight left, straight right, sets up both of her kicks, both power sides as well. Beautiful fluidity in the movement. You can see Cornelia Holm now starting to really feel the pressure. Desperate to get this fight to the floor. Beautiful, very nice. Now we're going to see Holm deal with the grappling skills of Dicheva.
He's got a hold of the wrist. He's going to try and take the back. Got one hook in. There's the second. Can she stretch her out?
2 hooks in.
Goes to work with the right hands.
Arm triangle possibly.
Heavy hips.
Something tells me Ditcheva's not going to try for a submission after that first round.
Trying to move back into mount.
And I need you to breathe together with that.
Ground and pound here from Ditcheva. Holm continuing to move. Make Ditcheva address the position first. Holm's gonna need that underhook if she wants to get up from here.
Ditcheva is trying to get her forearm on the face of Holm to create space. And then those strikes again.
Nice short shots while at the same time maintaining that head position.
Good work by Holm to get her legs back in the fight.
No surprise there.
Off. I mean, it's a small victory, but then this is your reward. Back on the feet with Dakota Ditcheva. Good level change here from Holm.
She goes again, pushes her back, but great balance by Ditcheva.
Guillotine. She's got a guillotine here. That looks tight.
It's very tight. Can she get the grip and elevate her right elbow, get the angle on that forearm across Cornelia Holm's
job by Holm, pushing her head up.
If Holm gets this takedown, she's got to land outside of the guard, otherwise she's going to get trapped here.
Trying to hook the leg.
That is a tight squeeze. But the hands are locked for Cornelia Holm. Ditcheva has lost the grip on the choke.
It wasn't deep enough. Now she needs to let go because it'll be easier for Holm to lift her when she keeps a hold of that guillotine.
Really great takedown defense here, and all of this takedown defense from Ditcheva is exhausting for Holm as well, whose posture's broken, head's down. Look at this. Now you can see the difference. Look at the bend in her spine now. Before we had that head pressure. Now we don't have it anymore. Now the posture's broken. Her back's tired.
Back to the corners they go after round number 2. Dakota Ditcheva will take the coaching. Cornelia Holm taking a couple of big breaths.
PFL fighter and chairman of PFL Africa. I hope you enjoyed tonight's show.
Very few people expected it to go to the second round, let alone the third round. Very interesting. Here's that right hand and a head kick to start the second round. Big power.
Really, really impressive striking, and a full foot to the face there as well. It's incredible how tough Cornelia Holm is. Look at that straight left across the chin, twists the head of her opponent around. And then isolated the back, got the hook sunk in, started to land some good ground and pound, and potentially could have finished that had it not been for Cornelia Holm's good defensive work.
Very close fight. I don't think either of them knows where they're at the scorecards.
You've just got to take into account the amount of strikes that Ditcheva's landed. Even though Holm is in on her legs all the time, not much is coming from it, right?
Round 3, Dakota Ditcheva in the red, Cornelia Holm in the gray. Sean O'Connell, Dan Hardy, Stefan Struve, cage side. Winner of this fight advances to the PFL Europe Women's Flyweight Championship in Dublin on December 8th. $100,000 and a nice shiny gold belt on the line there.
I think we're going to start seeing Dakota start throwing head kicks soon, setting up by her hands, because Holm's staying outside of her kicking range here. Dakota's going to have to step into range with a couple of punches and try and set the kicks up.
Holm's waiting for that for the level change. Dakota lands a right hand and then a right leg kick.
Trying to line Holm up to land a big shot, but the speed in the takedowns and the level change from Holm in those first 2 rounds surprised a lot of people, I think.
And we've got to remember what Dakota mentioned to Olivia earlier as well. She wants cage time. She wants time in there, experience. She doesn't want to get to 10-0, 12-0, 15-0, and have not had the time in there to understand the game fully. This is why her conditioning is so important. You've got to see this from Cornelia Holm's perspective as well. Ditcheva's moving constantly, switching her stance. So anytime you start to set something up, you've got to recalibrate when she switches her stance.
Check right hand landed.
A good leg kick from Ditcheva, but
As you said, Sean, good right hand from Holm.
And that stabbing front kick and another leg kick from Ditcheva. Both of these women showing a little fatigue. Oh, there's the head kick. Good bounce still in the steps after some deep breaths.
Smart third round for Dakota. Keeping that kicking range with those long legs. Every single time she has come too close, it was Holm who made the level change and went for her legs. Powerful leg kick.
Ditcheva might just be content to kick that front leg out from under Cornelia Holm for these final 3 minutes. We've seen kicks to the leg stop fights in the past. Oh, nice right hand. Landed behind the ear.
Ditcheva's doing a really good job of feinting with her hip as well. Now she knows that the low kick is really hurting her opponent. Watch her start feinting, twitching that hip. There she goes again.
Beautiful jab. And another. Oh, and finishing a combination with the attack to that lead leg. Cornelia Holm, toughness on display yet again. We saw it last time out. Won a split decision over Marta Walishek. After being dropped, good jab again from Dakota Ditcheva. Cornelia Holm, very difficult to put away.
Oh!
Yeah,
the power!
Wow!
Dakota Ditcheva with the third round finish!
What a finish, beautiful work. Hard shot to the body, she's still hurt. Still can't breathe. Oh, it's such an uncomfortable feeling. What a solid shot that must have been. I think we have a broken rib here. Wow, devastated.
When you're dead tired and then you get kicked by Dakota Ditcheva.
Right.
The body shot to the liver. It is an absolute nightmare to wear a shot like that.
Sean, can you describe how that feels, please?
Well, what happens is you think you're fine and your body just shuts down. Your legs collapse, your lungs won't take the air in. You feel like you might lose capacity over your bowels.
Yep.
It's a really awful feeling.
That lasts for about 30 seconds. So,
and you can see Cornelia Holm is back on her feet, breathing now, disappointed obviously, but
and what's even worse than getting a body shot is getting another one after that. The amount of fear you have for that to happen.
Look at the overhead view here.
Oh man, absolutely beautiful.
She was lucky that head kick didn't land. Bang!
Oh,
wow.
Beautiful body
Straight
shot.
to the body, hook to the head.
Man.
Yeah, absolutely. Liver shot right there, right in the body. Bang!
From that southpaw stance.
Somewhere in the world, Bas Rutten is bouncing up and down right now.
Talk about world-class striking. Body had beautifully, switching to southpaw. And this is exactly why everybody is going on and on about Dakota Ditcheva.
Stefan, say liver shot for me, I don't have the accent. Say liver shot for me, I don't have the accent.
Liver shot?
Liver shot!
Make it 9-0 for Dakota Ditcheva as a pro. 7 knockouts. Andy Shepard makes it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Derek Hickey calls a halt to the action at 2 minutes and 55 seconds of round number 3, declaring a winner via TKO and clinching her spot in the PFL Europe Championship, Dakota Ditcheva!
All right, Dakota Ditcheva, still undefeated as a professional, make it 7 pro knockouts now. This one was a liver shot, straight left hand to the body. Was that part of training camp, or is that a read you made in this fight?
It's a shot I always work, but not something that was specific to this fight. I dropped my brother with it all the time, so yeah, I'm not surprised she went down, to be honest.
A little adversity in the first round. She pressed you against the cage. She was able to keep you there, maybe try to wear you out a little bit. What were you thinking heading in round number 2?
She was just like, just trying to hold, like she wasn't doing anything. She was just trying to stall the whole 5 minutes, which is boring. You want to see us fight, right?
Now you're headed to Dublin for a European Championship, $100,000 on the line against Valentina Skitidze, who gets the walkover victory. How do you view that matchup?
Get her in now, I'll not do it now. Let's get it over and done with. Give me the 100K.
We'll get her in right now. Here she is.
Yeah, get her some gloves. Somebody get us some.
All right, Valentina Skatici, now you know who your opponent's going to be. What do you think about a matchup with Dakota Ditcheva?
Yeah, for the first, congratulations for your match. And then I can wait to show you who is the real warrior.
Let's get a face-off between these two ladies.
I love it. What a great face-off that was.
Dakota wants to do it now. I kind of want to see it right now.
Kind of. Yeah, kind of. I mean, she's supremely conditioned. She looks fantastic. So here's the bracket, Sean. You want to take us through it?
Well, Dakota Ditcheva in the third round finish over Cornelia Holm books her ticket to Dublin. Valentina Skatici got that walkover victory. She wanted to fight tonight. Take nothing away from Valentina Skatici. She wanted to fight tonight. Her opponent didn't make the weight. She gets the walkover, and that is a stellar matchup for our first women's flyweight championship in PFL Europe.
All right, what weight class next, Sean? What weight class?
Everybody's favorite weight class, Dan Hardy, the light heavyweights.
Love it.
And it'll be another rising British star, Simeon Powell, taking on Daniel Ladero. Andy Shepard, to you.
Making their way to the PFL Europe cage. In the blue corner, Daniel Ladero.
Daniel Ladero, part of the proud Spanish contingent that trains on Gran Canaria. Just a big, strong grappler.
You know, he's got a great opportunity here. Like, you've got to think, Simeon Powell was expecting a short, stocky power puncher that was going to work to the body. This is an entirely different kind of guy. He's an ADCC level grappler. He's going to be trying to get this fight to the floor immediately. But then, of course, in the last fight with Simeon, we saw great grappling skills as well. Where do his grappling skills compete if he's on the back foot? That's the question we're going to ask.
And we've seen it tonight, right? Mokhtar Benkasi came in with nothing to lose. He pulled off the victory, he came in with nothing to lose. We saw Yesim de Hoysh come in with nothing to lose. Now Daniel Ladero in the same situation, late replacement, nothing to lose.
And in the red corner, Simeon Powell.
Simeon Powell, smooth, they call him smooth for a reason. This man has all the tools. He is undefeated as a professional mixed martial artist. 4 knockouts, 3 submissions, only been to the scorecards 1 time. By the way, special guest commentator on this fight, David Hay, world champion, hopefully bringing the world championship form to the broadcast booth.
I'm going to try and do the best I can, for sure. But I'm excited. You know, Simeon, the hype's gone real. People are really feeling this young lad.
Right.
They really feel he's going to be something very, very special. But tonight, we're going to find out exactly what he's all about.
What's the shortest notice fight you ever had to take in your illustrious career?
I had 2 weeks. 2 weeks was the shortest notice I had.
Okay, this is a 2-day kind of thing for Simeon
I've never
Powell.
had 2 days before, never had 2 days.
So it's a serious adjustment because stylistically, as Dan mentioned, they're very different fighters. So for him, it's really always been about just do what I do, right? If I'm Simeon Powell and I fight to the level of my capabilities, there's not a lot of people in the world that can stand up to that. But how do you maintain that focus knowing that now it's a different test?
You've got to believe in who you are. And if you are, in your mind, the future world champion, then you need to be able to deal with all comers. Whether it's 2 weeks notice, 2 months, 2 weeks, it's regardless. If you're the best in the world, you'll be able to deal with whoever's been put in front of you.
Take a look at our tail of the tape. You can see Simeon Powell, 24 years of age. He's the younger fighter here. He's also much taller, 6'5", a 10-inch reach advantage on the arms, a full 7 inches on the legs.
All right, so keys to victory. Simeon Powell's got to move laterally and feint the takedown. Why not flip the script on his grappler opponent? Abdullah Rami's not here. He's got Daniel Ladeiro's got to close this fight down and get it to the floor as soon as he can.
The following fight is a light heavyweight semi-final contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a grappling specialist and stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 205 pounds. His professional record consists of 3 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Gran Canaria, Spain, the White Gorilla, Daniel Ladero. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet 5 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 205.9 pounds and holds a perfect professional record of 8 victories and no defeats. Fighting out of London, England, Smooth Simeon Powell. Your referee in charge, Luc Poirier.
Simeon Powell in the blue trunks, Daniel Ladero in the gray trunks. Sean O'Connell, Dan Hardy, and joining us, world champion David Haye on the broadcast booth for this fight. Touch of the gloves, and we are underway, 205-pound semifinal. Winner moves on to Dublin in a PFL Europe Championship fight. Leg kick misses there for Ladero.
Ladero is going to be looking for that lead single leg, I think. He's going to try and grab a hold of that as quickly as possible. Try and get Simeon Powell to the floor where he can take away his height and reach advantage. And we did double check his reach, 85 inches. We checked it against Stefan Struves.
David Haye, Simeon Powell right now measuring, right? He just barely threw his first couple of jabs of this fight. What's going through the young man's mind right now?
He's looking at his range. He's making sure he doesn't make any mistakes. He's looking calm, looking composed. You know, he understands that he has the longer reach, so he doesn't need to rush his work. And he's sort of picking his spots, picking his moments, nice little jabs to the body. Yeah, he looks very, very composed, like he's got full understanding of what he has in the locker. You know, he understands a serious fight he's in. His opponent, short notice, so he's looking at taking this guy out very conclusively, but he's not rushing his work, and I like that from him.
There's a left hook lands for Ladero. Simeon Powell on the retreat. He's landed 3 of those sharp calf kicks. And when you watch the nickname Simeon Powell, he doesn't twitch, right?
No.
They call him smooth for a reason, because he moves smooth, slow is smooth, smooth is fast, and so that slow movement ends up being fast.
Now we're seeing some bruising from that 4th calf kick, and Ladero starting to react to it. That could potentially set up a high kick. Ladero's got to be very careful, especially if he starts reaching for that leg, trying to catch it.
He doesn't want to do that. I tell you
Not
that.
with those long limbs, man.
Yeah, 6'5" at 205. That's a big frame, very big frame, and he's got that leverage. You saw the power then resonating. Ladero, he's not enjoying it in there right now.
Saw that laser right hand land as Simeon Powell starts to figure out the distance here. What's the biggest reach deficit you ever gave up in a fight, David Haye?
I don't know what the heavyweight champion when I challenged in 2009, Valuev, he was 7'2". His arms were ridiculously long, and no, I couldn't match him for pace, so I had to come inside. I had to slip inside the range and counter, because his punch, his length was too long. But, you know, you have to just adapt one way or another. When you're in there, when the fight's flowing, you figure it out.
And he's dealing with the pressure so well. I can't imagine being this young and 8-0 undefeated and being on a stage like this.
It's amazing. He really is rising to the occasion. He's not overawed. He looks relaxed. He looks calm. He looks like the veteran in there. Only 8 fights, but he's looking very calm, He understands he is the first round. He's taking his time. He's picking his spots, and this is what you expect to see, in a future champion.
Well, one thing that's interesting about Simeon Powell, right? He participated in showcase bouts in previous PFL global seasons and had a ton of success. Very impressive performances, and wants to say, yeah, I'm ready to jump into the global season. But I applaud the way that he is taking this path. He's going the measured route, making sure he develops himself correctly and slowly so that when he does make that leap to the global season, he's truly ready to compete for the $1 Million Championship.
Yeah, anyone can rush into anything in life, but it's really, really important to get the foundation, get those fundamentals locked in when it counts, really understanding what it's all about, because when you are in there against the elite, and if you don't have a foundation, if you don't have that basic, foundation, you're gonna fall apart. And so far he's done. Every move has been meticulous, slowly but surely, building who he is, and slowly but surely he will be winning these fights in the understanding that he is a young man, but he will find ways to finish these fights in a manner that makes him understand that this is what it's all about. That leading knee there, he's very, very composed, and that's what it's all about. It's all about understanding what he's in the ring with right now.
Final 10 seconds of round number 1 here. Ladero making this a fight very much, but Simeon Powell really starting to measure and land.
Interesting first round. I mean, he dominated, really. He landed a couple of shots. Just over a minute left in the round. He was clinched and put up against the fence, but looked very calm. Of course, knowing they only had 60 seconds if he landed on the floor to deal with such a strong grappler. But I just don't know where the ground game of Simeon Powell is. He may very well surprise me. It might hit the mat and he starts to reverse things on the ADCC grappler. Got to wonder how that calf's feeling after those hard low kicks that he took.
Not very well. It won't be feeling that great, I can tell you that.
Imagine trying to plant on your lead leg and throw a haymaker with no lead leg, right?
I wouldn't appreciate that one little bit.
Came up just short on the switching knee there. Powell starting to mix the attacks as that round progressed.
Powell looks very comfortable, he just looks very experienced in there. He doesn't look like he's rushing his work, doesn't look like a novice in any way, shape, or form.
He's certainly ahead of the curve when it comes to seeing opponents' attacks and measuring that distance and staying outside. I mean, I fought in this weight class, and so I know what it's like to be the guy who's giving up the reach advantage and the height disadvantage, right? And you've got to work your way inside. You got to try to attack the body, but he sees that and he moves backwards so smoothly and fluidly. Ladero's going to have to try and get down onto the legs.
He's going to have to do something significant, because what he's doing currently isn't going to be enough if he keeps on going through these rounds.
I'm surprised that we've not seen a more aggressive attempt to try and get this fight to the floor with him being such a strong grappler. Like, if I'm Ladero, I'm looking at Simeon and thinking, he's got really long limbs, but I'm also thinking ankle locks and kimuras and arm bars. Ideal for a grappler like Ladero. He's just got to get the fight to the floor if he's going to have any success with it.
But he looks a little shy to close that range, to get into that close range.
Well, that might be a factor of the fact that Simeon has already threatened a couple of knees. He doesn't want to dive himself down onto one of those knees.
That's the hip feint that we keep getting. Simeon shows him that there might be something coming up the center line. Almost like posturing an uppercut when someone keeps dipping their head into the pocket.
Second time Ladero's mouth guard has come out. Powell now goes back down to the low calf.
Starting to swell that lead leg. You can see the redness around the calf. Oh, body lock. Is Simeon going to disengage? Yes, he does.
Simeon Powell in the blue trunks, Daniel Ladero in the gray. Winner moves on to a light heavyweight European championship, $100,000 at stake in that fight. That'll be December 8th.
He's looking for that right hand again, trying to find a channel through it down the center line.
Now he's got the measurement, but Ladero, erratic movement, is able to kind of throw Simeon Powell off rhythm.
A lot of respect being shown from Simeon Powell for the...
Oh, he tried the uppercut. Just missed it.
Yeah, looked at inadvertent headbutt there. Might have landed on the shoulder and maybe jaw of Simeon Powell.
Ladeiro's had some success with the overhand right on occasion.
Yeah.
But he's very tentative with it. He's not letting it go freely. Powell looking at countering. Balance is nice. Keeping that distance, keeping that long-range distance in his favor.
More attacks to the low calf from Simeon Powell. That's really been his primary weapon so far in this fight, as he tries to avoid that overhand right counter. If he gets too close, that's where Ladeiro's coming with the strikes.
Oh!
Here's a big flurry from the Spaniard.
I have to say, Ladeiro does look more confident in his striking. I think he's trying to set up a level change now, though.
There is some hesitation from Powell to really string the combinations together, and that's allowing... The longer you let a big underdog in a fight hang around, the better off that underdog is, right? Building confidence and feeling like something interesting can happen.
He's not enjoying that low kick, I know that.
Oh, no. It's going to be uncomfortable on the flight home tomorrow as well, I can tell you that. What would be the first thing you'd be working? If Simeon Powell walked into a boxing gym at this stage, what would be the first thing you'd want to work with him?
Just the feints, just really getting your opponent on edge so he doesn't know when a jab's coming or when a feint's going, just, you know, unsettling your opponent's rhythm and flow. And, you know, like there, he showed a little jab, but I'd like a feint and then a solid jab behind it. You know, just mixing up the feints and the punches so your opponent doesn't know whether he's getting punched or getting feinted, and it just really gets him out of rhythm.
We've seen some good body work today as well, some really good body punching. I think that might be useful, especially if Ladeiro's wading forward with big punches and Simeon Powell's dropping his head back, might start searching for the body to hit something.
Yeah, that's definitely the idea for the shorter fighter. Getting to the body, hitting the solar plexus, trying to drain the energy, you know, of the taller fighter. It never hurts that game plan. Just putting those, even if it's a solid jab to the solar plexus, each one of those really drains the opponent's gas tank.
How do you think it would change your game to fight in an arena that wasn't a square? Would it change your game trying to trap people in corners? Because you can see there's quite a lot of movement, areas to get out here.
There's a hell of a lot of movement. You know, I've always obviously fought in a ring, a squared ring, and you know, being able to keep going round and round, that would have definitely changed my game. I like to trap people in the corners, but it's a lot of space. Looking around at one of these octagons, it's a hell of a lot of space to deal with. But you know, if you're a pressure fighter, it might frustrate you because in a boxing ring you got the square and you can get stuck in the corner. But here you can just keep moving round and round, and it might be frustrating for a come forward pressure fighter.
Yeah. Sean O'Connell, Dan Hardy, world champion boxer David Hay, our guest broadcaster for this Simeon Powell-Daniel Ladeiro fight, and we're headed into round 3 here. You heard some of the boo birds flying. The fans are not really impressed with the output from either fighter in this fight. You can see there is a little hesitation because of maybe the late opponent change and what is at stake for both of these guys, right? I mean, a lot of power for both individuals. Daniel Ladeiro knows if he exposes himself too much, Simeon Powell's going to make him pay. I think Simeon Powell understands that if he gets caught sleeping against someone as big and powerful as Daniel Ladeiro, his ticket to Dublin goes to someone else.
One punch is a game changer with these big boys. And of course, Ladeiro's looking for the level change, and Sim's really good with his knees. So it takes away his knee game because he can't commit to them. It's going to square his hips up and make takedowns easier if he doesn't land the knee in the process.
Right hand came from Ladeiro, who now puts his jab out there. He's been throwing the overhand right almost exclusively as his lead attack, trying to counterpunch Simeon Powell, whose best attack has been the low calf kick. But Ladeiro, even though there's redness showing and some bruising on that lead leg, he's still moving.
I think Sim's getting stuck because he's expecting the level change at any moment. And the thing is with the overhand right as well, people throw the overhand right to disguise the level change. You drop your hands to start defending takedowns and you leave yourself open for the overhand.
The left has found its home for Ladero on back-to-back punches, one with jab, one a hook that backed up Simeon Powell.
"20 of 23 kicks landed for Simeon Powell.
Simeon's threatening, but he needs to just let his hands go a little bit more. That lead hand, that left jab, he needs to let it go. You know, it's there, it's in range. There he goes, that's it. As soon as he lets his hands go, he has success. He needs to let him go a bit more. I think he's waiting for the perfect opportunity, and sometimes you've got to make that opportunity happen with the punches. Even if the opportunity isn't there, just let your hands go.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's trying to find that crisp opportunity to land a clean right hand.
You got to give credit to Daniel Ladero here. He's standing toe-to-toe with the guy who a lot of people said he had no chance in a stand-up fight with. He's making it interesting, continues to threaten.
Threat on that level change again. He's making Simeon a little bit hesitant.
And look at that, Ladero, anytime Simeon gets into his range, he just rips. Throws heavy hands, throws the heavy right hand, throws the heavy left hook, and it forces Simeon Powell to retreat.
Nice jab there from Powell. Half a round left in this third round. I feel like Ladero is starting to feel like his confidence is on the rise, mainly because maybe he's nothing else to lose. Put your foot on the gas and see what you can land.
That's better. You need to start jabbing to the body, just getting that left hand working, forcing in the openings.
There it is.
Don't wait for it. There you go. As soon as he starts letting his hands go, he starts having success.
This is what you needed to see from Simeon Powell. Starting to land, having a little bit of fun, stunting now and stalking against Ladero.
That's much better work.
Now he's switched on. Now we can hear the rumble around the arena. Starting to see some swelling around the eye of Ladero as well from those peppering jabs. In the last 90 seconds now, a nice level change feint. I think Simeon might burst into a little flow again in a second.
When he switched it on there, he looked super world class.
Right.
He looked like he was fully in control of the whole situation. And he's got that gear in him where he wants to turn it up. He's there. He's world class. He just needs to be able to fully understand when and why he's doing what he's doing. But he looks in full control. He has been in control.
I'm curious why he backed off of it, quite frankly. Because
it looked fantastic. It looked like he was in control. It looked like he was taking full control of Ladero, but he then turned it off. He turned it off.
He landed multiple punches in those combinations there. You finally see some swelling around the eye of Ladero. You got visual proof that what you're doing is working, and then he takes his foot off the gas pedal. It's something, I guess, that'll come with more experience for Simeon Powell, but
exactly, that's it. It's his experience. When he watches this back, he'll understand that how it felt in there and how it actually was is two completely different things.
He's made a real mess of Ladero's nose here with these crisp, straight punches that he's been throwing.
Final bell of this light heavyweight semifinal. The fans, not the biggest supporters of that pace. What kind of report card are we giving to the world champion boxer David Haye on his MMA commentary debut here?
He's a multi-talented man, isn't he?
There you go.
He can just adapt no matter what environment you put him in.
You just step in seamlessly. Incredible.
There you go.
And I tell you what,
a fight like that is a lot harder to do analysis on than one with a lot of excitement and a lot of crazy stuff happening.
Exactly. I do want Simeon. He looked in control for the fight. There was no stage there where he was struggling. Yeah. It wasn't his best. It wasn't him at his best, but it was a solid victory. He keeps moving forward. He'll learn from this, and he'll keep moving. He'll keep moving up. That's what it's all about. No, not every fight can be a great slugfest where everyone's getting excited.
Andy Shepherd makes it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored this bout 30-27 for your winner via unanimous decision and clinching their place in the PFL Europe Championship, Simeon Powell.
All right, so Sean O'Connell in the smart cage with Simeon Powell.
All right, Simeon Powell, victorious in this fight. The fans didn't necessarily love the pace. In the immediate aftermath, how do you evaluate your performance?
I did what I had to do. I had a change of opponent last minute. I've been trying things for a certain type of opponent. I got a different type of opponent, but yeah, I just played a bit safe, but yeah, no, I'll be back next time.
You're on to Dublin. Congratulations, Simeon Powell, victorious via unanimous decision.
All right, we've got one more light heavyweight playoff. For sure. Heading in, we've got Anthony Salamone taking on the giant Jacob Nedo. David Hay doing a fantastic job.
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th.
And another one! Dakota Digivo, right hand and a hammer fist! Another knockout for Dakota Digivo!
Simeon Powell now looks for a gift wrap into an arm triangle. Beautiful work.
He's got enough.
He's out! He's out! Technical submission!
What a finish from Simeon Powell!
Europe's best fighters in a dramatic season-ending global event. 8 fighters, 4 weight classes. $400,000 in total prize money and 4 world title belts on the line.
Wow! What a stoppage! Now he says, get behind the head. And he's got it!
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th. Go to www.ticketmaster.ie.
Welcome back to Paris, France. Beautiful Eiffel Tower. There's a nice nighttime view. Many iconic landmarks across this gorgeous city. And they have been wonderful hosts for our first ever PFL Europe playoff event. Winners tonight in our playoff fights advance to a championship opportunity in Dublin, Ireland, December 8th. $100,000 to the winner in each weight class. We just saw Simeon Powell, decision victory over Daniel Darrow. He's on to a championship bout against one of our next 2 light heavyweights. Dan Hardy, been a great night so far. Some interesting results, including that one. I don't think anyone's surprised to see Simeon Powell advance, but I think maybe surprised to see the way in which that fight unfolded. And if I'm one of the fighters vying for a spot against him, I'm going to be doing careful study of what I just saw moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the downside for his next opponent is that he didn't really give too much away. You know, it was a very cautious performance. We saw some of his ground game against Mo Amin, but we didn't see any grappling against a really strong grappler. So we kind of don't know where his level of ground game is. I'll be interested to see, obviously, who wins this next bout and what they take into Dublin to deal with Simeon Powell and that long reach.
Well, we had a guest announcer on that bout. David Hay, world champion boxer, sat down in Stefan Struve's seat. Now we have a world champion contender, Impa Kasanganay, who will be fighting
on Black Friday for a light heavyweight championship in PFL Global. Of course, Dan, $1 million prize comes with that.
Of course.
Impa has, from the beginning, right, since Challengers, he's been focused on the belt rather than the million. This is a guy who's got his priorities straight. I was all about the money, but Impa, he wants that belt.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing all right. Impa Kasunganai.
Welcome to the commentary booth, man.
Appreciate it. It's an honor to be here with y'all. Thank you.
How are you enjoying the night so far? What the fans been like?
Oh man, that's awesome. The European crowd and the French crowd specifically, they're just wild. They're just bringing the energy.
Right.
Loving it.
Awesome.
All right, let's get some more light heavyweight action going. Anthony Salomon. I think the French fans might give us a little pop for Salomon. He'll be taking on Jakub Nedo, the lone Slovenian on our PFL Europe roster.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Jakub Nedo.
Oh, a frosty reception for Jakub Nedo.
Which one would expect when taking on a local. Look, Impa and I were talking about this a little bit earlier. Jakub Nedo, Impa played college football, I played college football. If Jakub Nedo had been born in the United States, that body, that man is a Division I scholarship football player. I mean, he's a tight end, he's an outside linebacker, he's probably whatever he wants to be. This guy is incredibly put together.
So yeah, he's an absolute unit. You can tell he takes care of himself, but living stateside, I don't think he'd be fighting too much.
He actually came over to MMA from team handball. At the Olympic level, he was on the Slovenian national team in team handball, which of course is wildly popular in Europe. Also not a sport that a lot of American fans are overly familiar with, but he had a couple injuries there and decided he was going to make the transition to this mixed martial arts. So far, so good. 6 victories, 4 knockouts, 2 submissions in his promising young career.
And in the red corner, representing France, Anthony Salomon.
Crowd are on their feet for this entrance.
Anthony Salomon, the White Bear, getting love from the sold-out crowd here at the Zenith.
I like that, man.
This is a guy spent some time in the middleweight division, added some weight, added some muscle, and you can see he did it the right way. Put on good weight to move up to light heavyweight to take advantage of this opportunity. Greco-Roman wrestling. Our broadcast friend on the PFL Global, Randy Couture, always says Greco-Roman is the wrestling style that translates most successfully to mixed martial arts because there's so much of the cage work, right? So much of that upper body engagement in Greco. And Salomon has used that to build himself an 8-1 record as a pro.
And I think we're seeing something new here with these light heavyweights, Impa Kasunganai included here. He's gained the weight to be in this weight class, but not unnecessary weight. He's still weighed in at 199. Impa, you're fighting in a weight class that you could be in a weight class below comfortably. But the speed and the power that you transferred into this, you must see some similarities with Salomon in this weight class.
Yes, sir, I do. I see that he's taking care of himself. He's doing it the right way, so he won't be sloppy. Keep him lighter on his feet. Especially when you're fighting like true light heavyweights, like my last fight with Hamlet. Like, you realize you can move a lot better than these guys and start dancing in there. So I think that gives him an advantage. And plus, since he can already wrestle and has the wrestling, credentials, I think that's gonna never keep him hesitant to step into the cage, go to the ground, and I like that for him.
He's a fast worker as well, is he not? Look at the keys to victory. Anthony Salomon, fast footwork and clinch strikes. Exactly what won him his last fight. Jakub Nedo, establish the jab, make it feel like he's a long way away. It's very, very important to stay at range. You don't want to get clinched by Salomon because he's going to start rocketing those uppercuts into your chin.
The following fight is a light heavyweight semi-final contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 206 pounds and holds a professional MMA record of 6 victories and 1 defeat. fighting out of Ljubljana, Slovenia, Jakub the Gorilla Nedo. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is a wrestling specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in officially at 206 pounds and in 9 professional bouts has built a record of 8 wins and a single loss. Fighting out of Lille, France, the White Bear, Anthony Salomon. Your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
Anthony Salomon in the blue, Jakub Nedo in the gray. I've seen the question asked on the internet all the time. A gorilla or a bear, who wins? We're about to find out. Nedo is the gorilla. The white bear is Anthony Salomon. Touch of the gloves and we are underway. Light heavyweight semifinal. Winner moves on to face Simeon Powell in Dublin for $100,000 and a European championship.
You can see the speed advantage here before they've even connected. Oh!
Anthony Salomon ripping combinations here. Nedo so far with no answer. And now chest to chest. And Salomon very happy to be here. He's the one with the Greco-Roman background.
Spent some time training at Killcliff for this fight as well, Salomon, somewhere that you're very familiar with, Impa. Can you tell us what they would have added to his game for this fight?
Man, just having different training partners that can give different looks. Understanding where to control in the cage.
Oh! There's that jab again. Nedo knocked out his last opponent, started the beginning of the end with a jab. It looks like Anthony Salomon has recovered, though.
Scores a takedown here. Now he's trying to climb up Nedo's back as he's scrambling to his feet. It looks like he's going to lose the back, but he's still got that wrist control. Oh, good knee. Lethal in the clinch with his uppercuts. But look at the size difference when they do lock up.
Opposite pace of what we saw in that last fight. Swing and a miss there for Anthony Salomon. Oh, there's another combo! Jakub Nedo down on top of Salomon, pounding away, and Goddard waves it off. Wow. Jakub Nedo in the first round.
Wow.
He got some power for sure.
He's a scary individual.
He's a unit.
When he lands, it hurts you. It's that simple. Jakub Nedo is a problem at 205 pounds.
Impa, what do you got to say about that? What do you think, my friend?
And how it translates, definitely an athlete. Beautiful, much more composed than Salomon, I think. And that's what helped him find the right shots. And then he didn't rush it after he first hurt him. And you could tell he's gaining experience and has great coaching. So much respect to him.
Really impressive. And a big
By the way, that evaluation from Impa Kasanganay, who's fighting for a PFL Global Light Heavyweight Championship. I mean, this is potentially a future opponent for you, right? That's what these guys are after, is a spot in the season that you are reaching the end of.
I'd be honored to fight him. I like guys like that, guys who come to kill, guys who come to fight. You know, he has that power. He's a tank. You can tell he believes in himself. And, man, he just put the game plan together. Those are the people you want to fight. I think that's what, makes this sport so great. Guys just rising up every single time they get in there. He's earned it.
Look, and it's a roll of the dice at this weight class, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like, if you land first, you win. I mean, either of these guys could have oh, superstars in the building.
Wait. Kylian Mbappe in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
How about that?
Global football star, French national team member, Paris Saint-Germain. That man is huge. Wow, what a performance by Jakub Nedo. Weathered a little bit of damage early, right? I mean, Salomon came out hot, landed a combination, goes chest to chest, but Nedo.
Salomon obviously is disappointed in the result here, but we're going to see him back in the PFL Smart Cage, absolutely. I'm a big fan of his fighting style. The way he ran through Ladero in Newcastle, I would like to see him against any of the lightweights in this light heavyweights in the bracket. He's always going to be exciting.
And look, each fight is its own entity, right? You take these things in a vacuum.
But if you're Jakob Neto and you watched the semifinal before yours, and then you did this, you're heading into Dublin with a lot of confidence.
Right. Yeah, when you put a performance like that together, don't take much damage, a little hit, a little danger, get a little danger, but still stay composed. He's like, man, I got this. That's what I tell myself.
Andy Shepherd will make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard calls a halt to the action at 1 minute and 35 seconds of round number 1, declaring your winner via TKO and clinching their place in the PFL Europe Championship, Jakob Neto.
So we've got Sean O'Connell in the smart cage with Jakob Neto.
All right, Jakob Neto. Strong performance, first round finish. You came in to hostile territory to fight a French guy in France. Did this crowd affect you at all?
Like I said, put pressure on me, I will shine. Diamonds are made under the pressure.
Jakob, you've been incredibly confident since I first saw you. I first talked to you in the shuttle from the airport. You told me you were on your way to winning a PFL Europe Championship. With your performance tonight and what you saw in the other semifinal, do you feel confident that that's the end result?
Yeah, from the day one, when I signed this tournament, I felt that I will win this tournament. This is for me. Tournament is made for me.
Did you have a chance to watch Simeon Powell's performance in the last fight? Tell me what you thought of that last semifinal.
It was really non-active fight. I don't see any danger in there. I see myself as a winner.
We just played some highlights. It doesn't even have to be your right hand. Twice now we've seen you knock down opponents with your jab. How do you put that much power on your jab?
I really trained so hard. I went through hell to come to here, and everything is paying off. Hard work, years of hard work, every day. And yeah, I will continue.
We've got Simeon Powell in the building. We know what our matchup in Dublin is now. Jakob Neto punches his ticket to Dublin. Simeon Powell did so earlier. Sim, what do you think of this matchup?
Yeah, he's a powerful guy. You're gonna see the better version of me. I'm coming to knock this guy out, trust me.
Let's face this thing off.
Be serious.
Be serious. These guys, of course, they want to get into it. They'd love to be fighting right now. But training camp, a few weeks, preparation, study.
That light heavyweight title fight. Look, we know what Simeon Powell is capable of. We've seen a very high-level Simeon Powell in the past. Tonight wasn't his best performance. He admits that. Jakob Neto, all we've seen from Jakob Neto is true dominance. It's going to be a lot harder against Simeon Powell to run through an opponent, but that is your championship in the light heavyweight division. And I think it's worth noting, Dan Hardy, I won a global light heavyweight championship. Standing up there, I was the smallest of the three.
Very true, very true. Scary individual. Can't wait for that matchup in Dublin.
With more, the Lazy King reigns next.
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th.
And another one! Dakota Digimo, right hand and a hammer fist! Another knockout for Dakota Digimo!
Simeon Powell now looks for a gift wrap into an arm triangle. Beautiful work.
He's got enough.
He's out! He's out! Technical submission!
What a finish from Simeon Powell!
Europe's best fighters in a dramatic season-ending global event. 8 fighters, 4 weight classes. $400,000 in total prize money and 4 world title belts on the line.
Wow! What a stoppage!
Now he says,
He's got it over the top.
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th. Go to www.ticketmaster.ie.
Our playoff championship brackets are set, and that means we get to have a little bit of fun with some showcase features. Your co-main event features Abdul Abduragimov and Brad Wheeler. Abdul goes by the nickname Lazy King, caught up with Olivia backstage.
Abdul, your PFL debut, you came in front flipping yesterday. How buzzing are you for this?
I'm feeling very good. Like always, there's a little bit, butterflies in my stomach, but it's normal. And now we're preparing with the reps, and so we're gonna do the warm-up and go for the fight.
So you're right in the middle of your preparations. How special is it to be making your debut in front of your home fans as well?
It's like always, because I already made some fights here in Paris, so it's nothing new for me. It's it's the routine, So, like always.
And obviously, with you being who you are, with you comes such high expectations. How do you continue to live up to those expectations?
I already accepted that I can lose and I can win. So, for me, there's no problem to lose, because at the end, it's me fighting in the cage. The people, they can be upset. I understand, but when I lose, that I am losing. So that's why I'm cool, I'm ready for the war, and I'm ready for the lose also. So that's why we are concentrated on the win, of course, and we will do our best.
Absolutely, and I'm sure everyone here watching will know this, but just in case they don't, can you please tell everyone why the Lazy King?
The Lazy King, because it's my lazy character, but it's not lazy like you think, it's lazy, it's efficiency, optimizing things, so that's why lazy,
Love it. Abdul, thank you so much and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Us.
Weigh-ins yesterday, Brad Wheeler, the Lazy King's opponent, and of course, the Lazy King himself, Abdul Abduragimov.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Brad Wheeler.
Anytime you talk to someone about Brad Wheeler, you get the same report. His record is not indicative of who he is as a mixed martial artist. Took a lot of bad matchups earlier in his career, had some points in his life where he wasn't focused and married to the game, and that's why he's got a journeyman's record. But he's also got an incredibly well-rounded skill set.
He's just a different version than we've ever seen him before. He's spent the last 2 years cleaning his life up, he's focused, he's prepared for this moment, even though he's taking this on short notice. He had a boxing match a few weeks ago, stayed active and was ready to step in. And he's always taken fights on short notice when they're presented, but sometimes he's not been prepared. This is a short notice fight, but this time he's prepared. And he knows what he's up against with the Lazy King. A very difficult grappler, but Brad Wheeler's a veteran with a lot of experience and a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt.
And by the way, Brad Wheeler, 11 submission victories in his pro career. That's the same total as the Lazy King.
And also interesting, only one submission loss in 31 professional fights. He's a legit black belt.
Trained at GB Top Team, got great coaches in his corner. He's been smiling all week. In fact, he's giving us another smile over here and now.
And fighting out of the red corner, Abdul Abduragimov.
The people love the Lazy King. Everyone on their feet. Everyone taking their phones out. This man is a cult hero. Two-division champion at Aries FC. A finisher of the highest order, 13 finishes. 11 of those, as I already mentioned, have come via submission. And Stefan Struve, you talked about not just his ability to submit, but the variety of his submissions.
Whatever he sees, he goes for that. He won his last 6 in a row, all by finish. 5 of those are submissions. All 5 are different submissions. A Bravo choke, an arm triangle, a rear naked choke, an inverted triangle choke, a knee bar. This man is an absolute submission phenom, and I can't wait to see him in action in the PFL Smart Cage.
Listen to this Zenith crowd.
Yeah, I told you it was going to be a special night. This really is the best crowd I've ever experienced.
Here's your tail of the tape for this co-main event. The Lazy King, 28 years old. Brad Wheeler is 5 years his senior. Wheeler is the taller fighter here. He also weighed in heavier, has the reach advantage on both arms and legs.
Okay, so keys to victory for the Lazy King. Chain wrestling an established top position. He's so good at chaining his takedowns together to eventually find himself in a dominant position. For Brad, it's the opposite. Boxing footwork and sensible striking combinations to not leave himself extended for easy takedowns.
The following fight is a special showcase bout and our co-main event. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in officially at 180.7 pounds and in 31 professional fights has earned a record of 18 wins and 13 losses. Fighting out of Romford, Essex, England, Brad the Crazy Kid Wheeler! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, is a BJJ and wrestling specialist and stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 178.5 pounds and has amassed a record of 16 victories, 1 defeat and 1 no contest. Fighting out of Nantes, France, the Lazy King, Abdurragimov. The referee in charge, Lloyd Puray.
The chance of Abdul coming down from this sold-out crowd in Paris. Lazy King in the black trunks, Brad Wheeler in the gray. Showcase bout.
Wheeler's a slick boxer. You can never underestimate this guy's hands. He's good at putting his boxing combinations together, working that jab to the midsection to start with. He's going to think about that right hand over the top, you know it. There it is. Oh!
Strikes there from Wheeler to start the fight off.
Got the attention of the Lazy King there, who goes to the low calf kick.
It was almost like he put himself in the pocket to feel Brad's power for a moment. I think he's going to level change now. He's got Brad's confidence to throw.
Really good choice. Wheeler start with shots to the body. That way it's really hard for Abdurragimov to go to his legs.
Exactly that. Fill that center channel with a jab.
Gonna have to be careful, Abdurragimov, to keep his feet underneath him. He's leaning himself back to avoid those punches.
He's kicking on the center line as well. Brad's going to keep countering those calf kicks. If he doesn't get his head off the center line, change his angle. Nice low kick from the Lazy King. Oh, and we're clinched.
What he wants. Now the power is Lazy King down. Drives Wheeler into the cage, reaps the leg, and right into the mount here.
He's got the neck. Transitions into the rear naked.
Wheeler's trying to escape this back position. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. He knows what he's dealing with here.
Trying to peel Abdurragimov off of his back using the mat.
Fantastic wrist control here from the Lazy King. Really good work.
Dagestani handcuff.
And he's got that top hook as well.
And look at that. Slings Wheeler over back onto his belly to get that back control.
So you can see here, Lazy King's got hooks in. He's controlling the back. Now he's going to try and flatten him out. Always pinch him with both of his legs. Oh, he looks like he's got this set up.
That's very tight. Wheeler.
Isolating the head and arm at the top. Now he's going to drag him back. Hooks go back in. Look at this control across the waistline here. The cross.
Look at him chaining the
difficult.
submissions together. Wheeler again has to get his back to the mat.
And look here, he's trapped the arm of Wheeler as well. The top arm's trapped here. Can't do anything about that. Now he gets his hand free. But the rear naked choke looks like it's getting closer and closer.
He just keeps switching sides, switching the grip on his legs. There's the body lock. And now on the palm.
Can he finish it right here?
There's the short choke. That's tight.
Oh,
That's
it.
Wow! First round finish for the Lazy King.
Wow. What a fantastic performance. What an incredible grappler. I mean, Brad Wheeler is no joke on the mat. For him to be dominated like that by the Lazy King, it just shows the level that this guy is at. And we've got to bear in mind, this guy's moving into the regular season global next year. A weight class down, he's going to be a lightweight next year. Can you imagine what he's going to do when he gets his hands on a 155er?
The Lazy King has arrived. Effortless work on the ground. He made it look effortless. Brad Wheeler is a legit black belt, as we said. Beautiful work here.
Abdul Abdurrahimov, one of the top unsigned, as far as major promotions goes, prospects, not just in Europe, but in the world. PFL gets him, puts him on a French card as a big favorite, and he gives us that performance. And as Dan just mentioned, very interesting to think about what he could be on the global season, chasing $1 million. Andy Shepard makes it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Loic Bourret calls a halt to the action at 2 minutes and 43 seconds of round number one, declaring your winner to a submission via a rear naked choke, Abdul Abdurrahimov.
The Lazy King. The Lazy King showing his respect to his opponent, and he's in the smart cage with Sean O'Connell.
Dan Hardy, I'm here with the Lazy King. I suppose all of us should bow down. What an incredible performance. You got him to the ground. You started to chain together the submission attempts. Did you know the rear naked was going to be the one?
He surprised me. He was really calm and collected. He's really a good fighter, you know, because he wasn't stressed and so I was a little bit surprised at the beginning because he wasn't, you know, running away from the fight. So that's why at the beginning I was a little bit, you know, hesitating. But after I saw at the ground, it was not so difficult to take the positions. And he defended very well, but then it was done. So I'm happy now.
Well, you call yourself the Lazy King because you like to be efficient. You don't waste energy on the ground, and that's what the top grapplers in the world do. Do you have the best jiu-jitsu in the sport of mixed martial arts right now?
I would say one of the best, maybe, but I'm not gonna tell that I'm the best, you know, because a lot of good other fighters in the world, so one of the best, maybe.
What do you think of this Paris crowd? Everybody excited to see you.
Thank you for everybody. Merci beaucoup à tout le monde. Woo! Lazy show, ladies and gentlemen. And soon it's gonna come to the United States of America.
Well, Dan Hardy was just talking about that. Is the plan to move into the PFL global season and chase a $1 million championship?
Yes, that's the plan. Like I said, it's step by step. So this one is done. Alhamdulillah. So the next step is going to be the first fight at the lightweight tournament in the USA at the 2024 tournament.
At lightweight?
Yes, at lightweight. because I'm a lightweight category, but I always fought at welterweight. But I'm a lightweight, you know.
Abdul Abduragimov, congratulations. All hail the Lazy King.
What a natural-born superstar. Oh, man. There are very few fighters that can electrify an arena like that. What a superstar.
Sean O'Connor, I thought you were going to do that with him.
Come on, Sean, where's your backflip, my friend? Get your headset back on. I want to hear your excuse.
I could probably do the thing where he hangs from the top of the cage like a dead person, because, but that's as far as it's going to go. All right? Really incredible performance by Abdul Abduragimov. Look, when you talk to the highest level grapplers in the world, right, they say it's not about strength. They say it's not about size. They say it's not about how in shape you are. Even the best, right, even with the folks that are working constantly on that isometric strength and the squeezing strength, even those guys, right, Gordon Ryan says it's all about efficiency. Jokingly, Abdul calls it laziness. It's not laziness, it's efficiency, and we saw he was just able to string things together, casually move from position to position.
I don't even think he changed the look on his face. He looked bored when he took the back of Brad Wheeler. Effortlessly, he went from position to position onto the back. Wheeler had some good defense. He was, you know, he was making sure that he was getting him off his back. He pushed away his arms a couple times, was working the legs, but then Abduragimov just too good.
Well, we showed you Kylian Mbappe, and their stars are in the building tonight. Leslie is in the smart cage with the rapper Black M.
Yeah, lots of celebrities here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, with Black M. Black M qui est ici ce soir au Zénith. Qu'est-ce que ça vous fait là de vous retrouver dans la cage? How does it feel to be in the cage?
Ça me fait hyper plaisir. Je pense qu'on est là pour le même événement tous. On est tous fans de MMA. Et ça fait plaisir d'être ici parce que Cédric ramène le MMA très loin quand même. Et on est très très content d'être ici.
He's really happy, of course, to be here because all these people, of course, are bringing the MMA to another level. What do you expect from the upcoming fight, Cédric Doumbé against Jordan Zebo? Qu'est-ce que tu attends de ce fight qui arrive entre Cédric Doumbé et Jordan Zebo?
Ben, en général, on sait très bien que c'est lui qui fait les pronostics. Et en général, il ne se trompe pas. Et on attend de voir avec impatience.
Yeah, we're used to him giving the right prognostic, so we'll see if he's gonna miss it tonight or not. So what, is gonna switch him off or on? What do you think? Il va l'éteindre ou pas ce soir, alors, Jordan Zebo?
Comment?
Est-ce que Cédric Doumbé va éteindre Jordan Zebo ce soir? C'est la question que tout le monde se pose.
On est spectateurs et on espère que Cédric va tenir sa parole.
We're spectators, of course, and we wish him to give his truth and keep his promise. Thank you, Black M. Enjoy the night.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, bravo le PFL. Force à Cédric. Et respect au MMA français. Faites du bruit pour le MMA. Merci.
Give some noise for the MMA.
Big thanks to Leslie and Black M and all the other celebrities that are in the building tonight. French national team soccer players, football as we call it over here in PFL Europe. We will be back with our main event, and the lid's gonna blow off this place.
Get your ticket. Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th.
And another one! Dakota Ditcheva, right hand and a hammer fist! Another knockout for Dakota Ditcheva!
Simeon Powell now looks for a gift wrap into an arm triangle. Beautiful work.
He's got enough.
He's out! He's out! Technical submission!
What a finish from Simeon Powell!
Europe's best fighters in a dramatic season-ending global event. 8 fighters, 4 weight classes. $400,000 in total prize money and 4 world title belts on the line.
Wow! What a stoppage! And he's got it!
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th. Go to www.ticketmaster.ie.
Ce soir pour le PFL Europe qui veut affronter Jordan Zebo. Et après tout ce trash talk, forcément ce soir, he's gonna deliver, you know? Il doit assumer. Non seulement il doit gagner, mais il doit gagner rapidement.
Welcome back, fight fans, to Paris, France. A sold-out Zenith Arena awaiting one more fight. Our main event still to come. And the energy has built all throughout the night to this, the PFL debut of Cedric Doumbé. Been an incredible week so far. Cedric Doumbé is a huge star. Take a closer look to really put it in perspective.
Man, you're dead. I'm going to meet you right now, the face to face. Jordan! I'm gonna smack his face.
When I see his face in front of me like this,
I saw the fear. He's scared.
You see, Cedric Doumbé likes to have fun with this, you know, all the face-offs, all the media stuff, and he's just needling Jordan Zebo and calling him out. And at the weigh-ins, he said, I have to apologize. I said I'm going to knock you out. I sent a mattress to your house, but no pillow. So he gave him a pillow last night. I mean, the guy is a star. He knows how to talk the talk. In kickboxing, we've seen him for years walk the walk. Can he do it, Stefan Struve, at the highest level of mixed martial arts?
Yeah, he was looking for a new challenge because he demolished everybody they put in front of him in the kickboxing ring, and he's found a new challenge in MMA. He's been perfect so far, 4 fights, 4 knockouts, and now he's over here in PFL. Can't wait to see him fight. Absolute superstar.
Now, he's 4-0, as you mentioned, as a pro. Jordan Zebo, his opponent, also
yes, sir,
4-0.
Yep.
And an absolute monster of an athlete. Is this the classic striker-grappler matchup?
That's what a lot of people think, but when you look at Zebo's last fight, he landed a brutal head kick knockout. He's a phenomenal striker himself. He's physically very, very strong, as you see here with this takedown. You would say, PFL, take it easy with Cedric Doumbé. You know, it's his first fight. Give him a welcome where he can show himself against a lesser opponent, but Jordan Zebo is not that. He's an absolute stud, and this is one hell of a main event.
One more fight here in Paris. I'm excited for this, but I'm also sad the card ends with this fight. The crowd has been so incredible tonight. Cedric Doumbé, Jordan Zebo, welterweight showcase, 3 5-minute rounds. Olivia caught up with Cedric earlier.
PFL debut. How excited are you for this?
I don't know, I have no words, I'm excited. I can't wait to fight. I can't wait to share my energy with the audience, with the fans. Really happy to be here.
Talking of the fans then, you practically sold this venue out in not much time at all. How special a night is it to do it in front of your home fans?
It makes a lot for me. It makes a lot for me, because it means people are waiting for me for a while. So for me, it means a lot. I can't wait to give them what they want, and I can't wait to perform,
It's Battle of the Frenchmen tonight, isn't it?
Yeah,
is this your toughest test yet?
Not my toughest test, but it's my biggest fight regarding to the pressure around the fight.
And it was a mattress first, then it was a pillow. What's your present for Jordan for after this fight?
That's a big surprise. Just
You're not giving anything away.
no. Just wait until my entrance. Big surprise for you guys.
Oh, okay, we're all going to have to wait for that, Cedric. Thank you so much and good luck tonight.
So one more thing to look forward to. What does Cedric Doumbé have in store for Jordan Zebo? Without further ado, let's get this thing going.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Jordan Zebo.
Well, we saw the highlight for Jordan Zebo. This guy is a big, strong wrestler. You saw the slams. He does have a submission victory on his record and seemed very calm in the face of Cedric Doumbé at the weigh-ins. Had a little bit of fun with the gifts and the pillow and stuff. Jordan Zebo not intimidated by his opponent, at least.
No, he's been grinning and enjoying the whole process this week. I would imagine for a young man facing Cedric Doumbé, it's a little bit surreal to see Cedric Doumbé in your face, trash talking you, because he most likely grew up watching Cedric kickbox. He knows what Cedric's all about, but what does he bring to the table in his 5th mixed martial arts fight? We know what Zebo's good at. He's got big power, he's a great athlete, and if he can get a hold of you, he can ragdoll anybody around. Zebo Airlines, he's a very dangerous individual if he gets a hold of you.
And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, Cedric Doumbé.
Well, the stage is set. Cedric Doumbé promised the mattress, he promised the nap to Jordan Zebo. He already got him the pillow, and look, it says, "Good night, Jordan."
He has delivered so far. Everybody is on their feet. This only happens for very few people.
Two-time kickboxing world champion in the Glory organization. 75-7-1 as a professional kickboxer. 4-0 since deciding to test the waters of mixed martial arts.
And really, he's got that many fights already, but he's only 31 years old right now, so he's in his absolute prime coming into MMA with all that experience. So we're getting the absolute best of Cedric Doumbé in the coming years.
Both fighters inside the PFL Smart Cage. Our main event. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. Cedric Doumbé, 31 years of age. Jordan Zebo is 23. Zebo, the taller fighter, weighed in a little bit heavier. The reach advantage on the arms goes to Cedric Doumbé. Equal measurement on the legs.
All right, keys to victory. Low stance, he's got to deter those takedowns, and controlling the center is going to give him more space behind him to sprawl into. Zebo's got to set up his takedowns with strikes, but he's also got to control the scramble, anticipating Doumbé is going to get back to his feet as quickly as possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following fight is a welterweight showcase bout and is our main event of the evening. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 117.8 pounds and holds a perfect professional record of 4 wins and no defeats. Fighting out of Paris, France, Jordan Zebo! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a kickboxing specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 169.9 pounds. And he also holds an undefeated MMA record of 4 victories and no defeats. Fighting out of Paris, France, Cedric the Best Doumbé! Your referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
To oversee our main event. Cedric Doumbé making his PFL debut in the black, Jordan Zebo in the gray. Southpaw stance for Zebo.
Is that low stance from Cedric? Oh!
Are you kidding me? It's over!
What?
Knockout for Doumbé!
Wow! Wow!
I think we may have a new record, gentlemen.
Wow! Wow!
Speechless.
Look at Mbappe.
Amazing.
He caught him with the left hook and landed a left hook. And that's all it took.
And he's still hurt.
Oh, man.
Low stance, beautiful. Picked a couple of shots. Incredible. Incredible.
I expected a lot from Cedric Doumbé, but I did not expect this. This is why this man is an absolute superstar here in France and soon worldwide.
Zebo is incredibly hurt still.
Gentlemen, I think for next year when we have a fight with Cedric Doumbé, we may have to look at a 50,000 seater or something like that.
We're going to need a bigger arena, that's for sure.
Incredible.
Unreal. Unreal.
I think there is some incredible matchups in our welterweight division for Cedric Doumbé.
I cannot wait to see this replay.
Let's take another look at it. We can watch the whole fight. It's that quick.
So there's the head kick from Sibo. Low kick and a hook from Cedric Doumbé, like lightning. Catches the kick, returns with a low kick, and then hook. Two shots to the chin in no time at all.
The precision.
Bap.
Incredible.
Bap. Wow.
Do we have the official time yet?
Wow. I mean, what more do you say? Unreal. Unreal.
When Kylian Mbappé is speechless.
Hey, I want to put this in perspective. Kylian Mbappé had a football game, a match today.
Yeah.
He got on a plane and jetted back to Paris to watch that.
Unreal. I mean, why would he not? That's a special athlete right there. Of course, Mbappé is special, but the way that Cedric Doumbé not only generated the interest in this fight, but sold the fight the way that he did, and then come in and starches his opponent. I mean, the whole good night Jordan thing.
Yeah.
It was like he knew what was going to happen.
I am blown away by the effect that this man has on this French crowd and by the explosiveness we just saw in that left hook and the right to follow it up.
Indeed.
And this is exactly what he did in kickboxing. He demolished everybody they put in front of him. It took him a little longer now and then, but the precision and the power, the speed. Cedric Doumbé is unbelievable.
If there's room for me in the smart cage, I'm gonna make my way in there. But first, Andy Shepard's gonna make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard calls a halt to the action at 9 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via knockout, Cedric the Best Doumbé!
You can see the two fighters exchanging some words there, and Cedric is the kind of person that will knock you out in 9 seconds and then invite you into his gym to help you improve. What a special athlete, 31 years old, 5-0 mixed martial arts, seemingly unstoppable up to this point in his career. All right, here with Sean O'Connell.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cedric Doumbé, victorious. It took all of 9 seconds for you to make a statement here in the PFL Smart Cage. You caught the kick, you landed the left hook, and then the right after it. Is this how you envisioned your PFL debut?
Hey. First of all, for French people, hey, je vous avais dit quoi? Y a personne qui peut me tester, poteau! KO, premier round, on n'en parle plus! Tellement depuis tout à l'heure, il me regarde, mesquin! Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, that's one of my best preparation I ever did in this combat sport, and I feel very great, very great. I feel on shape, everything was settled, you know, to knock him out. I knew that I would knock him out. Of course, I didn't know that it would take 10 seconds, but I was pretty sure that he wouldn't pass the first round. So that's what I expect, of course.
I want to turn toward the monitor here. I want that replay to run again, and I want you to walk me through this entire fight.
You know, this is my specialty. You know, I'm a kickboxer, and all the time when someone kick me on the body or high kick on the head, I used to, you know, to trap his, you know, to take his leg and counter with the right, or all the time with the left. So, you know, he just came into it, and That was easy, easy.
You acknowledged that this was the most pressure that has been put on a fight, right? You sold out this arena. Everyone's here to see you. Everyone expected you to dominate, and you delivered. What does that say about you, that you can deliver on all of this hype?
Can you repeat? Can you repeat?
What does it say about you that under all of this pressure, you came through with that performance?
You know, I have more than 80 fights. 80 fights. I have more than 18 fights, and you know, I used to fight against such a big crowd like this. I did kickboxing championship in front of more than 20,000 people. I used to have this type of pressure, even more than that. You know, when I fought back in the day, Nicky Holsken, he was undefeated. I fought Mutil Grona, Yohan Kongolo, big guys, you know, strong guys. The pressure was insane. And now, you know, Jordan Zibo is not the same level as them. The pressure was high because of, you know, big people right there. You know, Gims, Kiki dans la maison, all the, you know, the PSG team. Saladin Parnas. Excusez-moi, j'oublie tout le monde, Blackie. Hey, il y a trop de gens, gros. I forgot some people, but, you know, the pressure is high. Everybody is watching the fight, you know. So that's why, you know, but all the time, I'm the best who made the West win.
All right. You're now 5-0 as a professional mixed martial artist. So what's next for the best?
For the best, you know, it doesn't matter what some people used to say, I never decline a fight. Peu importe ce que des gens disent, jamais je refuse un combat, poto. I never decline a fight. So anyone, I don't have to call out anybody because I'm the best. They have to call me out, you know what I'm saying? Shut up, man. So next for me, you know, it doesn't matter. I will not say I want the belt right now. I wanna, you know, I wanna add something in my highlight. You know, I want more knockout in my highlight. So, c'est par force. I don't want the belt right now.
Are you ready right now to jump into the PFL global season and chase the $1 million championship?
Oh, they're ready for me if I jump in the in the tournament. I'm always ready. Can I say something in French?
Please do.
Les gars, c'est une dinguerie. Pourquoi n'a-t-il pas vérifié les angles morts? Pourquoi n'a-t-il pas vérifié les angles morts? Hey, franchement, juste, seriously. I want to say this for Jordan Zibo. J'ai envie de dire ça pour Jordan. Hey, lui, il n'a rien à voir dans ça. Vous savez très bien qui a pris ce KO. C'est pas Jordan. Vous savez très bien qui a pris ce KO. Celui qui a pris ce KO, c'est celui qui frappe sa femme, qui frappait son ex-femme. C'est lui qui vient de prendre un KO. Voilà. Donc, Jordan, a lot of respect for Jordan. Jordan is a good fighter. He's very young. Jordan, il est très jeune. Là, ce que je lui ai dit, why did I told him? I told him that he's still young, you know. I want him to forget this defeat, you know. I hit hard. I'm very strong. I'm stronger than him. I want him to forget. Je lui ai dit, hey gros, oublie cette défaite. Je me la raconte pas, mais je frappe trop fort. Je suis trop fort que toi. Je suis plus fort que toi. Non, sérieux. Je lui ai dit, je suis plus fort que toi. Oublie cette défaite. Je veux surtout pas que tu arrêtes de t'entraîner. Tu as des capacités de fou. Continue de t'entraîner. Écoute tes coachs. Et ce que je demande, c'est, je veux pas que cette défaite elle t'abatte. Les gens, ils vont continuer de t'encourager. Les gens, ils ont rien contre toi. Oui, on a crié Jordan t'es mort, mais on va continuer de l'encourager. We still support Jordan. Et ce que je vous demande, c'est tout le monde sur les réseaux sociaux. Je veux que personne l'éteigne. S'il vous plaît, envoyez-lui de la force sur les réseaux sociaux. Allez le follow. Demain, si vous voulez le follow. Mais voilà, c'est un bon gars, Jordan. Allez donner de la force. Enfin, c'est un bon gars. Je sais pas, mais voilà, on dirait.
Congratulations. It was an honor to call the fight. Cedric Doumbé, ladies and gentlemen.
The atmosphere in this place is insane. Cedric standing just outside the cage right now. What an atmosphere. And 9 seconds. It wasn't even 10 seconds, 9 seconds. Of course, he expected the fight to go a little longer than that. He expected to defend a couple of takedowns. You can tell he has a lot of respect for Zibo. But of course, He has the power in his hands. He has the crispest boxing. And we saw that was a development in the later part of his kickboxing career. He was an excellent kicker, but when he developed his boxing, that's where he started to overcome the likes of Myrtle Groenhart. That's a rematch I would love to see in mixed martial arts.
The way he caught that kick, he blocked it, he kept it up, he went for that leg kick, and then the left hook. Absolutely brilliant.
Stefan Struve, you told me that French MMA crowds are really something else, something completely different.
Yes, sir.
And with the help of Cedric Doumbé, your point has been proven, my friend.
Yes, sir. Normally what you see after a big fight, everybody leaves. When the fight's over, they want to get to their car, they want to leave. Everybody is still here, standing up, got their phones out.
Here's the whole fight again. Just watch it one more time, the overhead view. Kick, catch, lights out.
Amazing.
He looks like a machine.
It's the torque he's able to get in this. Look at this. Catches the kick. Low kick to a hook. The way that he kicks and then replaces that back foot on the floor so he can pull the power into the hook. He didn't even need the right hand. It was the first punch that did the damage. Amazing. I would just love to sit and have a conversation with the welterweights stateside right now. See what the likes of Saddam Hussein has got to say about a performance like that. I mean, Saddam Hussein's a huge individual. I wonder if Cedric Doumbé would have the same kind of success.
And by the way, Saddam Hussein, from a kickboxing background where he was a championship-level kickboxer, never the world-level championship kickboxer that Cedric Doumbé was.
Levels.
So if Saddam Hussein looks at that and says, that's a little bit different, I got to take that guy down. I mean, what do you do with Cedric Doumbé? He's 5-0. He's 5 fights into a pro mixed martial arts career. But you have to talk about him testing himself against not just good fighters, but we're talking about a guy who's already won a PFL championship. We're talking about guys, how does he match up with the elite in this division?
I think we bring him back to Paris. That's what I think. We find a 50,000-seat arena. We find a great opponent. Let's bring him back.
What a moment and what a night. We'll wrap things up when we come back.
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th.
And another one! Dakota Digivo, right hand and a hammer fist! Another knockout for Dakota Digivo!
Simeon Powell now looks for a gift wrap.
Arm triangle.
Into an arm triangle, beautiful work.
He's got enough.
He's out! He's out! Technical submission!
What a finish from Simeon Powell!
Europe's best fighters in a dramatic season-ending global event. 8 fighters, 4 weight classes. $400,000 in total prize money and 4 world title belts on the line.
Wow! What a stoppage!
Now he says,
behind the head.
And he's got it!
Get your tickets for the PFL Europe Championship coming to Dublin, Ireland on Friday, December 8th. Go to www.ticketmaster.ie.
Welcome back one more time to the Zenith in Paris, France. Our first ever PFL Europe playoff event. I think safe to say a smashing success, especially with that co-main event, the Lazy King, the main event, Cedric Doumbé, and of course, fighters punching their tickets to the chase for this championship December 8th in Dublin, Ireland. PFL Europe championship belt in 4 different weight classes. Stefan Struve, how jealous are you that this is the path these fighters get to follow in the new Champions League of MMA that we've introduced?
It's just incredible to have that whole season laid out in front of you. We've seen that with the fighters who started in Newcastle. We met them, we saw them fight for the first time. How nice is it that if you win, the only thing you have to do is win, and it's not an easy task, but you know there's a second fight, and then at the end of the year, you can win $100,000. When I was 10 fights into my career, I had to pay to fight. So 100K, Yeah.
I mean, it's a game changer,
Please.
isn't it? You can keep the money. I want this thing. Look at that. Look at that.
It's getting a little bit heavy for me to hold it like this. So let's take a look.
To cramp on you.
Let's take a look at our brackets. Light heavyweights first. Look, a surprising light heavyweight night. Simeon Powell, Daniel Darrow gave him everything he could handle. Jakob Neto ran through Anthony Salomon in a way that I didn't know he was truly capable of. That sets up a stellar matchup in Dublin at 205 pounds. And then we go to the 155-pound picture. John Mitchell punches his ticket, another hard-fought victory, wrestling in control. Jakub Kashuba had to come back in his fight against Dylan Tuke. Had a rough first round, but pulled away in round 2 and 3. That is a fantastic matchup at 155 pounds. And how about the bantamweight picture? Franz Malambo and Khorshid Kokarov. Big upset. Khorshid Kokarov was an underdog in that fight against Ali Taleb, and now he's headed to Dublin. I don't think he'll be the fan favorite there, as Franz Malambo is 20 years a Dubliner now. And then the ladies, the flyweights. Valentina Skatici got the walkover victory because her opponent missed weight. And Dakota Ditcheva, after Cornelia Holm pressured her and smothered her in the first round with a nasty body shot knockout for Dakota. Dangerous indeed. So those are our championship matchups. December 8th in Dublin, Ireland, $100,000 to every champion in those weight classes. That moment at the end with Cedric Doumbé.
Yeah. Honestly, it's going to take me a couple of weeks to recover from this kind of event. It was just incredible. I mean, what a celebration of mixed martial arts, not only for France, but for Europe as a whole. Cedric Doumbé bringing this crowd to the arena to witness these playoff fights, to launch these new stars into the stratosphere. What an incredible finish by Cedric Doumbé. Was a perfect exclamation point on the end of a fantastic night. I mean, this crowd has been incredible. The atmosphere, the build-up all the way through this week. The French MMA scene is hot like it's never been before. The talent coming through into this pool. We are going to be signing superstars for PFL Europe for 2024. You do not want to miss this. We've started something special here. First ever playoff event. I think we nailed it. I think we nailed it.
Stefan Struve, a special moment, right? Because he delivered on all the promise, but also the people that were here, not just the fact that this was a sold-out arena. Kylian Mbappe got on a jet and flew back to see this fight. This was an MVP event.
Yeah, you know, for me, I keep thinking back to a couple years ago when MMA was not allowed here. And now, if you see what happened in the last couple years in the French MMA scene is absolutely incredible, how fast it has grown. The crowd, the energy, absolutely. I've never experienced anything like it. Absolutely incredible.
The championship in Dublin, December 8th. Tickets are available at pfleurope.com. Tonight, incredibly special. We're hoping we can replicate that and make more European mixed martial arts history. I'm Sean O'Connell. That's Dan Hardy and Stefan Struve. On behalf of our incredible crew, the whole city of Paris, thank you so much for hosting us. What an unbelievable night. We will be back. Thank you for watching, everybody.